acho que um jogador da Oceania que pode ganhar, que agora ele tá jogando na Nyaish, é o Muzz.
People tend to sleep on him, but his skills in Fortnite are still just as sharp as they used to be.
Thank you, my bro.
I got you, my bro.
Appreciate it, my bro.
Bro.
Dude, that's what I love to see coming to this competition, right? Of course, everyone's laser focused. They want to win. There might even be a little bit of trash talk here and there, but everyone respects everyone. And that's what I love about the competitive community. Why don't we take a moment, though? Let's talk about some off-spawn fights, boys. Oof. We got two here to break down. So, Takada, where do you want to start?
Let's start at Fort Jonesy. This is where it gets interesting, right? We have Clix and Dukes going head-to-head against Pink and Anas. Now, I don't know if I'd call this an off-spawn fight or an off-spawn disengagement because this duo did not fight each other once yesterday. 6 matches, and neither of them ended up getting eliminated off the start. But what did end up happening is that Pink and Anas were the duo that had the most time inside of the storm at 14 minutes in day 1.
Yeah, they did, and I think the big reason for that is Clix and Duke, they're not interested in fighting. They're not interested at all. They are just getting straight out of there. They're getting the loot. Even if it's not that great loot, they're just hopping right on out of there. They don't want anything to do with that fight. And what's interesting about these two duos and the way that they performed is that Clix and Dukes, they've kind of had a bit more of an erratic performance all day. They've had 3 really, really solid games, and then the other 3 games weren't so great. Whereas you look at Pink and Anas, those guys have been really, really consistent. Not necessarily popping off in any of the games. We've seen, I think, a 9th potentially from one of those games as well. But they've had sort of between 10 to 20 places. So it's not too bad from this team. They're being consistent, and that's why Pink and Anas are above them.
That's right. Well, Kelly, you're standing by. Let's talk about this head-to-head matchup.
That is right. Clix and Pink fighting at Fort Jonesy. And Clix, obviously these zones have not necessarily been polling in your favor. What's been your strategy to deal with it?
You know, we need to find some eliminations on the way and hopefully get a refresh, because our loot is getting out of Jonesis, especially this bad side that we're on is terrible, but we got it today.
And Pink, for you, you had a great performance. Your best game yesterday was 11th place with 7 eliminations, and that was all solo. But what changes are you making to break into that top 10?
As Clix said, hopefully we get a few zones, because like we had to use all our mats and all our loot to like get to the zone. So if we pull a few zones, we'll be able to save our mats and get deeper into the game.
And obviously, you two are facing off against each other. Is there anything that you want to say to him before you go into the game? Man, a few words, everyone. I love to see it. Can't wait to see you face off in the final 6 games today. Let's head on back to the desk.
Hey.
Oh, sorry.
Ah, man, you guys are absolutely amazing. What a great time. You can tell everyone's in high spirit. They're still focused. We're all having a good time from here. Let's talk about our next off-spawn fight. We watched it kind of unfold yesterday. Coming into today, we got Baka going up against Mr. Savage over at Chrome Jam Junction. What were expectations going into today, and did they change coming into, or yesterday rather, and then change coming into today?
Look, it was interesting. It was actually a very fair, matchup, right? They ended 3-3, so Mr. Savage, iDrop, ended up winning 3 off-spawn engagements, and Baka on one also ended up winning 3 off-spawn engagements. But if we look at the leaderboard, Mr. Savage and iDrop are a bit higher.
Yeah, 14 places or 14 points ahead of the latter duo. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can continue that today. Who's going to be winning the off-spawn fight? Mr. Savage and iDrop, when they do make it off-spawn, they do seem to be a little bit more confident on their surge rotations, their surge paths. Of course, Mr. Savage clutching up so well yesterday. But I think that when they're 50-50ing that main building, we see Baka and On1 on top in that engagement, because when that bus is moving from the north to the south, it is a lot easier for them to have that drop for the main building that's there. And I think what we're seeing is a little bit less of that 50-50. We only saw it happen in one of the games. Maybe today, as things get a little bit more desperate, we'll see that happen more.
That's right. Guess what? We got an interview to throw your way. Kelly, she's standing by. We have both of these players. We get to hear from them about how they're preparing coming into the competition.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Joining me here, I got Mr. Savage and Baka. And Mr. Savage, yesterday you had an incredible solo run. Walk me through what was going on in those moments.
Well, iDrop died, so I was just trying to make the best out of the situation, and I managed to find like 2-3 eliminations, so it worked out pretty well.
Obviously, it did work out for you well. And Baka, there was one game yesterday that was really, you performed really well in it. The other 5, not so much. What was so different about that game?
We pulled a good zone. We got a lot of tags on people, got a lot of surge, and we went 10 game with good loot, and we played the game out.
I love it. Thank you guys so much for joining me in this interview. Good luck in your 6 games, and we're going to head on back to the desk.
They're ready, man. They are ready to start the competition, and we'll get there in just a moment. What I want to do is take a quick second here to kind of talk about what we're hoping to see coming into today's games. I think for me, I'm really looking forward to Zago and Meram, right, champions out of the Asia region. We saw them just come out swinging yesterday, and then after that kind of halfway point, they kind of fell off. Now, they're not that far away from first place. We could see a huge shakeup coming into the next 6 games today, so I really have high hopes for them. Tokata, who are you maybe looking forward to seeing? Maybe even a storyline? What are you excited about?
I also want to look and, talk a little about Acorn and Edgy. We talked about our top 3 duos, but in the 4th place, NA East duo Acorn and Edgy, they've been playing very well. They landed Tilted Towers on the Blimp, and Acorn actually had the most damage dealt in the first 2 zones out of any player competing in day 1. Almost 3,500 damage, so they have been prepping well.
Yeah, they really haven't. So I tell you how they're getting that? You know that Blimp outside of Tilted Towers, just to the west side of it? They're sitting on top of there. They are getting so many surge tags in there. We got to talk to Acorn yesterday, and we were saying, what's it like? He said it's brilliant. Everyone's rotating towards me. The zones are pulling north. I'm getting 1,000 tags on players rotating in. They're loving life at the moment. My only concern for this duo, how will they fare with the south zones if we do get any today, right? We saw a lot of north zones yesterday. So many of the players rotating into that Tilted Towers area. It was a surge farm for them.
That's right. We'll find out as it all unfolds before us. But first, Vivid, I think you're standing by in the crowd.
Thank you, Zeke. Raleigh and the world. How are we feeling for day number 2? I am feeling exactly the same. I want to kick it off right here and go ahead and give my prediction. I think Queasy and Vito, they're obviously going to find themselves on the high ground, but I think Acorn and Edgy are going to find a couple more end games today, kick it off strong, and hopefully break into that top number 3. Now, I'm feeling excited, and so is everybody else, which is why I would love to kick it right over to MDF and Jacob.
Wait a second, we're doing early predictions? Hold up. I want to give a blanket statement. NA East absolutely needs to represent here, at least for me. I want to see a top 5 finish from our competitors. I'm feeling Smite and Larson right now. Ooh. The young bulls stepping up, and not only that, backing it up on the mic as well, so I'm feeling them.
Yeah, I'm taking that blanket. I'm going to go ahead and wear it as well. NA East is going to rise up, but I got a little bit of a different team. I got Acorn and Edgy. I think Edgy is not going to only win his 2nd FNCS in another region. It's going to be on an international stage.
I'm feeling that, but you know who else wants an opinion? It's Taco. Let's check it out.
Appreciate you guys over on the cast, but more importantly, it's been awesome seeing the energy and how the players are all so amped up, getting ready to set up for day number 2 here at the FNCS Invitational. But have to keep an eye out for Vico Marine, because Vico, he's actually leading in individual eliminations, 21 on for his team collectively, and I think that it's incredible that 21 out of 24 belong to him. I'm just really excited to see if they can keep it going, keep that aggression up. He's just looking to frag out along with everybody else here, but that's not the only duo that we have to talk about today, so let you guys go back on the desk.
Thank you so much. You got to hear a little bit from everybody. Now, as we get just moments away from kicking off the competition today, day number 2, 6 matches, 1 FNCS Duo Invitational Duo. I mean, I'm excited, to say the least. What are you guys hoping to see today that may be a little different than yesterday?
Look, so we talked about the north zones, right? A duo that was landing all the way south in Synapse Station, Joe and Ziandi. They had to travel over 8,000 meters every single match just to get the 3rd zone. Look, they did have rifts. It might have helped out a little bit, but I'm curious to see how all these duos adapt with a whole new day of zones.
They won a game, though. They won a game. Of course, you can't complain about North Zones if you're winning games from them. Of course, Joe and Ziandi not quite faring that well in the rest of the games, but they're still up there on the leaderboard. Miro and Booga, one of our favorite teams going into this, they're not quite faring as well. They're not quite enjoying the North Zone, so hopefully for them, at least, we'll see some South Zones today.
We have all things to break down for you across these 6 matches of the FNCS Invitational, but to kick things off, let's go on over to Adam and Kelly.
Thank you very much. Raleigh, how we doing? All right. We are moments away, Kelly. We've set the scene. We are almost there with our last 6 games of this competition.
That is right, everyone. I hope you are ready for the games to begin and our players to come out, everyone. So let's join together. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
live from Raleigh, North Carolina. How are we doing, world? Excellent stuff.
It has been absolutely amazing. I'm Kelly Link. This is Adam Savage. And guys, this is the final day of the FNCS Invitational. 50 of the best duos from around the world representing 7 regions, duking it out for the lion's share of $1 million. First place, walking away with $200,000. But not just that, they're fighting for the pride and the bragging rights, and of course, that trophy right there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Now, of course, Kelly, we have set the scene here. Obviously, we have the amazing audience. We've got you guys watching at home. Everyone is ready to rock. We're missing one key element. Of course, the players, the stars of this show. We thought we'd try something before bringing them out here. So if you'd like to, by all means, you don't have to. If you want to, though, do stand up, guys, okay? You can stand if you like to. We're going to ask all of you guys to follow me in a clap. All right, we're going to start slow. I'm going to get faster and faster and faster, and then we're going to go absolutely bonkers. Okay, here we go. With me. You ready? Here we go. It's time to meet the players.
Epic Whale and Reet, everyone. It's time for a comeback. If he wants that 7X next to his name. Currently in 22nd place with 80 points, they have a big day ahead.
Give it up for Fabs and Snacky with a contested off-spawn situation in day 1. This team is looking for a more consistent day 2 and a huge comeback.
Welcome to PH Zin and Kitos. 3rd place was their best finish after day 1, and with all the eyes on the prize, are they ready for day number 2?
Put your hands together for Janice and Fadil. Zones were not in the Greasy Roads team's favor on day 1. Today, they'll need a comeback for the ages.
Queasy and Vino, folks, a phenomenal start to the tournament yesterday, leading the teams going into day number 2. These guys need to stay focused in order to secure the prize.
This is Rapid and Andolex with a popping performance in Game 3 yesterday. This recipe for success is there. They just got to repeat it today to take it all.
Put your hands together for Basil and Jace. Improvement is the key for these guys. They have to show up today if they want to take that trophy home here in the FNC.
Stand up and get loud for Pink and Anas with an average elimination rate of 3.5 per game on day 1. They're all set for keeping the points coming in hot today.
If you say Poland, I'd say Cammy and Seti. These 2 legends had 2 victory royales yesterday and are the front runners for the trophy. Can they make it happen?
Let's hear it for Aqua and Reason with challenges right off the drop. This team might take a different approach today to get to the top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely incredible. Once again, just our first 10 duos coming back onto the stage after 6 games yesterday. I feel like we can't not talk about them, right, Brazil? PH Zin, Kitos. That back corner over there was going absolutely ham for them, and I want to know how you guys expect them to do.
They're still there. They haven't lost their voice yet. I don't know how. I don't know how.
It's been amazing, right? PH Zin, Kitos, 25 FNCS finals appearances. PH Zin, 4 championships alone, 1 for Kitos, total of 5 FNCS championship titles for the duo. I mean, they're incredible.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing so good. They're getting to the front side of zone. I'm excited to see them today.
That's right. Let's go ahead and meet the next 10 players. Let's run it.
Clix and Duke with a clash of the Titans currently happening in Fort Jonesy. Will Clix and Duke come out on top today?
This is Cold and Scented, holding the NA East banner high with the Victory Royale in an 8th place after day number 1. This team is going to try to make it happen for real today.
Make some noise for Runa and Peppo with 2 top 15 finishes on day 1. These guys are looking to climb to the ranks in day 2 and take home the crown.
Let's put our hands together for Noah Riley and Bad Sniper with an 8 elimination game yesterday and an average of an elimination rounds of 2.7 per game. They're hot.
Give it up for Threats and Alice. This Asia and NA East combo needs to focus on the end game today to boost their leaderboard placement to take the first place spot.
The W Keyers have arrived. Malabuka and Merstash with a total of 13 eliminations. This duo, it might be looking to change things up today and go for the comeback.
Put your hands together for Trulex and Chicho with some great performances on day 1. These guys have already proven that they belong in this lobby and they belong at the top.
Welcome to Bailey and Alex battling it out at the Coney Crossroads off spawn. These guys can still make it today, but it will take a hero's effort.
Pablo, Wingu, and Swag with a bumpy start to day 1. These guys are in full focus mode for the comeback. Watch out, because it might get dangerous.
Welcome, everyone. I am joined here by Scented and Cold, your 8th place team out of day number 1. And Scented, we got to talk about that Victory Royale run that you had yesterday. What was the recipe for success?
You know, we just played our game. We got some good loot. We're getting half of our loot taken, so we were able to find some refreshes and put ourselves in a good spot throughout the game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, you know, you guys are in a good spot right now. 8th place is a great place to be in. But what's the strategy for today? You're changing things up or still sticking with what you did?
Just sticking to the same thing, just playing our game out, hopefully just hoping for the best.
I love it. Thank you guys so much. And one last thing, is there anything that you want to say to the audience right now?
Enjoy, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Guys, make some noise for Scented and Cold right now. Let's head on over to the next part.
Please welcome Clown and Refscard with a total of 78 points and currently 25th on the leaderboard. These guys will need to climb the ranks today and pop off.
Let me give you Mixin and Arthur coming out hot yesterday. These guys are looking to keep it going for the best possible placement today on the day.
A big welcome to Pars and Rays representing the NA West region. They will need to focus up if they want to climb that leaderboard. Yesterday was, of course, a battle at the drop.
Put a warm welcome together for Belusi and Hijo with a central drop on the map. These guys should have a smooth time reaching all the zones and that first place.
Vico and Marine, everyone, with the highest single-player elimination count in game number 6. This team has to be ready to keep the ball rolling and try to grab that first-place spot.
On1 and Baka, everyone, with an off-spawn contest from the very first second of each game. They're looking to take over day 2 and take over the top spot.
Let's hear it for Walks and Robob. They had a strong showing to close out day number 1 here at the FNCS Invitational. Let's see what they can do today.
This is Groles and Rifty. These guys got fired up on day 1 and will look to continue that streak today and take home the prize for EU.
get a big welcome for Larson and Smite, battling it out at the top of the leaderboard amongst the best of the best. This duo had a lot to say before closing out the evening.
Put your hands together for Falconer and Hellfire. This NA West and EU combo cracked the code towards the end of day one, and let's hope they can keep it going today.
$20 duos left to introduce, but we have a little moment here. Let's talk about Smite and Larson. Sitting in 7th place, we got to see them just 2 back. How are you feeling about this duo coming into the competition today? Because I have really high hopes.
Look, I'm on your boat, Zeke. They're looking strong. They're looking powerful. Winning 4-2 off spawn against Muzz and Looter. Currently in the 7th place spot. I mean, they're doing great.
Yeah, they're doing great. Another duo that's doing great as well is, of course, Vico and Marine. We thought they were going to land Tilted Towers yesterday, but they switched it up. They went to the reality tree, and it's working out for them. Of course, Vico with the highest solo eliminations of the day. A 10 elimination game in the final game, so they close things off strongly. Can they pick it up?
We'll find out, but first, let's meet the next 10 duos from the FNCS Invitational.
Put your hands together for Peter Pot and Jumper. These guys are looking to make that great comeback today. We all know they have the potential to do it, but they will have to step it up.
Make some noise for Pam Stu and Fatch. Currently finding themselves in the top 10. These guys are running for the trophy. Now is the time for them to shine.
KBR in seat, folks, giving it their all yesterday. They find themselves as the 6th best team in the tournament so far. They are here to make the Brazilian region proud.
Let's give a warm welcome to Bevy and Vortexers, coming out with an average elimination of 2.6. These guys are amongst the top fraggers in this lobby. Let's see more of this today.
And a big welcome for Retake and Novice, finding themselves at the bottom half of the leaderboard here. They have to now make this day the comeback. A single game can change it all.
Give it up for Scram and Chimp, showing they belong in this lobby with a top 3 finish in day one. Will they keep that momentum going?
Put your hands together for Zaku and Marine with a great day one and several fantastic late games. Will they, can they repeat their opening success from day one?
A fantastic welcome to Jew and U Street. Today is the chance for a comeback for this team, and they are looking for that opportunity now more than ever.
This is Z Andy and Joe FN, everybody. All eyes are on the prize for this team here as they are currently coming into the competition at 5th. What a showing it was for day one.
Give it up for Cruel and Yumi, finding themselves close to the top 10. Everything is possible for this team. Today is their final chance to make it happen.
I am joined right now here in North Carolina by FaZe Replays! Replays, my guy, what an amazing experience this is. You were at World Cup, here we are at FNCS Invitational. How has the vibe been for you?
Oh man, it feels great to finally be back at an in-person event. The vibes, the atmosphere is feeling absolutely amazing. So, shout out to all of you guys coming. Honestly, let's make today a great day.
Yes, I mean, speaking of the community as well, what does an event like do this to the community? You're a huge ambassador of the game here. Yeah. How great is it for these guys?
Honestly, this is like I said, it's being back again after like 4 years. Like, I think this is great for everyone to experience. Like, just seeing all the players here from around the world. One of the best, some of the best players around the world, being able to watch in person is such a great experience. So let's have fun. Let's see how these players do today, and let's see who takes it all.
Let's do it. Enjoy the show. Replays, everyone. Let's meet the next 10 duos.
This show up and perform even better here on day 2. Can they do it?
Please welcome Focus and Spy. The amazing Middle Eastern duo is looking to make strides up through the leaderboard today. Are they ready to do it?
It's Thomas HD and Tripper, folks, with the best average placement of day 1 and a second place finish here. They are locked in and ready to grab that first place today.
A huge welcome to Macwood and Kanata with an average of over 13 points per game on day 1. They showed they are consistent, but now it's time to pop off.
And let's hear it for Acorn and Edgy. Consistency is the key word here. With 3 top 6 performances yesterday, they secured themselves a solid 4th place coming into day 2.
Make sure to get loud for Hand and Vortex. This incredible duo showed they belong in this lobby with an amazing 2nd place finish with 7 eliminations yesterday.
And a big welcome to Commandment and Avery with an amazing Victory Royale on day 1. Commandment and Avery are focused and ready to get even more here for day 2.
A duo that needs absolutely no introduction with the clash of the European Titans in Cloudy Condo. Tayson and Chapix are looking to take over.
Let's give it up for Moz and Looter with the contested drop spot at the Grim Gables. I am sure we are in for a treat today. It's going to be a hero's effort to take it off.
And finally, let's hear it for Booga and Miro. The fan favorites are ready and looking to make a comeback of a lifetime.
My goodness, it'll never get old. I'm telling you, watching these duos make an entrance like that is always going to be incredible. We want to highlight a duo for you here, and it's a lot of, probably a duo that we're all hoping, and we kind of touched on, hope does well, Acorn and Edgy. Edgy having a series of 2nd place finishes in the FNCS, still hasn't seen that first place. And man, he wants it, and he wants it here.
Look, he wants it. He's not the only one that wants it. Thomas and Edgy both competing for that trophy, their first trophy. But talking a bit more on Acorn, I couldn't emphasize enough how important their day 1 is and was for them. I mean, Acorn having the most damage dealt in the 1st and 2nd zone out of any player shows that they prepared beforehand for this tournament. But the question is, in day 2, will they be contested? Will the change in zones cause them to not do as much damage? There's so many factors that come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And their worst game was a 42nd, and it was when Haijo and Belusi rotated in from that west side. It kind of made things a little bit difficult for them because they had so many teams in the area already. Of course, we have Noah Rayleigh there as well. It's very, very difficult for them to all be there at once, and unfortunately they did fall victim to that. But their other games have been really, really consistent. They've been very, very solid, playing the end game layers really well, and I'm excited to see them perform today.
That's right, Kelly, standing by right now with Acorn and Edgy as they prepare for the competition.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I am joined by Acorn and Edgy, and guys, make some noise for this team right here. You guys are currently in 4th place. What is that like to be in the top 5?
It feels pretty nice, especially one of the only NA teams up here, but it's not over till it's over, and it's just going to come down to the last game.
Well, with how you guys have been playing, 1 2nd place, 1 3rd place, what's standing in your way from grabbing that VR?
Honestly, we just need to keep getting kills and refreshes and stuff, and if we just get mats and play with mats, we'll do good. It's really just we run out of mats, that's why.
I mean, good luck to you guys. You have 6 more games to go, but everyone, it's time to head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. As incredible as always, but it is almost that time to kick off the competition. So why don't we go hang out with Monster, D-Face, and Jacob PR.
getting into the action. Let's go ahead and start gearing up, of course, for that first game there, Jacob.
Yeah, first game of the day, but it's the 7th game overall in the competition. The FNCS Invitational has not disappointed one bit.
That's right. A 2-day competition leaves a lot of stress, of course, on the shoulders. You get that first day out the way, and then you have to think about everything and how it played out.
Yeah, and luckily for them, this is a 2-day competition. For some of these teams that might be on the low end of the leaderboard, don't count yourselves out yet. It's all about that mindset, but the mindset has to be ready because game number 7 starts right now.
Here it is. The players are on that battle bus, and we get to see it all play out. This is it, folks. It's day 2 of the FNCS Invitational, and we are just moments away from jumping off that bus. Let's get it.
Yeah, this time around, we got a little bit of a different bus pass than the most of them we saw yesterday. All the way south, moving north. That means Cloudy Condos is going to have action. Greasy Grove is going to have Janice and Vidil, and a lot of time this time around because that's one of the things that I felt like frustrated them a little bit. 5 north zones on the day yesterday. It left them very little time to get things going.
But hey, that didn't stop ZN and Joe from doing well. That did not stop other teams that landed in those southern areas from performing well. It is all a matter of how you strategize.
Yep, and already you see Cami and Seti, the only team with 2 VRs on the day. They got their own drop spot and they held it for seasons, and already you can see where they're getting a lot of their surge. That early bus path already proven to be successful.
That's right. A great job there. Early tags, playing smart, and luckily for us, we get to really pick up where we left off. This fight here for Larssen and Smite didn't always go their way. Although they did manage to end inside that top 10 window, it was still very much a competition for them. And I mean, this is the most room we've actually seen them have.
Yeah, yesterday you seen like a 4-2 in Smite and Larssen's favor. Over here towards Vico and Moran. Vico has been going off as a solo all day long yesterday, and you can already tell it looks like they're on the hunt, trying to catch somebody off guard, and that's a lone player that they're surrounding.
The first thing Vico told me was, "Did you see me pop off last night?" I was like,
I think we all did.
You were going crazy. And we get to see how they're feeling, and you can tell the confidence is there. Look at the surging confidence to walk in with no builds and really try to make this a play here. But that build from Gralls is going to go ahead and discover that there's an opponent down here, and up he goes. Yeah. Oh! It finds the player on the other side. What a read. And they just cut him off. That was beautiful.
That was a perfect read. He checked him out of a book of the library. It didn't even return him back. That is huge, and you can see Vico and Moran, the only team currently in the top 10, playing in their first finals together. That is natural chemistry. That goes to show these are 2 fantastic individual players. You combine those powers, you get one dangerous duo, just like Cold and Scented. They had one of the victory royales yesterday, a couple of top placements, and that put themselves in contention to take the title.
And lucky for Cold and Scented, they've managed to go ahead and find themselves a little bit of room to play the drop there, and that's why we're noticing them in the endgame. And just think about the dynamic that's playing out right here for Larssen and Smite. They have a huge decision to make. Do we go ahead and risk it all and take the fight for Muzz and Looter, or do we allow them to have a piece of this drop spot so that we play smart, play safe, and earn points?
Yeah, I think both of these teams realizing how dangerous it can be, and Smite and Larssen, they're in the top, and you got to imagine those 2 games that they got taken out off spawn, how much that could have changed things, and 96 players alive. This is the same passive style gameplay that we saw in game number 1. That only leads me to think one thing. Storm Surge is going to get chaotic.
It's going to be a tough one, but hopefully not for Mr. Savage and iDrop as they kick things off very nicely here. It seems like the engagement against On1 and Baka, this is what we've been touching on this entire time, right? The fact that there are different ways to play the Chrome Jam Junction. Usually whoever gets the high ground is the most benefit. Hold up. Savage stepping up to the wall. Let's see how quickly he can turn this around.
Yeah, right now it just seems like the aggressor is off this spot. Oh my god! Mr. Savage just get absolutely done up by On1 and Baka. Continuing that momentum from yesterday, putting iDrop on the back foot. He's just trying to stay alive right now and stabilize the situation.
And if you didn't respect NA West before, you have to now. On1 and Baka have truly shown how their preparation has come into play here, putting down arguably one of the stronger European duos to show up here this weekend.
Yeah, they smell the fear right now, and they're hot on the chase. This is 2 more points. This is a great start. More Storm Surge, everything for On1 and Baka to keep it going and try to get that top spot, because they know know with a second place finish in NA West last season, anything is possible. But iDrop, he doesn't want to be a part of it, but they're just not wanting to let him get away.
I like that they're chasing this one down here, though. I think it's very much worth it. Get those points. Make up for the games that you were bested out on. And this time around, Baka with the display. Everyone close your eyes. You saw nothing. We move on.
Oh, but look at that in the feed, though. King gets credit for the knock on the Baka. I don't know where they're at, but you got to know, an aggressive team coming from Brazil, if they see that green light, they're going to go.
They have to weigh their options at that point. Like, what just happened? How did we get that? Luckily for us, we get to jump on over to Janus and Vadil here at the Reality Falls. This has been a very interesting position for them to play out of because Vico and Miranda have found so much success, and Vadil and Janus are such a great team. It's unfortunate they're being contested.
Yeah, this is what more we were looking towards seeing today. It may have started off a little slow, but Smite and Larssen know how dangerous they can be, especially if they have the high ground against Muzz and Looter. But the longer this one takes, it looks like it was a little bit of a north zone. A lot of teams are going to begin to rotate in, so you know as well as I do, the longer you take, the more chance of a third party, and that's going to be Larssen and Smite's job right there to try to disengage. But they don't disengage far. They just continuously hold that high ground.
Smart of them. They're showing us that they actually want to take this fight. Smite and Larssen, some of the most confident players we have actually seen.
Yeah, he's not backing down.
Looter's like, what's up? You guys want to do this? I play better. Box to box. Come see me.
That could have been a key. That could have been a huge key for success for Smite and Larssen, because winning those off-spawn exchanges gets you the Storm, so you don't have to worry about it later in the game. But the duo from OCE wants to challenge the NA East. Muzz taking some layers away. Larssen just trying to stagger himself. Right there, those angles are going to be so important for both of these teams.
And players know better than to go too high as well. You want to make sure you're respecting the distance, but not too much. In fact, you get chopped down, but it's a great angle here. Muzz finds a huge tag. He's going to win the exchange there, and luckily, the shots in the distance, probably from King and Ed, do not connect here.
Yeah, it's like an Eiffel Tower getting built. You even see those shots already now coming in from all different directions. Everybody wants that surge. They want to have as much flexibility through the mid-game as possible. And once again, it looks like Larssen and Smite are trying to disengage. They don't want to get stuck in this mess. They felt and dealt with this lobby at the top spot, and they know that you cannot fall behind. You cannot put everything you all have in all one moment. So for them, it's about re-matting up, because you look, they barely have anything.
Well, lucky for us, things are going to simmer down, and Taco's going to give us the quick update.
But more importantly, it's going to be about some of these Southside teams that are, again, going to be finding themselves making a huge journey towards those North polling zones. Jonesy Andy specifically, they're sitting right now in that 4th place position on the leaderboard. So it is absolutely crucial for these guys to gather as much materials, as much loot and resources as possible. And that's exactly what Zandy and Joe are making sure to take their time to do, because they know they've got quite the journey ahead of them, and they're going to make the most of it. But let's get back to the action.
Thank you so much for that breakdown there, Taco. It really does give us the full picture about Joe and Zandy's journey in the game here, right? They're one of the few teams, like we said, they, against all odds, perform very well with the zone not landing them.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of how they're getting that job done, but Smite in the feed, looking like he's already going to take down Muzz, leaving Looter in a 1v2 situation. I'm getting that feeling of deja vu from yesterday where they 1v2'd inside of the cave, but it got really, really dangerous.
It's a great angle for Smite here. He almost catches Looter off guard. He was so ready, but here comes the defensive shots from down low. He's got to be careful. That wall is not his, and now he has to break through. This is how a pro player turns things around. Larssen comes from behind and throws tomatoes on the body just like that.
Showing exactly how he's feeling right now, but there goes that first elimination. This is how Muzz went down. He's building in wood. The lack of resources right now. He got did up like a sit-up, sent back to the lobby. Now it's up to Pars. They were in an exchange. He got the knock on to Bailey. The Siphon finally going to come through, and this is a chance for him to slow it down, stabilize here for a moment while he figures out what is next.
Alex and Bailey have been contested this weekend. Pars and Raze mixing things up. Seems like they haven't caught a break just yet. But way to kick things off. Raze is down, in fact, as well. So this is a one-on-one type situation. question is, can he find his way to a reboot, Van? The longer this goes on, the tougher it's going to be for him to go ahead and turn this bad situation around.
Yeah, but if they're going to go ahead, and right now Alex has the opportunity with the med miss and the flopper, they can try to get a reboot that is in Storm, but you got to do it sooner rather than later. But it doesn't look like Pars wants to let that one come easy. And you can see the zone on the left. That is going to be another northern zone. So the players that we were talking about, Janice and Vidil, Joe and Z, Andy, and a lot of those teams that are on the southern portion of the map have to go ahead and figure out a way to go ahead and travel as fast as possible yet again.
Looks like we're picking up the trend where we left off. This is a full zone pull, but Joe and Zian have already proven to us they know how to play these. One thing we do know for certain is so does Vino and Queasy. When the zone lands on top of them, they have turned all of those games around into excellent end games. We'll see if it ends up happening. Joe and Z Andy moving from outside the zone. They don't necessarily want to take the fastest course of action to the safety. They have to go a little wide here to give themselves some room. In the distance, Cammy and Seti, so they're hot on their trails as well. And then, of course, Macwood and Kanata here to the left. That's the resistance.
Yep, you see Joe and Zandy, 5 games, 5+ eliminations on day one. Most of any duo. The consistency coming out of some of these teams is absolutely insane, but jumping on board, Queasy and Vino, our first place team. They got the zone that you talked about, and you can look how they're setting up right on top of the blimp. They're not necessarily together. That way they can continue to maximize their opportunity to get Surge.
And they're so far apart. Just look at where Vino is compared to where Queasy was on that mountain. They have that north zone on lock. Here's Edgy and Acorn, one of NA East's only hope inside the top 10 right now. Last game yesterday fell slightly short of their expectation, but one thing I did notice about Acorn and Edgy, they were in the player lounge late last night, VOD reviewing stuff to play. Game 7, 8, 9, 10.
You got to find a way to mix those eliminations up with some victory royale.
So this is going to be a slow mover. They're going to have to burn a second launch pad now, which will open up an inventory slot. But look at Joe and Zian here. They will have to do something big in order to bounce back. They have Coleman sent it off to the side here. Great early builds there. That's the safety play. Don't want to risk it. Not worth it.
And you can see right now, since it's pulling so far north, you see Chrome Jam Junction right there. That southern portion of the zone is going to get so stacked, and it's going to get so hard for some of these players to traverse through, as Thomas HD and Trippin still trying to hold on to as much of the high ground as possible. And you can see him peeking through, gathering all that information, and that's so important because you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
This is my problem with them disengaging from Girls and Rifty. Little did they know, that would have been an excellent fight for them to take. They were just coming off of a reboot pickup. And now looking back at it, they could have used that damage. This extra pressure here to perform is going to force them into either peeking, which will open up the risk, or jumping onto a player. And they're going to go for high ground here. They're going to go for position. They find a box. No one's inside of it. And a quick check just in case. Tripper all of a sudden finds himself in a world of trouble here. Just a couple of seconds before this surge turns on.
It's huge right now. You see they're just trying to look everywhere. But that's the thing in these stack lobbies. When you fall behind on surge, it is so tough to find the shots that you need because everybody's just boxed up. Nobody wants to peek. Nobody wants to bite off more than they can chew because then that is how you go down. 329 above, Acorn by himself. He has very little to worry about in terms of surge. For him, it's just about making it to zone game after game.
He's so lucky. The zone actually pulls south. We saw what Acorn was able to do yesterday as a solo. He picked up so many points, and that post-game interview was perfect. We got to hear the credit from Edgy, but Thomas HD, the surge is active. No way, they go in through the Chrome build. They are not playing around, but this is some of NA West's best box fighters on the other side of the wall. Thomas HD, Tripper have to take this battle here. They do not have time to sit around. Looking out, anything for anything. There it is. Baka opens the wall. No tag. That's a miss. That's a problem. Tripper might have found a little bit here. He's now leading. He does have the HP advantage. In he goes. The edit comes from the side. A great job. EU. One goes down. Can they turn it around? Baka needs to clutch up here. No HP. Shot from behind as well. He gets the trade. This is such a tough position.
He has to try to find a stabilize and find a moment to breathe right now because it was game 5 yesterday. He 1v2'd Mr. Savage and iDrop at the top of Chrome Jam. Now he's trying to do the same thing, but I don't know if he was able to get the opportunity to revive on one. So Baka is now by himself, but luckily for him, they did get some early eliminations. They did get some early damage, so they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. But oh my God, how are Thomas and Tripper still alive?
This is crazy. The map awareness, understanding the vault was just nearby and fighting their way towards it for the heals. It wasn't just for the battle, it was the positioning to the vault. What a big play here. It all makes sense as to why they wanted to position themselves here, but still, they will need to find tags now better than ever. They have shield bubbles as well to protect themselves for the next box fight.
Yeah, and for that can easily close the gap on a couple of teams if they want to go box to box, wall to wall, and have that be their plan. You can see them breaking through the builds. They're just trying to find anybody that is nearby because they don't want to peek and accidentally get shot at by the lobby. So for them, it's about finding whoever is close, and they hear the players nearby, so they're just trying their best to figure out what they are going to do.
Just a couple tags now, but also a few seconds away from the half in, half out. The surge will continue to wreck the lobby. It's going to become more and more difficult now as the seconds rage on. This is game 7 of the FNCS Invitational, and the action is really starting to pick up now.
Yeah, Pamstu went down early on. Batch left by himself. A consistent duo on the day, but he is 17 below the damage threshold. Reed in his line of sight. He's trying to hunt, but somebody, that's Seti, who takes that one away. That was Batch's best chance at Storm Surge damage.
It's going to go all the way north here. We know Edgy was a solo. Now we have Thatch as a solo as well. A tough position to be in. Take a look at the points. It is looking very much like a 3-way race, continuing the trend here as EU leads the charge right now. Jumping over. Shield bubbles are down. Tripper and Thomas HD has found their next targets, and it's not an easy choice by any means. We are looking at KBR and Zeet on the other side of the wall.
And even though for Thomas and Tripper and Storm Surge is not activated right now, they knew where they last stood when it came to that damage. Exactly that. They are still below. It is still a worry for them, and they have to travel through all these players who are actually beating them to the punch. This could get dangerous, but for Janus and Vidil, they have the high ground. They have that perfect opportunity if they're low on Surge to just clean up the lobby.
And we wanted to check in with Vino and Queasy. How have they managed to take this zone favor and turn it to their advantage? Heavy material, big HP, well above the surge, launch pads to work with. This is a story written for them right now. And again, you saw how many points they had leading coming into this. This can only end well for them at this point. But let's go ahead and look at Aqua. Reason, a much different story. This is a team that will play for height, and you can see they're already positioned themselves to do it. But Aqua with a drop shot and now punished for the risk? Was it worth it? Reason has to leave him behind. He turns it around. Another team says, whoa, what are you doing? That's a solo now. And the burning of the mats here to try to survive. That's unfortunate for Aqua.
Yep. He was right there trying to chop down, and that was tantalizing him to go for that shot right then and there, and he went for it. That was a huge opportunity. Unfortunately enough, it didn't pay off, but for Acorn and Edgy, they're making it this far. And actually seeing these guys get knocked a few times throughout this game, that was where Edgy finally went down, but for Acorn, he was one of the biggest damage dealers in the lobby throughout 6 games yesterday. Looking to keep that up for Cammy and Seti. They started the day in 3rd. They moved up to 2nd already, so their game plan is continuing to pay off.
And Zeke finds Vico in the feed there too, so things are really starting to get interesting now as we're seeing changes happen. Joe is still in this game as well. Take a look. Acorn as a solo right now, making do with anything, right? Honestly, when we last tuned in, he barely had something, but on high ground, Queasy and Vino have now solidified themselves as the Titans up top.
Yeah, that feeling of deja vu sinks in yet again. 6 moving zone. That's the same time they took it yesterday as Thomas and Trippin. This time around, they're going to have that flexibility because they're 141 above the damage threshold this time, so they don't have to go hunting. They can stay ahead of zone, try to get themselves in a good spot.
And what a beautiful way and usage of the shield bubbles to make their rotate on the dead side while using the shield bubbles. Cammy, though, caught slipping there, and Seti is left now as a solo in this endgame to the hands of Larson. Cammy falls.
Yeah, and this endgame is just getting so rough. Up and down these mountains. These players are going to have to figure out what they're going to do, especially Trippin, who is out of builds. Him and Thomas have to figure out something, but they have been through the ringer this game. If anybody deserves it, it's them.
This is crazy. Trippin and Thomas should not be alive right now, but they are staying up. Thomas,
he does it again!
Truelex with a huge refresh, and he is back in the game. It will come at the expense of Trippin falling, though. But hey, they have earned points, and now we have another top 3 player inside the game here, keeping up with the pace. Scented, Cold, still alive. 3 Elans as well. Looking to take a fight there, but no. They want to make this rotate. They need to get to the zone. What a great layer change here from Scented, and it's all about smart play from him.
Yeah, he had 2 med miss, floppers on the backside of zone. Thomas doing everything he can to stay alive, just like Larson here, who's by himself. 5 eliminations as a team, most of them coming off the back of Larson and that early game start. But first place, Queasy and Vino holding on high to the high ground in the sky.
And Brazil is still alive in this game as well. So we have EU, NA, and Brazil all in the same game. You can see the heals coming out from Ketos and PH in there. They still have so much to work with. 2 of our top 5 teams already out. So for Vino and Queasy, they are starting to take away. Trippin holding on with dear life here at 200 points, making sure the gap does not go too far. 6 elims now for a Brazilian duo. Larson has a solo right now, trying to steal away whatever he can get.
Only 2 builds of names, trying to play his cards carefully, but somehow Scented again, he goes down, but it's Thomas HD with a run of a lifetime right now, going down right before our very eyes. Top 10 finish. Now he's in the top 7 as well, trying to keep it going. KBR, Larson, all these solos coming around. This is going to get good.
Oh, right through the chrome, and Vortex puts him down. KBR, it's your turn. Nope, down he goes. And now we're looking at a 2-on-2 +1 in the mix there in the low ground. Queasy and Vino are starting to run out of, Matt's down low, but that's all. They have tons of heals to work with. Meanwhile, Bevies is just clawing his way through the builds here. It is not looking too good. Queasy's gonna get burned there for over peeking down low, but this should be their game.
That feeling of deja vu comes in yet again, picking up where they left off from yesterday. But this time, Janice and Vidil, the team from Greasy Grove, making it this far, and it's come down to a 2v2 situation between 2 of the top teams in EU. With Janice and Vidil feeling the pressure of the high ground, running out of builds. This is basically Queasy and Vino's game.
Both sides are starting to run out now. Queasy's down to 1 build as well. This is looking very dire. They're gonna have to cap off. Janice and Vidil know better. They need to continue the pressure. Vino goes down. He takes a shot. Vidil blocks it. Beautifully done. Janice stuck up from behind. Queasy with a great follow-up. And oh my gosh, it was so close. But Queasy touches out in the end. EU, Vino, Queasy from first to another first, literally.
From high ground in 6 moving zone, the calculated play pays off. They hold on through and through. this is one team you don't want to give a single advantage to because you will regret it at the end of the day.
Vino and Queasy are showing us why they are a cut above the rest, and they're looking good while they do it. The ability to capitalize on pulling that north zone is just making it look so easy for them. Let's get caught up here.
I'm joined now by your Game 7 winners. It's Queasy and Vino! What an incredible way. We talked about this only a short time ago about coming in at like a strong start here, Vino, and you have done exactly that with an incredible endgame finish.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. Hopefully we can still close it out. We're feeling good. Maybe we should get a bit more kill. 4-kill win, but we're feeling good.
We saw some of the teams around you managing to score a lot of points as well. Were you conscious of that going through, or were you focused simply on the task at hand, which was seeing that out and getting the victory royale?
We're just focused on playing our own game and winning the game. That's it. Like, brand new day, brand new everything.
Well, it was a great start to proceedings and a great start to this competition on day number 2. Let's get back to Zeke and the desk.
Shout outs to you, Adam. Thank you so much. And massive shout outs to Queasy and Vino. We interviewed them at the end of yesterday, and they said, we want to take a moment. We need to go back. We need to review a couple things and come back stronger tomorrow. What a better way than just go ahead and win the game. I mean, to come out and in zone 2, be zone favored, to be sitting in zone on height, basically max materials, basically max heals. They're not going to lose.
They're unstoppable, Zeke. We saw it yesterday, and I don't know what's going on. Another North Zone for this duo with the potential they have, how confident they are, how well they play. We saw it going into the late game. I think it was Queasy almost had 12 splashes, almost max materials, and they knew exactly how to capitalize on an advantage like that, and they did it perfectly.
You know how they knew how to capitalize? Game number 5, the zone was almost in the exact same place yesterday.
Yep.
Today, it's in the exact same place again. It's just deja vu. It's Groundhog Day for these teams that are playing it, and of course, Queasy and Veno, it's the same outcome. What I noticed about them doing really, really well there was in second moving zone, they actually switched to metal. Now, that's the time when most teams are going to be using wood. They're going to be running out of steam because they used all their hard mats earlier on. Queasy and Veno are different. They know how to play high ground. The most turnover of height happens in second zone, and they were reinforced in metal. A little something to pick up on in that gameplay.
I'm telling you, it's just one of those things, right? They kind of take that step back and they say, wait, remember, this is an invitational. We got to be on point. We can't make those small mistakes. And of course, they come out strong. Thomas HD and Trippin as well. We watched the top 3. They have not budged.
Look, I got scared for a moment watching Thomas HD and Trippin. They went up against Baka and On1. You can actually see it happening here, and that was a close one. One of them, I believe it was Thomas. No, it was Trippin who got knocked down here, leaving Thomas alone, but he did a huge amount of damage before getting knocked and was actually able to escape and get picked up again, which allowed them to get those points that they needed.
Yeah, it was absolutely valiant from Trippin there as well. If he'd have just gone down without taking out one of the opponents there, he wouldn't have been able to get res, right? That was a crucial amount of damage that he did right there, and it allowed Thomas HD to have that freedom to get the revive. I didn't think they were going to make it through this endgame. Their Surge were looking pretty bad, particularly for their zone position here. Of course, they're landing at the Rave Cave. They have all of the map mobility in the world to get there. It did require a nice little solo clutch from Thomas HD, who is synonymous with solo clutches.
Consistency, consistency, consistency is what this duo is showing. Yesterday, they got more than 20 points in every single match. Also, top 15 in every single match, and today they're looking to do the same.
That's right. Well, guess what? These are just some of our insights. Vivid is actually standing by on the stage. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, of course. Listen, I am feeling for the players right now. We saw them hit the socials. They were complaining about all these North Zones yesterday. What are we going to start with here again today? Another Northern Zone. Now, I wanted to kind of explain why some of these pro players are having such a hard time with this. Well, first of all, it's going to be all about Tilted Towers and the blimp that we can find there. Look what this position is doing around it. There is not a single arrow under this blimp, and what it does is it's going to force this funnel on the right side and the left side of it. So as they're making this rotation all the way up to the northern side of this map, they're all just rotating together, right? It's looking like the Mr. Beast X Fortnite line over there for these burgers. Absolutely incredible. And then when this zone actually ends up closing in, they're all just on the southern side of this, and it's so congested that it makes it so hard for any of these teams to consistently handle this if you are coming from the southern side of the map. But of course, Queasy and Vino landing up there. They do take that victory royale. Congratulations to them. That being said, let's kick it back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Vivid. Fantastic breakdown there. I did want to take a moment to highlight some of the other duos we did see kind of performing well. Zeet, KBR, they finally find themselves in that top 15 and hold and fall in 5th place. Now remember, we don't need the Victory Royale to climb the standings. We just need to be consistent.
Look, I love to see this duo performing well. The audience loves it. I hear the cheers when they're getting Elim after Elim, and now being bumped up to 4th place, seeing that this is the 4th finals they are playing together. This duo coming from being the champions of Chapter 3 Season 2, Zeet being an all-star champion as well, to now on the main international stage performing. You love to see it.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, right? Can these teams pick up where they left off after day one? And Zeet and KBR were one of those teams that ended the day better than they started. Their final 3 games yesterday, they had one of the most points out of all of the teams, and they're picking it up once more.
That's right, another duo, PH Zin, Kitos, also alive there in the top 15. So real Brazil, they're showing up huge today. I feel like another duo that we actually got to see first time. They're kind of still under the radar. Vidil and Janus, they've been relatively quiet, but they did make top 5 in this last game. So what are we kind of hoping to see out of this duo?
Look, they adapted. I saw Janus on social media yesterday. He was like, I don't know what to do. I'm landing in an uncontested spot. The zones are pulling north. I don't have time to get enough surge. I don't have time to get enough damage. I need to change something. And clearly, Janus and Vidil changed something, because they got 2nd place now going into today. It's a huge match for them.
Yeah, they were doing great. I saw Vidil just doing a little bit of Vault Reviewing as well, and he's really making changes.
Man, a lot of these players, they know today is the day to bring it all. But as we prepare for Game 8, let's go hang out with Monster D-Face and Jacob to get things started.
Thank you so much there, Zeke. Yeah, we really get to pick things up. It's looking like we're closing into a runaway train, potentially.
Yeah, potentially it is so, but there's still 5 games left on the day. For some of these teams, right now, game number 8 is their chance to close the gap on that leaderboard and fight for the chance to call yourself the FNCS Invitational Champion.
Well, at this point, if I'm a team, I don't care where I'm landing, I'm gonna maybe think to myself, hey, let's slide on north. Let's play the upper side of this early rotate. How do we get to those general areas sooner rather than later? Well, now we get to find out, folks. Here we are. Game number 8 is kicking off.
Yep, got a little bit of a different bus path yet again. I'm liking the little bit of variety that we are coming out with. And for some of these teams, we're going to see a little bit of Fort Jonesy, Clix and Duke, Peak and Anas. Almost all day yesterday, they completely split the POI, went their 2 separate ways, and that's how they were able to get the spot they did on the leaderboard.
That's right, and also Jamper and Peterbot on that coast having a tough time.
Yeah.
Contested pretty much for very little loot, not much to work with, and that is the difference maker sometimes when you have your route being imposed on. It's not all about taking head-to-head engagements, it's also about what you lose out on.
Yeah, because you also got to remember, there is 7 different regions being represented right now. Some of these guys are the top dog in their region, and they're not contested on the usual. So this is a new feeling and a new thing for some of them to have to work through, as Cammy and Seti yet again trying to get that early surge down as Larson and Smite taking control of the entire house over at Grim's Gables. A split spot coming out from Muzz and Looter. But you got to watch out if you're being this split against a team that is this active in Larson and Smite.
I did not expect Miro to fall so early, but it looks like Kanata might have found himself a free knock in the air. As now we get to look over at Chapix and Tayson. The rotate out for Aqua, losing his teammate right now. Reason is down, and Aqua, I can just feel the desperation. The look on his face tells it all, man, as they are communicating with one another. What went wrong?
You see Seti and Cammy join Aqua and Nyrox as the only players with multiple VRs in an international event. That is absolutely impressive, as these two teams closing the gap between each other. They want that off-spawn exchange, and for Muzz and Looter, they want revenge. They want redemption for what they've been going through the past 7 games.
That last game was a great one for Smite and Larson, officially jumping their way back up into the top 5. So if Muzz and Looter play spoiler here, it'll be a huge landslide moment for Smite and Larson. They can't afford that. Lovely for them to disengage and play this one out. Tripper and Thomas HD so far, for me, the play of the day has to go to them. They have managed to turn that last game around with nothing. Arguably, probably one of the worst positions we'll see them in over the course of the day.
And they had one of the most performances yesterday, almost 20 points in all 6 games. No other team had even 10 points in every game. So you got to imagine how that really puts them on the confidence scale coming into day number 2 as Joe and Z Andy. We're going to have a little bit of a North pool yet again. It's going to be on the eastern side this time around, so for some of these teams, it's going to be a little bit of an easier game, but some of them, it's going to be equally as hard as the last.
I'm happy we have to jump in with KBR here because Z is down. We saw that exchange happen in the feed there. Remember, they are not completely clear here at the Lustrous Lagoon in this general area. They do have tons of players that land in this general area. Runa and Peppo being a few. Chimp up at the north side alongside Scram being another set of duos, right? So that is very much a contested area, and now he has to play for the save.
Yep, on board, Queasy and Vino. One of 2 teams in this event that has 2 victory royales so far in this tournament, and you're seeing how they're getting the job done. Going from balloon to balloon, the high ground is absolutely important. This is such a synergistic duo that cannot be stopped at the way they're going right now.
I don't want to call it too early, but
hey,
the zone is leaning north. Is it going to end somewhere up there? Yes or no?
No. I want to bet against it. I want to bet against it because some of these teams have been just going through the ringer with those north zones. I'd be okay with an eastern one, giving some of our teams on that just a little bit of a chance to kind of climb up that leaderboard. But a team that doesn't need a chance because they take it by force is Wox and Robob Kebab. They're one of my favorite teams simply because of Robob's name.
Yeah, you say it all the way through every time. I have to. I don't have the heart to risk it. Bailey and Alex in a box fight right now versus Yusri and Ju. This is a long-awaited fight. It's been happening all weekend long. They're one of the few teams that have been contested, but not have really turned their winning fights into anything big in the end game, right?
It's huge. Wave, Ju and Yusri not backing down here. This is a fight that I think kind of settled every single game yesterday. Or at least I'd guess so, between Alex and Bailey, Ju and Yusri. But Alex and Bailey, I was kind of talking to them. Anybody in this tournament, realistically, including them, can pop off at a moment's notice. You just have to find a way to do it while staying consistent at the same time, and they want to go ahead and get this elimination. They want to go ahead and fight this so that way they can get the surge that they need so they don't have to worry about it later on. Because unlike every regular FNCS of the past, our contested teams this side around are actually having very good tournaments.
I think what we're seeing right now is stage pressure kicking in. I had a lot of time to kick up, really catch up and get to know Alex and Bailey in the lead up to all of this. And what they've managed to tell me is they were winning most of their creative head-to-head. So I think when it comes down to raw skill, Alex and Bailey might have the edge over Ju and Yusri, who are newer formed duo in finals style settings. That's kind of what's happening here. Let's go and catch up with Miro, though. What's been going on with him down south?
Yeah, him and Bugha, I've been wanting to see more of. This is a legacy style event for them. And already they're switching it up as Miro finding an early elimination onto Bevies. And that was a thing for them. They had such north poles, they weren't able to get the surge, so they had to go hunting just like so many other players in the lobby, and you're not really able to control your game if you're just forced to go for surge game after game.
That's right, but luckily for him, he does find a little bit of success there. An Elim is huge, especially considering he can go ahead and rotate sooner rather than later. Thomas HD, Tripper, taking their destiny into their own hand this time around, really turning up the action. This is learning from your previous game. They do not want to find themselves in another Storm Surge position where they have to fight for Surge.
You can see that Thomas having more points as a solo than any other player in EU. But to me, that's not too surprising because we talk about his accolades. We talk about how legendary of a player he is. He just needs to seal that deal with an FNCS championship, and he could really cement himself as one of the best players of all time.
And you can see he also led all damage on day number 1, really earning that respect there. If you didn't believe it before, seeing him do it in person is exceptional. As Seti and Cammy, we can speak to the same accolades. What a great duo here. Just really strategizing all the way through, playing so well so far, and continuing the trend. Last game, not so bad, right? They did enough to maintain the pace there in 3rd place.
That's where Tayson and Chapix, you can see a lot of those Cloudy Condos teams not able to get a ton of damage to put themselves up for a good mid game. But right now, they already took down Macwood, looking to go back-to-back and take down Kanata as well. They're hot on the heels. They don't want to let this one escape. The damage continues. The pressure is just insurmountable right now as Kanata is just trying to survive. Luckily for him, a couple of players joining on the fun. The tags come in from a third party. That's going to allow Kanata just a few seconds to try to stabilize against this European powerhouse.
Kanata and Macwood are uncontested at their drop, so they're playing with fire right now as they pull south to the edge of the zone here to see what they can make happen. But Kanata riding his way around the builds right now. You can see Tayson now jumping onto all the loot. Some of it was already scavenged through, so Kanata should have the reboot card there. If the distance shots come in, that could be Bugha and Miro at the hill there. As we know, this is their area. They do play those outskirts. They will not rotate early to center. It's not how they do it.
Kanata's just trying to stay alive right now on the edge of zone as well, so it's not even going to be a storm fight when it comes down to it. So Chapix and Tayson do exactly anything they want, and you can kind of see KBR, Zeet, 4th place. They go down in this one. That's not where you want to be, but the fight continues, and Kanata is doing an absolutely fantastic job fighting back against one of the best teams in the region of EU.
Let's see it. Chapix looking for the wall here. Kanata demanding respect, but gets punished first. 72 was a huge shot from Chapix there. And the edit comes through. He fights back. This is what pro players do so well. And Tayson still, against all odds, will turn that one around, but it was looking so dicey.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kanata and Macwood, that's where that consistency of yesterday kind of comes to a halt, but there's still a couple more games on the day. They can climb back at any moment.
That's right. Let's get a quick update from Taco on how things are going.
Been a lot of action taking place over in the Tilted Towers area as well throughout this game, but absolutely wanted to highlight the way that Acorn and Edgy have just managed to split their teamwork responsibilities. You've got Acorn just spending all of his time securing the loot, securing resources for this duo. Meanwhile, Edgy, he's making sure to take care of their surge management. The entire while, he's just posted up on high ground, looking everywhere he can for as many tags as possible so that their rotations can be as free as they need it.
And those are the strengths of Tilted Towers. Center location, it doesn't matter where the zone goes. They have a strategy that has been so solid every single time. And again, as we gave you guys the updates, top 5 has changed as 4th place is now out of the competition. You see there the slight misplay from KBR. He tries to throw down a Chug Splash, but unfortunately sends one into the bush. And look at that, gets eliminated there by Wox and Robob. And the reaction, that's a tough one there because, again, they were doing very well pacing in Game 8.
Yeah, just hopefully right now, mentally, they realize that they can still do very, very well. They can still jump up a ton of placings in the next couple of games. You just have to buckle down. You can see the TSM duo far below. But now I want to go over to Larssen and Smite. Is this the longest either one of these teams have not only been alive, but been in Grim Gables as well? But at the end of the day, they want to fight. And that fight they will get. And between Larssen and Smite, they have a little bit of that high ground. They're only team contested in the top 5.
At this point, I don't even know if they know it's Looter and Muzz. How do they? You really, like, how do they? It's been happening for so long. Maybe they walked away and came back, said, hey, is this another duo? But no, it's just Larssen. It's just Smite. It's just Muzz. It's just Looter. And now out of material, Larssen trapped up. Box like a fish, almost. Smite turns it around, though. 2v1. They try to swing in, and it's not looking good. They are hurt. No HP, low material count. It's down, goes Smite. Larssen sneaks out the side there, and Muzz catches the first elimination, and the Siphon is enough to get some mats there.
That's huge. That's huge for them, for their comeback attempt. Get as many placements as possible, but there's a couple other teams that are stacked up here as well, and it does look like the surviving member of that duo got out alive for a moment, but he cannot go back into the storm. Otherwise, he will get eliminated by somebody else.
And Thomas HD gets those 2 points. That can be a difference maker. 3 points for Thomas HD and Trippin, who are on the heels of Bino and Queasy, but now 4th place is down. 5th place is down. The top 3 have more of a runway to start ramping up here. King and Ed, though, under shots here. They are making the rotate. It's Avery and Commandment who's up above. Low on material count as well. King has to box up.
Yep, another team towards the north side of the map, on the western side as well, that has a little bit of a pull to go. I don't want to say I called it, but I wanted that little bit of an eastern side. We don't want to go all the way north anymore. We want to give a huge fighting chance as Senton and Cole, they're just a below surge, but barely below as they're continuing to find the tags, trying to get themselves above. Just like that, it appears. They did just enough damage, but for them, that's not a feeling of comfortability at all. They know their job is not done just yet, and that's why they keep surveying the field.
That is right. Great tags here. Senton is going to find down low. This is where you need to really hit your shots. When your team is just on that line of danger, when the storm surge is looming, and when the pressure is on, who can go ahead and put up the numbers that matter most? Noah Riley, bad sniper, very low on HP, not even pausing to go ahead and heal one another instead. Pushing on in. That's the Japanese duo right there. Zagu and Mareem, they are champions of Asia, the most recent FNCS champions of their region. You have to put respect on their name. And these EU boys are learning very quickly as to why you don't walk up to that wall.
Yeah, and they're actually one of the teams that have some of the best performances when rebooting a player. They got a 25th place finish. They got a second, but Noah Riley doesn't care. He gets tagged up. Zagu gets dropped as well. Both these players living on a prayer, but the Asian powerhouse team do it again. Let's get loud for Japan.
Representing for Japan, we love to see it. It's a jammed house here in North Carolina. We love to see these teams stepping up under the lights, under the action. Thomas HD Trippern doing that as well. Look at how they adjusted from game 1 on this day, from game 7 to game 8 now, right? All of a sudden now, they are so far above with the damage.
But historically, when it comes to Thomas HD and Trippern, I will say they're a second half team. They're a second day team. Historically, they just perform better when their back is up against the wall. And hopefully for NA East, hopefully for North America altogether, Acorn and Edgy can have that same fire. You talk about them being in 4th place on the day. It was only because they had a bad game 2. They had a 0-point game 2 yesterday. Other than that, they were among the top 3 in performances at the second half of the day. If they can continue that here early, they will be on the run to the race.
Vino's going to find Hellfire in the feed there. That's going to be a huge refresh for him, but Kito's and PH holding on to dear life right now, just edging on the top 10 here as far as overall points go. Last game they were in 4th, they slipped way on down, and this time it seems like the Storm Surge has ran a number on them. Now let's take a look at the current game leaders. Rotates there, Cammy and Seti being a few of the bulk that are still in this one, finding themselves pretty much dead center here. Now remember, if there's any zone you want to be in the middle, it's zone 3, as it gives you the highest odds to pull that 4th one. Yep. Beyond that, it's anyone's ball game.
And the interesting thing about Cammy and Seti and the way they're playing this weekend is historically, we've talked about it in the desk to kind of start the day yesterday, they're not an aggressive team. Even though they're in a top placing team, they're usually on the low, but right now, another top placing team on the leaderboard, Joe and Zandy trying to get busy. Malibuga goes down. Merstash is by himself, trying to live with just a sliver of HP as Joe wastes no time trying to get into the box, but Zandy goes down to the storm. 1v1 situation. Peace Control goes right back over to Merstash. He peeks through at the wrong time. Huge tag, back to back by Joe to get the double elimination.
And we love to see it. It's usually your friends that turn on you, Joe. See Andy against Malibuka and Merstash. Tough one right there, but they will be the EU team on top in that engagement.
This Queasy and Vino team that's sitting comfortably in 1st place as Booga taking down Clix in the feed. And that's what we want to see. We saw Miro getting a little bit busy earlier. Now we're seeing Booga start to get active. This team is beginning to come online. And for a team as dangerous as they are, they have never placed out of the top 3, Monster. And they want to keep that accolade intact.
It's going to be a tough one, though. They will have to continue to turn up. But Vico is in a fight up against Zagu and Mareem, and he will turn things around. Vico had the biggest game closer yesterday of any other player on the day. This man is an animal.
Dangerous as can be, and you can see Pink and Anas. Very, very similar situation. Top of the mountain, they got some traveling to do. A few teams around them as well, but they're just trying to figure out where the rest of the teams actually went. So right now, they're trying to figure out what that slow side is.
Let's see it. Joe by himself. Z Andy picked apart on the rotate. No heals for Joe. What a tough spot to be in, but hey, at least he has Chrome Splashes for the rotate. It's going to be tough. We're holding our breaths. I'm sure he is as well. You can see he's just biting his lip, looking around like, oh man, I got to time this perfectly.
When do I move? When do I go? That's the question he's asking himself second after second. As Thomas and Trippern, 271 above the damage threshold. Not much to go, but they want to get there as fast as possible. In a zone like this, you want to get yourself that sweet spot, and it looks like they're going straight for the high ground.
Don't overcommit here. Shield Bubble comes down to protect themselves. This will allow the builds to get to max HP, and now they can start to read the room. It's Epic Whale. That's not an easy duo by any means, but no, high ground cannot be claimed. There's still some natural terrain off to the side there. They have to weigh their decisions. Thomas HD, so much better in this game here, looking so much better. Trippern as well.
I like this view of the lobby right now because it really shows us how stacked that right side actually is. We're gonna probably see some teams launchpad early if they do not get the zone, as Hijo Belusi picking up a couple on the Brazilian duo of King and Ed. You see Epic Whale, a player that usually is lighting up the leaderboard, having a couple struggles, but he is too a second half team. A lot of these teams are known with their backs up against the wall to come up big.
Acorn and Edgy might have found some points there. That is huge, but no, it's just going to be taxed. Oh, actually, yes, yep. Edgy will get the Elim credit there. That's going to effectively push them over. Cold and Sensitive, they have done enough to go ahead and continue to trade that 7th and 8th place position. The top 10 is extremely competitive here. Bugha, Miro, 4 eliminations. What a massive swing of points here.
And they're just continuously looking for the shots all around. Finally finding that comfortability here. Finally finding some sort of stride to work with. And you can see the Chili Chug splashes coming out. And that's how they're going to try to rotate across while all the other teams are stuck in that mess on the side. They did just enough damage to weaken one team to try to put them the focus of that lobby.
Vino and Queasy already positioned up at the north side here. Here comes another launch pad. It's down, and the heals are looking excellent for this duo, but the material count halfway. They will have to fight for a refresher. Vino is going to get tagged by Refsgaard there, and he loses his shield as well. And now split from Queasy. Queasy bases out wide here to put up a front on high ground. It's Scram and Chimp who land outside of the Lustrous Lagoon, all of a sudden trying to turn us around. Edgy is down. Acorn by himself. World of trouble, and he goes down to Avery from the side there.
That is huge because they're having a pop-off game right now. Seeing Commandment getting a few eliminations already. Chimp and Scram finding success here on the day. They had a top finish yesterday. They're looking to replicate that some way, shape, or form. But Vino, Queasy, you know what time it is. 5th into 6th moving zone. This is where they typically try to go for that high ground and hold on to it for the rest of the game.
Most of top 10 that we started this lobby with is now down and out, but you know who is consistent is our remaining first 3. Vino, Queasy, Thomas HD, Tripper, Seti, and Camis are still in this game. And somewhere amongst all that, you have the solo Joe, who was just picked up, and now Vico, one of the only few who can actually jump back into this.
If anybody can do it and pick up some big placement points, it is going to be him. And if you look at his inventory, he has that recipe for success. Queasy, Vino, just looking for that information. Like I said, they're right now looking, is high ground take going to be possible? As they're spotting all these players around, figure out who is moving, where to go. Is Tripper and Thomas 33 below the damage threshold. They're going to launch pad, get ahead of zone, and as soon as they do, even though they're not in zone, they're going to be looking all around them to try to find the tags that they need.
The best part of what we're watching right now is the preparation, the hard work, and all of that coming together here for the EU trios or duos at the top right now. Because at the end of the day, we know they put in all the work. Vino is going to find Reet and then crank his way up to high ground, and all of a sudden, he is trying to go for a back-to-back. They might just be the most winningest team of the FNCS Invitational at this rate.
Back-to-back games, 6 moving zone. They take the high ground with a well-paced launch pad, but Scented and Cold, they find 2 eliminations on their way to the end game. And if they could just make it that far, they're trying to stay ahead of zone, trying to find some elevation to work with. But Chimp and Scram fighting for the high ground against Queasy and Vino. And Vino right now doing a great job building high enough to shut down that opportunity.
Queasy's going to meet him there as well. Look at this, it's going to cost him a ton of material. So it's not over yet. Launchpad comes in, and there it is. He almost gets boxed out. And Queasy and Vino have to give up the high ground. Vino drops down, takes some fall damage here, and the defense, it's Chapix, it's Tayson on height, out of nowhere.
And while all this action's going down in the mud towards the low ground, Bugha and Miro found 2 more eliminations. They're continuing to light things up as Andalix finding one. Fino finds another on Robot Kebab before going down. Queasy left by himself, no build, just a few bandages. This man is trying to make miracles happen. Looking towards the backside of zone, he gets shut down by Pablo.
And it's actually a time for Thomas and Tripper to catch up. Finally, this powerhouse duo is out of the lobby, but will they step up? Can they make do and take advantage of the fact that they cannot earn any points? Tripper is still alive right now. No team's getting taken out, but no, he's hurt, and he goes down. He does not manage to find anything. What's left is Seti and Kama. What's left is Bugha and Miro here, but Miro's down for eliminations. This is where he needs to perform best. Into the hands of Seti, Miro has fallen.
And right now, this is just an unorthodox way to take that top spot for Cammy and Seti to where they weren't as aggressive coming into this event. This is the most aggressive we have ever seen a team like them, and it is paying off tenfold as the high ground switches on over. But the World Cup champion, the solo World Cup champion, is stuck at just that, a solo, trying to stay alive, figure out what the plan is going to be, moving around the left side of zone to where not too many players are at, and the smart usage of the Chrome Splashes as well, denying the opportunity to edit through, but he finds the shots on the scram, but he gets shot back by Chimp. This is going to come down to that. Chimp takes down Bugha. Into the top 10 he goes, though.
And look at Chimp go. Look at the quick edits there as he manages to turn around. Now out of material. It's all or nothing. A quick edit down low as well to keep him in the game here. But the low ground, there's 2, and it's a dangerous 2. It's scented. It's cold. They're waiting here as the loot rains down the river. Unfortunately, slips away from them. Seti still alive here, trying to squeeze out as many points as possible, and he works his way on up to the top. Meanwhile, Cloud playing upset in Tropics and tasting her down. Wox and Robab managed to find 8 eliminations, and it's just Wox on height.
This is going to be a big opportunity for Wox to try to pick up as many placement points as he can as a solo. Same could be said with Seti. Chrome Splash, Bobifying himself and dashing, trying to take the high ground, but a misstep by Golden Scented as well. They both go down to hand. He is putting on a show to bring them to the top of the leaderboard.
It only takes one game to jump back into this top 10 here, and you're watching players fight for it, putting it all on the line. 9 elims for Wox and Robab, 3 for Clown, who has a little high ground position here over the lobby, but they're still a duo in this game. It's Hen, it's Vortex. They're the only duo alive standing right now. 1v1v2, Clown versus Wox here. Wox is looking up and high, a great jump shot there, and he is down. And now Cloud has to take on 2 of the best here on EU. Guild Hen, Focus Vortex. It's not looking good, but it's looking great for Vortex and Hen, and they close out.
They had complete control of that game. From 8th moving zone and all, the last duo alive. Teamwork really making that dream work. And off the back of Hen, that 2 eliminations at the end to get the Siphon, that was the recipe for their success.
And they were just so close to pushing double digits there. A low ground win is not something we've seen, but let's get caught up in a little insight from the pros.
Hello, hello. I am joined here by Vortex and Hen after that incredible game. How you feeling, man?
Pretty pumped. Just got to keep it up.
I mean, obviously grabbing, what, 8, 9 eliminations in that game. What's the next step for the next game?
Win next game again.
Okay, 2 VRs back to back. I love it so much. And obviously, what was the recipe for success there? There was a lot going on all around you guys.
We made lots of mistakes yesterday, and we're trying to come back stronger. So we're trying to fix all the mistakes made yesterday and, win today.
So what were some of the mistakes that you fixed in this day?
Search and rotation.
I love it. I mean, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Congratulations on your win. Can't wait to see what you guys do next game. Let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Hen and Vortex picking up game number 8. And all with 9 eliminations. This is kind of what we talked about yesterday at the end of the day, right? Yesterday was kind of like an initial setup. Let's go ahead and let's fight a few times, let's play a few games. But today, we really want to bring it. For them to come out in game number 8, basically the second one of the day, this is a really good jump start.
This is where they have to shine, right, Zeke? And they did exactly that in this match. I mean, one of the few victory royales that actually come from down in the dirt, from below, and they made it happen.
Yeah, they really did. And what you noticed from that interview right there, they were saying, of course, they had surge issues yesterday. They had some positional, rotational issues. And this is something that I thought might happen with this duo. They're 2 fraggers ready. They don't really have that lead. They don't have that IGL. I think Hen is trying to take on the role at the moment, but they're 2 fraggers by heart. And I think that overnight sort of VOD viewing session that they must have done has really helped them fix those issues, because although they may not have that dominant leader in the game, they've been able to look back at their games and think, okay, we're fixing this, we're fixing that, and clearly it's working out.
And just kind of like the holding, right, and reserves there, being almost a game entirely of solos, except this duo. They just kind of held out, right? They're saying, we don't know why, but everyone's fighting all the way around us. Let's just wait it out. Top 3, here we are. Oh, it's a 2v1. Yeah, let's close it out. 9 eliminations, no big deal.
Look, Queasy and Vino were looking for high ground. Tayson and Chapix were looking for high ground. The battle up above was dangerous, and it was actually too dangerous because the duos kept getting eliminated, losing a teammate, ended up with too many solos, where in the end, Hen and Vertexer just made it happen.
And I feel like looking back at the game, Queasy and Vino, they were looking good, right? For a moment, they just, well, for most of the game, they were actually low on builds. And then we kind of blinked, and I was like, hey, there's someone in there. And you guys were like, oh, it's them. Like, no, someone's above them. It's Tayson, it's Chapix. Where did they come from?
Yeah, they were uncharacteristically low on builds in that end game, and I think the main reason for that was when they went for a pad in that half and half zone. We saw Vino and Queasy very, very split. Of course, that had to expend so many more materials to not only box up in their own individual boxes, but to get back together as well. I think Queasy may have gone a little bit higher up, and Vino was getting sprayed out of the air, so he had to do a little bit of a little slalom through all the bullets, and he ended up landing down below. So many of those builds were wasted there, and I think ultimately that's what caused them to go down on high.
I mean, it was interesting, but what I also find interesting is kind of the duo in the mist and the shadows, right, that are making their way up that leaderboard. Seti and Cammy, the consistency with the drop spot, it's looking dangerous.
We'll talk more about them in just a moment. First, let's go to Adam, who is standing by. Adam, what you got?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Zeke. Can I get a huge round of applause representing Brazil? It's KBR and Zeke! Amazing stuff. I'm joined as well by their translator, Gabriel. Gabriel, I'd love to ask Zeke firstly. Currently 6th position in this competition, 4 games left. What's the strategy for the last 4 games?
Então, Zeke, você está em 6º lugar do seu time e faltam 4 jogos para terminar. Qual que vai ser a estratégia da agora para frente?
De agora para frente, a gente vai tentar nessas últimas 4 partidas pegar o high com a dica do nosso amigo DK e tentar levar o top 1 pro Brasil. Vamos, Brasil!
So he said we're going to take the strategy of our friend over there, DK, just to go on high. And so let's go Brazil.
Let's go Brazil. And lastly, to KBR as well, can we ask what's it been like representing Brazil in front of these amazing fans here at FNCS Invitational?
Então, KBR, para você, como foi representar o Brasil aqui nesse torneio?
É muito feliz estar representando o Brasil por toda a história minha e do cheat dentro do jogo. E dá pra ver aqui como a torcida é muito grande. Tipo, a gente tá com uma quantidade pouca de pessoas, só que tá dando grito maior que a da torcida toda.
He said, I'm incredibly excited to be here. And I mean, with all these people, we only have a couple of Brazilians and we're louder than everyone else.
You had it right there. Thank you very much, KBR indeed! Let's head back to Zeke and the desk.
Thank you so much, Adam. I mean, what more can you say? Vamos, Brazil! I tell you, this corner right here, they're going absolutely ham. My goodness. Let's kind of focus back up now after this game is done. I want to talk about Sammy. I knew I was going to do this. Cammy and Seti, there it is. Story. My brain just makes up words all the time. Cammy and Seti doing really well there in the middle of the game, but, you know, finding themselves kind of in an interesting position. They had plenty of builds, but it didn't quite help them make it to the end game.
Look, I don't think they're worried, right? They did what they need to do. You can see right now, Seti getting Elim after Elim. He was alone at the end there as his partner. There you go. Cammy went down and Seti was forced to clutch it up, but he got an incredible amount of placements, and they're playing for that crown. And that crown is given to a duo after the 12th match. So they still have time to rack up those points, to play consistent, and to do what they need to do.
And we've seen so many solo clutches from Seti across the seasons. Of course, yesterday doing so the same. And he's sort of becoming into that role in the duo. If Cammy is down, Seti will clutch up. And we saw him using the Crow Splashes so effectively there as well. Not only blobifying himself and rotating using that, he was also throwing it at enemy builds, which, of course, they can't edit out on him. So right there, it ultimately fell to his elimination. But, of course, he was able to use that so well in so many different ways.
A ton of Chrome Splash tech coming out that I want to spend time in the future talking about, but it's almost that time to begin the next set of games. I will say for B, watching this game has made something very, very clear. These duos are getting way more aggressive. We're seeing way more eliminations coming out of these players, but it is hampering a lot of them, right? When you're like, hey, we have 5 elims. Oh my gosh, I have how many builds? 10? What do we do?
Look, they've also had time now after day one to kind of study a bit more of the exact paths that their opponents have been doing around them and how they can adapt to maybe take those engagements. Janus and Vidil, they were having trouble finding Storm Surge being uncontested, but now they were able to get to the late game in that first match, and they're doing a better job adapting, and that's what all these duos need to do.
Yeah, adaptation is the most important. You mentioned Janus and Vidil, of course. Last night, Vidil was sat in the VODs the whole night looking back at what went wrong. Of course, you mentioned the Janus social media post earlier on as well. They were struggling for those surge positions. Of course, they're synonymous with going on that dead side of zone, and of course, they weren't able to find as many tags. There isn't as much action to the south of them as they may have had last season when, of course, they did win. So it's a little bit rough for them, but there's still plenty of games to go.
That's right. Game 9 is on the way. So, Monster D-Phase, Jacob, over to you.
Let's go ahead and start gearing up here. We have the pleasure of starting to get into the late half. These are what we call the champion rounds. Game 9 will solidify just about the halfway mark for day 2.
Yeah, and you're seeing some of these teams heat up just like that Battle Bus. Monster, you said it. Game number 9 is about to start, and for a lot of these teams, this is the second half of the day. This is the second chance they're going to get here to try to pick up as many points as they can. And for teams like Muzz and Looter, Larson and Spy over towards Grim Gables, they're feeling each other out more and more and more. Last game was the longest it has ever taken, in my opinion, for any team off spawn to finish a fight.
That's right. It was a drawn-out battle for Smite and Larson, a tough result from that, as well as they were one of the first contested duels to actually fall there, which is, again, that is how things change here. It starts affecting the standings and the leaderboards in general. They came in around that, you know, upper 10th position, and now they have allowed others to start to close that gap.
Vico Marine over towards Reality Tree. Next time around, we get to see how he's doing it. And look at that. He got himself a little parkour spot, knowing exactly what he wants to do in order to get that loot, and that's just quick thinking coming out of him, and you can see why he's quick to act.
What's super interesting is now our top 16 from 4th to 16th has become extremely competitive amongst those standings and those positions. From 1st through 3rd, it's definitely competitive there as well, so we're starting to see a little bit of a divide. Meanwhile, Bugha and Miro affected. Bevies and Vortexer find the 2 early. And they're going to be one of the first duos to fall here in the last game. And it really shows us that teams and duos, regardless of how good you are, you have to put up the numbers, you have to perform. And they are fully contested there now. So as we jump on over to Vico and Mirai, have been playing excellent here. They fought their way up to that 9th place position, coming in with 158 points. Very great performance so far.
What's amazing to see is their loot path right now. They hadn't popped a single shield, big or small, and they got themselves almost 100 shields each, and that's because of Reality Tree and those mushrooms at the bottom that get you about 15 HP or shields. As Smite and Larson, this is the fight that we're talking about, getting tagged up from the sky, that high position, going over to Muzz and Looter, and it's doing them wonders right out of the gate. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with the amount of damage that they got. Do they want to go aggressive and try to take advantage? But you can see in the feed, Mr. Savage and iDrop already getting busy, taking down On1 first, leaving Baka as a solo.
That's right, and lucky for us, we get to tune in with Zagu and Mareem, and this is very cool and also extremely interesting. They have officially switched up their drop spot here on day 2. We have not seen anyone as notable as you know, high placing as them actually try a new strategy, and already they have had a pretty clean start to the day, but they've also slipped down a little further than they would have liked. As you jump on over to retake versus Vico here. Little head-to-head action. First tags are going to come in for Vico. They're looking good. So far, they lead the points here, Jacob, and also the execution very much in their side.
And for all of Vico's great games, it starts here, but a massive tag is going to have him back down in a defensive position where Marion's going to have to try to figure out a way to alleviate some of that pressure. And you see the sharing is carrying, Minis being passed around. Novice going for the piece control. Unfortunately enough, a missed opportunity, but that's not going to stop him from trying again and again and again. He knows the amount of damage he just put on the Vico cannot go to waste.
Now keep in mind, Vico and Marion are inside the top 10. They cannot afford to fall now. That will have devastating impacts to the standings. And a huge side angle there. Marion is hurt. Forced into the low ground position. Forced to run away from Novice and retake. They are proving why they were invited to the setting. Meanwhile, Zaku falls to Macwood there with a knock. So the changes, the adjustment, it is heating up in the south zone. It's heating up on the west zone. We have a lot going on right now.
I don't know if they just saw him, but Macwood could not have jumped on him from Shimmering Shines all the way to one of the highest spots on the map. As Bad Sniper taking down both the NA West duo Pars and Raze. So you said it before this one. Action is heating up rather quickly here on day 2 as teams look to take control of their own destiny. But another prolonged fight as Marion and Vico trying to catch Novice off guard. The shots to come through, that actually saved Vico's life, even though it wasn't a ton of damage. That would have allowed Novice to keep going.
Buys him some time here, and this is why he took those zip lines out the side there, trying to find these new angles. There's something so special about watching high-tier players navigate the map. Very much a strategy type of situation, type of game, when you really break it all down. But Marion and Vico are going to go ahead and settle down now as they need to go ahead and recuperate all of these lost resources. So was it worth it, right? Was it worth it? On average, you need around, I don't know, 400-600 damage, right? Around that range, around that first Storm Surge area.
Hey.
They've managed to do enough, but can they climb back loot-wise?
They can keep finding those shrooms to regenerate as much of the health as possible. It could definitely prove to be worth at the end of the day, because it's not going to expend any of their utility in order to regain it back.
What do we think about this? Larson and Smite leave the drop. They say, all right, Muzzlooter, you got it. Last game was solid. You can have Grim Gables. I'm getting out of here.
But it almost looks like they left TSM duo trying to go ahead and still put the damage onto Muzz and Looter as he, Andy, and Joe floating in all the way from Synapse Station, trying to put the Tiki tags onto Kanata, and that's going to be his shield disappearing right before our very eyes. But ultimately enough, the Cloudy Condos teams who lack damage very early on, beginning to put in their own tags. Everybody right now feeling the pressure of the leaderboard to try to get active, to try to pick up as many points as possible and close the gap.
See the look of focus on Z Andy's face here as he's got a lot of things to think about. Players to the left, players to the north. Very tough spot to be in. Acorn on the other side. Acorn and Edgy still housed up in their position. Remember, Noah Riley is here, but Edgy is down. So Acorn left to try to play this one out by himself right now. He is in 7th. Second highest placing NA East team currently alive in the lobby. Cold and Scented lead with the points, but Scented has done enough to go ahead and perform while Acorn is just behind them.
And right now, this time around, a little bit of a switch up when it comes to that zone from northeast. Looking like we're going to get a little bit of a southwestern zone for some of these teams. And Cold and Scented, they spotted that one right away. They moved a little bit south, trying to take that position towards Tilted Towers, where you know a lot of teams are going to try to travel through to try to get their own spot in the zone. So that's a good opportunity for them to try to pick up as much Storm Surge damage as possible. As Thomas Trippin having such a fantastic day number 2, but that should be no surprise to anybody. Like I said, the history shows that they're a day 2 team.
I'm a bit concerned about this position here, though. This is very much reminiscent to the Game 7 positioning where they took their time, played high ground. Yes, it's more textbook as they split up, but professional players are very much not willing to rotate through those open areas. Meanwhile, Commandment and Avery also hoping for the same, playing the high ground of the Rave Cave. You can see not a team in sight. It's very, very tough to play those positions out.
Yeah, I would love to see them kind of switch up their spot, because right now, they should know there's not too many teams above them. And the zone being on that edge, it's going to be a little bit of a slower side, slower opportunities, but Peterbot and Jamper trying to pick up some own opportunities for themselves, trying to make that sneaky play all the way from that far eastern portion of the map, slowly but surely trying to close in on some of these Cloudy Condos teams that are trying to go ahead and get their resources, because you know as well as I do, this has been a little bit of a split between all three European teams.
If you're looking for a highlight, we might just find one. We are just moments away from something big unfolding, and Murstache and Malabuka know better, but on the other side, there's another fight too. Moraine and Vico, top 9. Such an important fight. We have to see if Moraine can actually clutch up for his teammate. Yes, he will drop down and get on top of Vico's body. He doesn't even box him up because he doesn't have enough resource to do it. He would rather save it in case he has to fight his way out of this one. Falconer and Hellfire managed to execute a big elimination here, and now are extremely curious as to whether or not Moraine is nearby.
I think Sentin and Cole just took out the NA West 3-time champions, Favs and Snacky, on their own way to the journey. Peterbot taking down Murstache as well. Everybody really trying to prove their own path. They don't want to have anything other than their own decisions really find out if they're going to make it to the top or not. But this one continues as Malabuka's trying to stay alive here as a solo. Peterbot and Jamper don't want to let these points go to waste. They know the Storm Surge here is so important to them, including those points on their way to the top.
Peterbot refuses to end this day in last place. He wants to fight for more points. Yesterday was a very, very tough showing for them. And now, what can they do? What can they earn? Jamper's gonna get hurt there, but he does close out in the end versus Malabuka. And that ambush pays off.
Yep. Looter, Muzz, spotting out Vino, trying to put their own damage there from the distance. Along with Queasy, for them, it's not too much to worry about. That is huge. That's a huge opportunity. As Robab Quebec, an opportunity for everybody to take control of their destiny. Queasy, Vino, box to box, wall to wall, taking that peek, and a great attempt on the Looter. Unfortunately enough, didn't find its shot.
Now, Muzz and Looter, the difference between this fight and their early game battles is they actually have had time to fully loot out Grim Gables. Vino is great. He shows us what he has. He puts a huge shot onto Looter. Mind you, this is our first place current team leaning into Game 9, taking an extremely risky battle close to the edge, but he is not fearful at all. Vino's gonna swing around, look for the angle to back up his teammate. Muzz opens the box, but nothing just yet.
He's gonna be important in a fight like this as Vino finds yet another tag onto Muzz.
It's textbook. That's what you do. Right camera peeks. He's playing it very smart, taking his time. He knows what he's doing. Take a look at how he's trying to control the terrain as well. Muzz doing just that as well. But Muzz is playing off his left side right now, so he does have to be extremely cautious. Looter fully commits in. He tries to take on Queasy, but Queasy is quick. He defends. Doesn't even get touched.
Yeah, this is a good trade of damage for both these teams, but it is a prolonged fight. You see another team closing in on the distance. Want to join in on this fun, especially if they don't have enough points. They're trying to close the gap as well. 266 below the damage threshold, but not for long.
Things are going to update now. Vino and Queasy looking solid here. They understand they are good and they do not need this fight currently. And now they look for the disengage as they manage to not push over Muzz and Looter. Muzz and Looter have such an interesting history of how extremely respected they are, especially as it pertains to Muzz's mechanical skill and Looter's accuracy. So a wise decision there. They may not have a lot of points, but in that setting, I think they're probably on top.
Yeah, and as we find out, the zone's actually going to be a good zone for a good portion of the lobby to have their fighting chance here. And this one is Cammy and Seti. Honestly, if you watch the beginning of their games, you almost get that feeling, am I watching the same thing? Am I watching the same game over and over? Because if it ain't broke, you don't have to fix it. And Cammy and Seti's early game is one of the best. And that's why they're currently in third place, only 21 points out of first.
Z Andy, Joe FN already on the move. Very reminiscent of what we've seen before, these extremely late rotates. Somehow, though, they've managed to consistently find tags, so Surge hasn't been too much of an issue for them. Love this here. Finding some leftovers over at the Vault, a launch pad as well. Big decisions to be made here. Do they use it now or do they save it for later? Take it for the road? No, instead, they're going to go ahead and look for tags.
And this is going to be interesting to see what they're finding as we see Acorn as a solo here. I did see him go down in the feed. We're seeing how it's happened.
Whoa.
He had a fighting chance, but Noah Riley, one and done, sends him back.
Did you see his face? He just blinked. Turned stiff. He was not having it at all.
He was even impressed by that shot.
He was shocked.
He was shook even right there.
You know, they say life comes at you fast, and that's one of those moments there.
It is, though. It is. Can you believe we're already in Game 9? I feel like we're going in fast forward right now, and a lot of these teams are following that same pace. And jump on board, one of the best EU teams here in the lobby, suffering to Storm Surge. Trippin is actually going to go down, 23 below. Thomas, he's trying to do everything he can to find the damage.
What a huge engagement happening here. There's a lot of story unfolding. PH Zin is hurt as he finds one. Kitos is going to go ahead and slide on in after the knock off the Tripper, but they get up. PH Zin slides in. We just saw that happen before our eyes, and now Thomas HD gets the opportunity to honestly try to play for a clutch here, but it's not going to be easy as PH Zin and Kitos have already said in their interview, all they are here to do is make Brazil proud, and there's no way they're going to let this one down, and they find Thomas HD.
That was second place. Second place is now down. The aggressive Brazil region trying to rise to the top as Cammy and Seti are now met with Kanata and Macwood. And honestly, I don't think either one of these teams want to stay too much longer here in the zone. They want to try to get themselves that good spot, not too far behind any position right now, but Cammy and Seti putting the shots in from the distance. They know Storm Surge right now might not be a wordy, but later on in the game, it might have to be something they think about again.
Pivotal moment right there, finding those tags, giving themselves more time to work with, as they are one of the last teams to have to make this rotate right now. Us casters have the wider look at the map, so we can tell how much is really going on here, and this southern area is looking dicey.
Yeah, Tilted Towers is majority in there. You can get different elevations. You got to be careful when traversing through that. As KBR, you see elimination onto Peterbot. Him and Jamper. Such a good run here on day 2, trying to make a comeback for themselves, bumping up a couple placements. But KBR and Zeet overall have been impressive game after game. Their consistency is absolutely insane, and their game plan, honestly, has proven to be one of the best.
With those set of elims, that now puts them just around that 5th. In Z, Andy looking to go ahead and wrestle that one away, but the lobby is focusing on them. It's not going to be an easy rotate. The next time we tune in, they might be extremely worse for wears. Larson and Smite also having a problem. Surge is active just soon. 20 seconds away and they're below the surge.
And you're seeing what happens when they don't take that off-spawn fight. Both Muzz and Looter are hunting for damage, and you're seeing Smite and Larson have to do the same, and it's causing them to use a lot of their resources to try to survive this. As you see Reap picking up 2, taking down Threats and Alice, a team forged specifically for this event. As Smite and Larson still trying to peek through every angle that they have, but still below on Surge, not finding that comfortability just yet.
They do know that the body was eliminated there, though, so although no tags, they will find some heals, and that is going to be a difference maker. Full med miss here, but they need tags. They need a couple more. Several players nearby, they all have to also commit. Yusri and Ju are going to be one of the few. Runa and Peppo on the other side of that as well.
And they're hearing the shields crack. They're hearing the damage being dealt to Larson and Smite, so they know that they're suffering to Surge, so they're in a good spot. They just need to play defensive and not let this team get any chances.
And it was crazy smart of them not to break the Chrome builds in front of them. They know this team cannot edit, so they start to turn the focus to the other duo in the distance, but now a decision has to be made. There it is. Huge. They find a few tags and a down body that will count, and a little moment to breathe here. Now it's either fire or stop and heal, and instead they take the fight here. Smite looking outwards, and these are the crucial seconds right now that they have to think.
So once again, Storm Surge is going to shut off, and right as they were falling, right below it, a lot of those heals, a lot of their resources being used just to stay alive here in this position. So for them, in the back of their minds, they might be trying to look, when can I get a refresh? Where can I get a refresh? Because sooner or later, that is going to be a must if they want to continue their consistency.
Might make sense for them to go ahead and look for another fight, but On the other side, King and Ed are still alive in another situation. They're really starting to heat up today. All of a sudden finding their footing here in the competition. They're around the middle of the pack, just around that top 25 marker. They can still do big things. They can still show up.
Larson Smite still dealing and trying to survive. Running out of absolutely everything box to box right now against Scram, trying to find out the damage they want. This could be huge and absolutely necessary for Smite and Larson to take him down. And you got to imagine Scram as a solo jumping into a duo's box. He was probably hurting on Surge as well. But even with that elimination, they are still 105 below.
And the biggest elim, Thomas, HD, and Trippin are down and out. The leaderboard will give us the full picture here. Seti and Cammy are now the only team that can start pushing for Vino and Queasy right now, outside of Cold Incentive of Smite. Larson having bigger problems here as they are looking for Surge. They are looking for a fight. The focus comes in, loses his teammate here, and dips into the zone. Not much to work with. They are going to have to step in. It's all or nothing. Great tags there, but not enough to do any serious damage. Larson is down and out now for the count. That is it. 7th place out of the competition.
And that is exactly why, if you're in a stack lobby like this, falling behind Surge is going to be one of the worst things you could do to yourself. It almost makes you feel like you have no options. You have no control over your game. It's Kanata trying to take control of his own. Cammy and Seti as well. 154 above. Even though they're just living in the zone at the beginning of the game, you can see exactly why. And you can see their game planning unfolding right before our very eyes as KBR, 22 HP. Luckily for him, he is above the damage threshold with only a few players needing to go down.
Luckily, this is not Brazil's last hope here. King and Ed are still somewhere alive in this game, but KBR at 22 HP, you have to wonder, he won't be making it too much further. How far can he push the envelope? Vino, Queasy, absolutely executing, putting in an exceptional performance, not just one day, but 2 days in a row here. And if there's a team, if there was a team that everyone was talking about, it was Queasy and Vino leaning into the competition. We had that awesome videos segment where we interviewed the players and asked them, who do you have as the best player here, the player to look out for? Vino was amongst that conversation everywhere.
That was the common denominator. That's for sure, as Lucy and Hydro have that high ground, trying to put damage onto the lobby, and Cold and Scented trying to cement their side of zone, picking up not one, but 2 more eliminations to add to their total, and add to their run. As Hen picking up and taking down Aqua altogether. That tag team coming out from him and Vortex proving to be successful. As you can see where the leaderboard squeezes, as Thomas and Trippin went down early on. Cammy and Seti taking away that 2nd place spot. And last game, we talked about it, the same thing, 21 points behind. They have closed that gap. Now they're only 13 points behind Vino and Queasy.
Tough spot to be in here. Like we said, KBR has to push the envelope. He is by himself. What exactly will he do here? Running low on material, just a few builds left as well, so it's only going to get him so far. Commandment, Avery, about halfway through their resources, but looking very much solid. Launchpad's going to come out, but the head bounce, that's going to cancel the strat there, unfortunately for him. Clix is still alive here alongside Duke. They have plenty of heals to work with, but already the lobby focus. He tries to fight his way to the launch pad. This is tough. It's just moments away from being ticked out, and now he's holding on. I don't think it's going to be enough. This is looking like it might be wraps for Duke. He will need an elimination to stay alive here. Desperately running to the zone, and nothing reveals itself to him, and down he goes. But from height to height, Hydro, Belusi are still up top. They are so high up. Yeah, time to get off of this. Reposition down later.
Yep, check your watch, because you know what time it is right now. 6 moving zone. This is where typically Queasy and Vino try to make a shot for it, and right now it does look like that one's going to come to fruition yet again. These guys know how to play the end game and take control, but Hydro and Belusi, one of few teams trying to fight for it as well. Macwood and Kanata flying through the sky. They don't want to even contest it. They feel safe towards the low ground in that chaos where it's so many eliminations. Even Clown picking up 2. Commandment going down. Cold gets another one, and Cammy and Seti are just sweet strolling straight through the zone, finding themselves that sweet spot without too much to worry about.
Hen's got his eyes on Cold. Cold is hurt. Shot from behind, though. He's still on the prowl here. There are many, many duos nearby, and the tracking on Hen is exceptional, but high ground. Queasy and Vino managed to pull through. Honestly, the resilience of this team to continue to play for height. They're now just inches away from the finish line at this point as they continue to dominate the lobby.
And look at that. They're going to be able to hold high ground on top of the blimp. They only just have to force one duo and then maybe reach down off. It's Cold, Scented, working their way through the mud. And that's where it's going to be a treacherous journey as they find themselves front side of zone. That is a recipe for success as Hen, Vortex, all the way back. 6 eliminations, trying to find their way forward. Macwood, Repscar, they're all joining the action.
Let this be a lesson for every player here. It is not over until it's over. Hen was so far out of the competition, and now he finds himself fighting inside of the top 10 here for a spot at big money. But Pink is still alive now. His story is yet to be told from contested drop now to an end game. Finally, we get to see what Pink is all made of here. Scented and Cold are so alive. 5 elims for them. This is where they play best, the low ground.
They have to be careful, though. That's going with an elevation change. They gotta start it now or never, and a good shot by Noah Riley to take down Reed. Everybody having those struggles. Pink goes down to the storm. Cammy gets credit for that elimination. 2 more points, 6 total overalls. Cloud and Repscar trying to meet that total. They get their 6 as well. 4 for Repscar. These guys are lighting up the leaderboard, but the team having free rotation after free rotation. Queasy and Vino pressuring the lobby from the high ground.
They're looking so good doing it as well. Lucy and Hydra trying to get out, and no, swatted out the sky. It's over. It's a no-fly zone. And Vino and Queasy are just running away with height. Meanwhile, Scented finds one of the feet there. Scented and Cold might be one of NA East's last hope inside this last lobby. Savage is still alive too, just by himself though, very hurt. Eyedrop hunting nearby. Great way to start to turn around here and put a little pressure on the high ground, but it's time there. 111 onto height. Savage demands respect, but Queasy says stop that. It shuts it all down.
Perfect opportunity to stagger himself to the backside of zone. Spots eye drop up, but he continues to drop down low. High ground was taken away by Cammy and Seti. Better late than never as they're forcing everybody down, and they have that free rotation towards low ground if they want to take it.
This is excellent now. Cammy and Seti have a chance here to close the gap and take back first place. They started it off that way, and they want to remain, but Queasy is still here. Don't count him out. Another set of points, and now it's Cold and Scented versus Cammy and Seti on height, and we also have Janice and Vidil in the mix.
3 teams alive, 6 total players, but Cold goes down, but Janice and Vidil get knocked as well. 1v2 situation, NA East, the world on Sentence shoulders, but Cammy and Seti going for their 3rd victory royale in the FNCS Invitational. This is how you cement a legacy. All they have to do is close out this game as Sentence trying to take control, trying to fight for the high ground, but it's not enough. EU strikes again with Seti and Cammy taking their 3rd victory royale.
I don't know how they do it, but they have the face of champions. They go ahead, they sit down, and they play this one out through to the end. An emotionless reaction there as they say, nope, we still have a job to do here. It's not over.
Not over until that 12th game is done and dusted, and that was only number 9. This one is heating up quick as the teams at the top of the leaderboard are trying to take control of everything that they can. They're trying to do everything in their power to not let it slip through, because Monster, at this point in time, nobody at the top can afford a bad game.
That is true. They cannot. As the winners start to take to the stage, we will get to touch base with them one more time this weekend. Let's go ahead and send it on down to the floor to get the update.
Thank you very much, MDF and Jay. Give it up for Cammy and Seti, everyone! We've spoken so many times the last few days. We're almost approaching getting matching bracelets time. This is crazy. Congratulations. What a great way to head into the halftime. Another victory royale.
Like, we need to get more You need to get more!
Yeah.
This guy's confident. Looking at the last few games as well, you wanted to start this strongly. Said you've done exactly that, and you're managing to manage your games exceptionally well.
Huh?
You're managing your games exceptionally well.
Yeah, thank you so much. We just have to be confident going into the last 3 games, and yeah, good luck to everyone.
Now, looking at the leaderboard as well, obviously we had Queasy and Vino who are very close as well. We now know that this is coming down we love a battle going into the last few games. Queasy and Vino are there, a few others too. What are you guys going to be doing in this break now, in terms from a strategic point of view, to prepare yourselves for the last 3 games?
Just chill and wait for the games.
Just wait for the games. Seti, is it going to happen? Could you be FNCS Invitational champions?
Yeah.
Of course they could. Guys, give it up for Cammy and Seti! Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Adam. Congratulations to Seti and Cammy. I mixed up their names last time because my brain does crazy things. A massive victory out here in game number 9. So right now we are heading into a little bit of a break period. Our duels will be having about 20 to 30 minutes, step away, recollect themselves before the last 3 games. Now for you all at home, and of course here, don't forget, stick around, watch till the end of the broadcast for some FNCS news. Now, Vivid, Taco, welcome back to the desk. We got to talk about Seti and Cammy. I would just like to set the stage a little bit for the duo. These guys were stacked all game. They had borderline max materials. Look at the loadouts. They had the launch pads. And I mean, even in the situations where they would have been forced to use them, Vivid, they were just able to just casually navigate builds like it was nothing.
I mean, they're impressing me right now. I'm not gonna lie. You know, day number 1, they did get those 2 victory royales as well. And then this third one, I really wasn't expecting them to get another one, but sure enough, they find themselves on the high ground again. So uncharacteristic. We've talked about it so many times that usually they are not a high ground team. They like to play towards that mid ground, just casually go throughout the game. But no, ending this game with 5 eliminations, which, yeah, that's not too many, especially when we saw Scented and Cold get 10. But again, you know, just realizing that, hey, listen, we're on the international stage and people are making mistakes, and we have to go for the higher ground when we feel like we can.
It's just the fact that despite the level of competition that we see here up against Cammy and Seti, these two still control a third of the victory royales for the matches that have taken place so far. That alone is an incredible feat to accomplish here on a stage of this level. And I'd like to think that it really came down to that 7th, 8th zone period where you could really tell that Cammy and Seti, they started to recognize the fact, Queasy Vino, they're not really building out as much. They're kind of taking their time. They're working through these high ground layers, starting to see if they can actually find somebody for resources, find a way to refresh themselves. But it was just a beautiful overtake there, and they had enough. They only had 27 builds, I believe, when they first took control of Hype, but sometimes that's all it takes.
I love that they were talking about confidence, right? Finding that opportunity, like you're saying, they were just like, hey, they ain't building on high ground. We have plenty of builds. Let's just rush them. Boom, turns it into a victory royale. Mini Miner, you are standing by here during this break period. What you got?
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now let's take a little look at our game number 9 winners, Cammy and Seti. How did they manage to get into the position to win the game? Let's take a little look. As you can see, that is their drop spot, the Cammy split as they call it, and we can have a look at how they're getting their surge off spawn. It was something I talked about on the desk. These guys had a little bit of a problem, right? They were having a few issues with their surge, going down in that first moving more often than not, and it was down to surge. But look at this. They have the balloons to give them that elevation in the center of the map, even staying back into the storm to take advantage of the fight that was going on. We saw Kanada, Macwood, Basil, and Jace going head-to-head. And look at this. Cammy and Seti just thought, you know what? That's free surge. We're going to take that for ourselves. And what's most beneficial about this position is, of course, you can wait late because you have the balloon to rotate in late. This is a risky rotation. I was watching this in the back and I was thinking, oh no, they could get beamed by so many of the teams that were pitched up inside of Tilted Towers. But look at this. Beautiful plays using the buildings to prevent them from getting seen. Not just seen, but also taken out. And that is ultimately what this team are doing. They're really adapting their play style to get that storm surge early on, and they're even staying back in the zone to get those tags and then rotating in perfectly. That's a little look at what Cammy and Seti are doing. How are Thomas and Trippin thinking? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner, joining me here. I have Thomas and Trippern, and I want to start talking about yesterday's games. Just consistency is key, and that's what you showed off, ending off the day with back-to-back 4th place finishes. What was the key to that success?
I don't know, we just played consistent. We had our search and we just played in game, and it was easy from there.
So obviously game 9, not the best. Was surge the issue for you guys there?
Yeah, we didn't get a really good spot, so
and we couldn't see a lot of players, so we just had a really bad game and we didn't get enough search.
Well, obviously, you guys have 3 more games to go here, and you have a little bit of a break. What's going to be the preparation for the second half of the day?
We were just too slow off spawn, like, to get out, and that's just it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys are going for consistency. Eliminations, though, don't seem to be a focus for you guys. Why is that?
I don't see a reason to go for dumb kills, so
Obviously, it's a bit...
we just play our game and try to get placement.
I mean, obviously, it's working out for you guys. Even with a rough game 9, you are still in 4th place, so still doing a great job. Thank you guys for joining me here. And we're going to be head on back to the desk.
I haven't watched all of them, only a few.
A fantastic interview there, and of course the raw emotions from the players. We have a very special guest joining us here on the desk during a little bit of a break here. It's none other than Somerset. Welcome.
Thank you.
How have you been enjoying things?
Oh, it's been great. It's just so surreal to see everybody just here together and watching people competing. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different atmosphere, right? Like when people are getting eliminations left and right, you're just hearing the fans go crazy.
Absolutely.
Have you heard the Brazilian corner of the the venue right up here? They're right up here. Anytime you see Kitos,
I have actually. I'm all the way on the other side, and I can hear them all screaming. I love the support. It's great.
You can still you love to see it.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. We'd love to kind of pick your brain. Somerset, you're one of the best to do it. I mean, one of the toppest tier competitive players. Don't act like we don't watch, because we all know. I want to kind of just get your thoughts here. When we look at this top 10, is there anyone that kind of stands out to you that you're maybe thinking, look, I would really like these guys to do well, or maybe even I want these guys to do better?
For me personally, I've been watching Queasy and Mino a lot recently. They've been absolutely dominating. But also I have a couple friends on the board, like Tripper and Thomas HD. I really want them to do well. And they're all such good players, and there's always something that makes them stand out. So every game, it's just a surprise to see how they play and how they play against one another after they've been doing it for years.
Yeah. How do you keep yourself focused, especially like in a situation like this?
I mean, at this point, you just have to know that when you're in the game, you're in it to win it, and you have to be so focused on the right things, because whether you're an IGL or you're a fragger, there's always a role you're needing to play, and being able to communicate with your teammate properly is so important, especially for moments like these when you're trying to get those impact frags and to just win the entire game, because it takes a lot. There's so many different steps.
Yeah, what all goes into that? Because I know, like, I've watched a lot of you in recent tournaments especially. Like, what role do you play? And then, like, what are maybe just a few things you kind of have to be mindful of when you play that role?
I'm personally a fragger, but I'm always having to make sure I'm calming everything properly, being as quick as I can, constantly staying close with my teammate. Because if you fall back, you can easily just mess up the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%. I know recently, Taco, you got to cast an event that, of course, Somerset was in. How are you feeling about all this? And, of course, Somerset now being here.
I mean, I think it's awesome. Somerset, you had an incredible performance with your team, and I think Vanessa especially, she's got to be feeling awesome with everything that went down. You guys didn't walk away with the win, but at the same time, I still think that it was clearly a strong indicator of the fact that you know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I don't even stop. No,
I don't know. Like, I'm just like, stay humble, you know? Like.
Yeah. Of course. How do you feel about, like, seeing all the fans here in person? They're all running around. They're losing their minds. Like, are they just running up to you like, oh, Somerset, I know you. What's up?
I've actually, it's so surreal because I'm trying to, like, walk 10 feet and I've got all these people like, can I take a picture? And I'm like, hi. Like, it's like I'm the one that's more excited than you know what I mean? Like, it's a completely opposite experience for me because it's not what I'm used to. I'm used to streaming at home, looking at the chat go wild. And now I get to put, like, a name to a face and meet all these people that I've known for years and my community that's just been so supportive over the years. It's been
That
great.
is amazing. Well, Somerset, thank you so much. We hope you continue to enjoy all of the action. Kelly, I believe you're standing by. What you got?
I am indeed, Zeke. I'm joined here by Joe and Zandy, the current 8th place team right now in top 10. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, feeling okay. The last games, couple of games, I haven't got the best. Just need to play good in the next 3.
So what exactly happened, and what do you plan to change to make it a better second half of the day?
We're just going to start double-looking everyone.
I mean, it seems even when you guys go down a little bit early, you're still able to grab those elims. So what is the part that you're able to do so well there?
All we can do is just get kills. Like, can't get any placement points. Just got to keep running across the map.
So obviously there's a lot of people watching, hopefully being able to learn from you guys, wanting to be pros like you guys. When you do have these far polling zones, what is something that could be a good piece of advice for these people watching?
You just need to make sure that you have enough stage to survive and then go to dead side and farm your meds.
Dead side rotation always works, or it works sometimes. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here, Joe and Zandy, and can't wait to see how you do in the second half of the game. But guys, it looks like it's time to head back to the desk.
You'll love to see it. Kelly, thank you so much. And again, I'm always going to shout out the players for just giving us that moment of time, just check in with them, see how they're doing, see how they're feeling. We have another special guest lined up. Nick A30, my boy, it is so good to see you. I don't know if you can hear it, but the venue is actually losing their minds that you're here with us.
I can't hear too much, but actually that's one of the best parts about those events, like the crowd reaction and the hype. Like, I was just looking at the crowd when they were showing it on the broadcast, and there was people dressed up as Peelies, there was people with signs. Like, that is the best part. I love it.
That is so awesome. Nick, welcome. We hope you are having a great watch party with the A team, the A squad, all of the homies out there. How are you enjoying the competition so far? What's standing out to you?
So I love it. I mean, I tweeted about this, but like the walkouts were epic, and the commentary from Monster and everyone was just phenomenal. It was on point. It was crisp. The quick stats are so cool. They add such another element, and I think the spectator client has improved so much. I mean, there's no lag. You can see everything in real time. Phenomenal. Production quality is great. Zeke, you're looking good, and you're killing it too. You guys got some nice setups, like I just want to say. And, you know, it's been interesting to watch a lot of these top players like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Veno. And, you know, I'm rooting for Clix, Bugha, Savage. There's so many. It's like you just can't. I don't know who to root for now.
That's right. Yeah, we just had Somerset on, and we kind of got her like thoughts and insights. I wanted to pick your brain as well. Watching some of these players, especially, I mean, you've competed in a number of these tournaments as well. What kind of goes through your mind in these situations, in these like high intensity? Like, obviously, we here get to see everything, but when you're a player, your vision's a lot smaller.
Yeah, and I get really nervous too, but I'd say the way to get not nervous is to practice. When you're practicing, you become more confident. When you're confident, you're thinking right, and you can actually like make those calls. I was really impressed with like Cammy and Seti because they popped off early in day one, and they're still showing up. I also was very impressed with Queasy and Veno. Like, they're so calm, completely opposite of me when I'm in that situation. Like, they're always on height, they're always finding it, and actually Game 7, I want to, like, call out that. Like, they did a fantastic job when they dropped down. So I think it was Veno who dropped down first, and Queasy was waiting, lurking from above. And the duo on the bottom drew their attention to Veno, and then Queasy comes in from behind. He stalled a bit after Veno drew their attention. It's just such great teamwork. And, like, this is what it's all about, Zeke. Like, you're seeing the top level plays like that you don't see in, like, public matches. So it makes it so fun for hopefully everyone watching, and, you know, it's just great. I love it.
Thank you so much, Nick. We love hearing from you. And, of course, that insight next level. We hope you have a continued awesome watch party. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Once again, massive shout-outs, Nick A30 and Somerset. We love you guys so much. Why don't we check in with our casters, Monster Deep Face, Jacob PR. What you got?
You know what? I like Nick A so much. I might actually just take his jacket for you, Nick. I got you. I'm gonna take Zeke's jacket. We're gonna split it in half though, and we'll go ahead and send it out. But let's talk about some of our favorite moments. Dude, Thomas HD Chipper.
Insane.
We agreed, right? We agree on this one?
Absolutely insane. And what they went through at the start of the day, we were surprised they even stayed alive as long as they did. And that was absolutely important because them staying alive throughout all that chaos is the reason why they are still in contention. And that is just amazing on a stage this big.
Yeah, if there's been a team to stand out, it's moments like this, especially with Game 1, when they can just pull out those clutch points against all odds. But we have so much unfolding here. This is what I love so much about the FNCS Invitational stage. We get to get an update on a special guest for you guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Monster and Jacob. I'm joined by the almighty Vanessa! Vanessa, welcome to the wonderful audience here at FNCS Invitational. How has your time been here so far?
It's been absolutely incredible. After seeing World Cup all those years ago, I've always wanted to go to a LAN, and I'm way into Fortnite more now than I have been, so it's really insane to see all this in person.
it really is. I mean, you guys are fantastic. Yeah, amazing. I mean, obviously, you play competitively as well. What has it been like for you seeing all the top 200 of the top players from around the world here to compete? It's been incredible.
It's been insane. I'm trying to steal some of their strats. They keep doing little things. I'm like, yeah, let me keep that in mind for later.
Let me keep it for next time. And also, I mean, community-wise as well, obviously World Cup, now here Invitational a few years later. How great has this been for everyone watching at home and for these audiences as well?
I can only imagine how good the broadcast looks just on a laptop or a phone or on a PC because it's incredible in person. Everyone backstage has been really nice. All the media looks great. Production's just fantastic so far.
It really is. Any particular duos you think to look out for? You think could go all the way? Who kind of sticks out for you? Anyone in particular? Or do you think it's still very much an open race at this point?
I think it's kind of an open race. I mean, there's still 3 games left, but with Vino and Queasy close with Cammy and Seti, that's like honestly what everyone's looking out for right now is who comes out on top. Yeah, who will be on top of EU? Or a dark horse will come through. You never know. There's 3 games to play. One more time, give it up for Vanessa, everyone! Let's head back to Zeke and the gang.
Thank you so much, Adam. And look, we just talked about Somerset paired up with Vanessa. There was Vanessa way over there. I don't know how we pulled this off. It is absolutely crazy. Now, we've had a couple moments throughout both of the 2 days of competition to do a little bit of a listen-in, right? To catch these raw moments from the player in those high-intensity elimination moments, or even just like, what are we going to do next? Let's take a listen.
We can use that, maybe. I got 2 gotchas and like I got nothing, bro. I'm a broke here. I got 3 gotchas, bro. Nothing, bro. We got zone, by the way. We need to get early search. Yeah. I'm gonna look towards thingy. Gotcha, promise you. I see one. 26, 39.
He's southeast. He's coming towards us and he stopped.
What if it's a solo, maybe? Big kid coming in behind.
They're fighting in here, I think.
Face.
Got it.
Nice, bro.
Nice. It's decent. 5 kills. Not bad.
Yeah, drop it. Yeah. Hit me. Back. Watch me. Dead. Watch me. 9! Oh.
Yeah, let's see where zone is in 30 seconds. If it's far, keep the bubbles.
Do I drop my bubbles? You went some.
Yeah, drop your bubbles.
I'm chugging. Come on.
Look as well. A dead 200.
Nice.
I got
chugging.
chugged.
Yeah, you need to go.
More chugged.
No mats.
Yeah, come here.
Just go. Get ahead. We just play for placement. Get all the place.
150?
Yeah. 150 on height. I'm coming down though.
That on me. I got buddy.
Yeah.
Adding. Jump in. Go box. Get it.
Push me.
Nice, bro. Second. They padded up. I dropped. Team padded up.
Okay. Go down.
Position.
We hope you enjoyed that. Now, guess what? We got a really special interview from Adam, who is on the stage. This is Around the World.
It certainly is. Thank you very much. We have 2 phenomenal players here on the stage. So big round of applause for Pars and Jace. All right, guys. Good to see you. Obviously, what a fantastic experience it's been. Pars, representing NA West here. What has it been like being here in North Carolina with these beautiful people here and competing against this stacked lobby?
It's been an amazing experience. Honestly, it's my first LAN, so I didn't really have any expectations going into this, but the whole thing's just been incredible.
Has it made a big difference playing in front of the audience, knowing, I mean, as well, being the player hotel, being around the other players, has it really added to the experience for you?
Yeah, just the atmosphere in general is just incredible. It's electric.
It really is. And Jace as well from OCE. What's it been like for you as well? I guess, you know, all the way from like Australia. Yeah. What's it been like being here in North Carolina competing in front of the crowd and everyone at home?
Yeah, no, it's been cool. It's a new experience because I've never been at LAN before, but yeah, it's been fun.
What do you think you'll take away from this? Obviously, the community have been absolutely loving this as well. What do you take away from this experience as well?
Just experience for more LANs in the future, hopefully, and hopefully next time we can win and not come last. But yeah.
Don't be such a pessimist. Always have hope. One more time, give it up for Pars and Jace. Thank you, fellas. Back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Jace. Listen, you're gonna go far. All right, believe in the me that believes in you. Okay, we still got 3 games. Ain't nothing. Come on, Jace, you got this. Fantastic to see now. Our players are slowly kind of making their way back onto the stage. They've kind of had this little bit of a break to collect themselves, talk amongst their duo, potentially a coach. What are kind of some of our expectations? We only have 3 games left to go, Vivid. Now, more than ever, it is vital for these duos to put everything on the table.
It is, yeah. There's only 3 more. You know, when we were playing yesterday, it was like, oh, we have tomorrow. When we started the day, it was like, oh, there's a lot of games left, 6 games. But no, now the halftime, like you mentioned, is over. Only 3 more left to do it. And the top 3 on the top of the leaderboard right now, they are pulling away from the rest of the competition. So not only do you have to perform, but you also have to stop them from gaining points if you want to break into that.
It's 2 things from how I look at it, because as far as the top 3 to 5 are concerned, you don't want to start hitting that autopilot region. And what I mean by that is you don't want to start thinking about, oh, well, this is what it looks like to be first place. You start thinking about yourself having already won. Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Vino, these 2 are just duking it out nonstop back and forth between who's actually going to stay in that first place position. And I want to see the bottom as well. Those teams, I don't want them to check out necessarily, because there are still 3 games. There is still a substantial amount of prize pool money up for grabs and some pretty significant jumps if you can get just 1, 2, 3 more placements.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my key takeaway as well when we watch things like the FNCS for their respective regions. It's not over until game 12. Anything can and anything will happen, right? So for all of you here in the venue, for all you watching at home, if you have a favorite duo that maybe isn't where you want them to be, continue to cheer them on, right? Until that last game, anything can happen. They can find that refresh. They can make it into that top 5 and get the Victory Royale. Anything can happen. You can see these players are zeroed in. They're focused, Vivid. The pressure is on. You've been in situations like this.
Oh, gosh.
What is going through these guys' mind? Do you think some of them are maybe racing? Are some of them trying to calm that storm? Are some of them just like, yo, I'm the best, let's keep that going?
I can tell you right now, for probably a lot of them, the end result, right? Every single pop end up on top. What if we get second? What if we lose by 1 point? What if we lose by 2 points? What if I got that 1 elimination in the last game? All of it right now is racing, because we are in this little bit of a break. But the ones, there are a couple of them out there that are still thinking strategy, that are still fully mentally reset, and they're locked in for this game, and those are the ones that have the edge.
And look, I know I just mentioned about how we are primarily looking towards Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti in that first and second place position, but Cold and Scented, by the way, each of them in that last match with 5 elims apiece. That's 10 elims collectively and a 20-point difference in their actual scoreboard. So as far as the leaderboard is concerned, these guys have just been steadily climbing. I believe they're actually 3rd currently in that leaderboard position. And if we're talking about a dark horse entering the race, I'd say these 2 are the ones to keep an eye out for.
It's incredible, the storyline, really, because I think that they were, expecting themselves to be contested, actually, and I don't think that they have been getting contested pretty much any of these games, which is why we can see them rising up the leaderboard so fast. But then even coming into today, right, like we were talking about, there was 5 EU teams in the top 10 and 4 NA East, and Acorn and the Edgy were that top NA East team, whereas Cold and Scented, I believe, were in 8th coming into today. But now, in 3rd place as well, so taking that top NA East spot, and they're on a hot streak right now. Like, they're coming for top 2.
Yeah, man, and I think one of, I guess a reminder for us as we watch these games, remember these players only have their perspective, right? So to us, when these players are possibly making what we would consider a mistake, they don't have all the data, right? We're watching all these perspectives. We have the bird's eye view, so we can see a lot more. So I think for a lot of these players, kind of being able to go back last night to spend that crucial time to say, okay, let's VOD review. What happened? What actually led to us ending the day the way we did? I'm happy to report a lot of these players, pretty much all of them, were back at the hotel reviewing every little thing, man.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? Like we talked about it on day number 1, hey, listen, some of these teams are going to go back to the hotel, they're going to reset, they're going to watch the VODs, watch some of the mistakes. I was there in the room. I know Acorn and Edgy, they were working hard as well. Like I mentioned earlier, they did come into the day 4th place position. They were still VOD reviewing, working hard, even though they did get that top 4 spot. So the hard work is being put in for sure.
And it's also just awesome seeing the amount of dedication as well, because it is quite the grind, both physically and mentally, I think, to just sit here playing through those 6 matches, go home, sit through more VOD review, and you're still staying mentally honed in. That's not an easy accomplishment by any means for all of these duos that are here competing. And I also want to just try and keep an eye out in that top 10 specifically, because we talked about Cold and Senate kind of making their way up in the leaderboards, but there has been a whole lot of shakeups as far as 4th through 9th are concerned in the placements.
That's right. I mean, here, the tension is real. Raleigh, North Carolina here, the Raleigh Convention Center. I know y'all have been able to hear this crowd go absolutely insane. We've had 3 games already with 3 left. There was a break between these 3 sets of games, so a lot of these players have collected themselves. And you can just tell, man, anytime we take a look at these faces, they're just thinking like, okay, look, whatever happened doesn't matter. Like, I just have to perform here for the next 3 games.
Yeah, and some of them don't even really care for the break even, right? Like, I know that we had that interview with Cammy and Seti right before, or right after they got that victory royale, right before the break, basically. And Cammy was just like, or Adam asked Cammy, you know, hey, like, what are you going to do on the break? And Cammy was like, I'm just going to wait for the next game, like, right?
Yeah.
Like, some of them are still locked in. That break isn't even phasing them at all. And then Seti's been loving it, right? He's got a big smile on his face all the time, feeling confident.
What I want to see is what the momentum shift is going to be for having this break period, though, because it's not necessarily that the players are going to go cold by any means in terms of their aim, because I'm sure just from the energy in this crowd alone, looking out into that audience as a player, it's got to be an invigorating feeling. But as far as that catalyst aspect, because something to kind of highlight from earlier in the day, for our first game with Game 7, there was a moment with Tripburn and Thomas HD where Tripburn literally challenged a box fight in a 1v2 situation, gets a trade, and essentially forces out On1 and Baka while picking up an elim in the process. And from that moment on, we kind of just saw Thomas HD and Tripburn just really make a strong move up in the leaderboard positions because of the fact that they were able to just take that instance and just run with that momentum.
Yeah, there's a pretty big tonal shift coming into today, right? We observed a lot of duos yesterday. Storm Surge was rampant, right? And a lot of them kept kind of saying the same thing. We need to get more aggressive. Today, duos are realizing that. We have to go absolutely ham if we want. That solves our Storm issues. That solves our issue of we don't have mats or weapons or whatever. We just have to get refreshes, right? We always go into that mid-game zone ready to go. But for some duos, it's still not enough. It's what I'm like. The trend we're seeing is they're getting aggressive, they're finding eliminations, they're doing all the things, but they have nothing left in the tank.
I mean, that's just Fortnite and Storm Surge in general, unfortunately, right? And I love that you've kind of pointed out that aggression. I feel like Vico has been one of those players that we have seen constantly try to get aggressive off spawn in that early game, landing over at the reality tree. I just feel like every single time we tuned in with him, he was like looking for a fight. So he himself knows that he has to go get aggressive, but he's also confident in his aggressive. Coming on the back foot of that, a phenomenal game yesterday. I would be feeling confident too.
I'm glad you brought up Vico though, because even last night in the player lounge, he was just so energetic, so excited. And the one thing that I remember him distinctly talking about was, I'm aiming for that 3rd place position at a minimum. Okay. He wanted to make sure that everybody there was aware of the fact that he is doing everything in his power to try and elevate himself from that 9th place position where he started out today. And I believe it's still a decent amount of work cut out for him, but if he's able to keep consistently putting up elims like what we've been witnessing, you never know, because we've already seen duos such as Hen and Vortex, for example, where they secured 50 points in one match.
I love the fact that that we're talking about players right now, and one of them that we have to talk about is Zeke. It's Vino.
Yeah, man, just take a look at these stats. I mean, Vino, I will always continue to talk about this player, specifically his evolution. Ever since he hit the competitive scene, he was always known as just the guy that could do one thing. He will not lose a fight, ever. You put him on any team, you got a problem, you send him in. He takes care of the issue, but now he's evolving, right? He's understanding, okay, maybe I can kind of do both. And we see many players not capable of doing that. Some can say, well, I can IGL, but I'm not most comfortable fighting. And then we see the same on the other side. Vino is one of the very few players that can kind of do both.
Yeah, look at him. 2 thumbs up right there, 2 peace signs. He's feeling confident. He wants to get into the next game. And shout out to Nick A30, right? I'm supposed to be the analyst, and he was the one breaking down one of their plays. It's actually one of their, like, their highlight plays that they do all the time. They do this thing where one of them drops down on one side, and then the other comes right down on the other side. And Nick A30 spotted that. So shout out to him for having that analytical mind, having the game knowledge. But Cammy and Seti talk about game knowledge, being well aware of their surroundings at all points during the game, so much so that we have seen them take high ground twice now when that has like never been done before by this duo.
No, but they understand fully that when it comes to the competitive environment, especially an in-person event like the FNCS Invitational, you're going to have to be flexible, and that is exactly what they have managed to deliver time and time again. The fact, again, that they have a third of the Victory Royales out of the matches that have been played so far speaks volumes. And again, I think that as far as Cammy and Seti, they're also keeping in mind, we might have 3 Victory Royales, but at the same time, we're still not in first place. That as well, I think, is an incredible metric to gauge things by for just how in control Queasy and Vino just have been throughout each of these rounds.
Yeah, that's right, you guys. This insight is next level. Why don't we check?
Thank you, Zeke. Now, yeah, this is a huge moment in the tournament, right? We're halfway through day 2. Game 9 has been completed. I want to talk about how these players are feeling mentally. How strong do you have to be in these moments as a player on that huge stage in front of this incredible crowd to stay calm, stay confident, and stay effective in your plan? We've seen so many teams switch things up on day 1, and I feel like we've seen less of that in day 2. We've seen teams that are sort of thinking about, you know what, let's just stick to our guns, let's just stick to what we know, and let's try and see if it works, right? We're seeing Cammy and Seti returning to the low ground quite often as well, picking up elimination after elimination. I touched on their Storm Surge strategies earlier on as well, and these guys are looking really, really strong when they are in that position. And I think they could take it all, you know. These are one of those teams that if they are getting those end games, if they're getting there consistently with this great Storm Surge plan that they have, they could definitely take it all. Of course, we talk about Queasy and Vino taking the high ground, but that is, of course, very relevant and very reliant, if you like, on their material management as well. So it's exciting back here. The hype is real, and I can't wait to see what's happening next.
Thank you so much for that insight, Mini Miner. Once again, we just had a little bit of a break, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what's going on, we played 3 matches, we gave the players a moment to breathe. We had them step away, collect themselves, and now they are back. We will be getting into games in just a little bit. I want to turn attention to the standings. Queasy Vino have maintained this lead almost all day. But Cammy, Seti, they are right there, man. They are in lockstep with this duo. They are looking, waiting for Queasy and Vino to make a mistake. Now, last game, we did see that. They finally said, high ground, we're sick of it. And they pushed them, and it worked. Now, this does go back to Mini Miner's point, though. They haven't been managing resources as well as they could be.
Exactly, but I love the fact that you mentioned that, you know, Cammy and Seti, quote-unquote, are sick of the high ground. Because another team that was kind of sick of the high ground, even actually so much so that they love playing the low ground, it's Cold and Scented, and they were just running through the lobby throughout the low ground. 10 eliminations is what they finished that game number 3 with, and they're hot on the heels of that top 2.
And Cold and Scented, I think, have just been working very seamlessly with each other. You can really see this duo's chemistry come to light whenever they're playing through these first and second moving zones. And I think more specifically, Scented as well has really been surprising a lot of these other duos, just taking such aggressive instances that I don't think you would naturally expect those challenges right away, but it just doesn't seem as though Cold or Scented are willing to miss today.
And the teamwork is always there. This is one of the things that I am most impressed by when I watch these 2 guys play on NA East. You can see in almost every single highlight, pay attention, they are always doing the exact same thing. They know what the other person is doing. They know where that other person is at, whether they're going to get that shot in. And it seems like they always get that prime shotgun shot off at the same exact time collectively. So it's like 2 people just firing that shot at the same exact time every single time, whether it's an edit, whether it's piece control, anything.
It's about that synergy factor, right? This is kind of something we've danced around, I would say, over the past 2 days of competition, right? Some of these duos they've been doing as long as we can remember, right? Cammy, Seti. Some people have come together for the first time in this competition. For this duo in particular, they, to your point, are basically the same person. They act as a single entity, right? When we watch duels like Queasy and Vino, it's like, oh, I don't know, I got to go take high ground, Vino, go down there and deal with it. For this duo, they're like, hey, we need to accomplish a goal.
Yeah.
Let's just go put our heads together and take that together.
And it works so well, especially when they get to that high, or that low, I almost said high ground, that low ground position, because Scented has been playing it for so long. Throwback to when he got multiple second places, so he himself, you know, not to mention, is still chasing that championship title. And, you know, right now I think he's like 54 points behind, definitely within striking distance. That's like 1 game. If Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti both go down early, then Cold and Scented are being set up very, very well.
And that's another thing that I love about looking at the top 10 of the leaderboard and even seeing some of the players that are in those 11th through 20th positions is that there are so many duos out here that we see in that top 10 who are chasing the prestige of their first championship title for an event, and to accomplish it here at the FNCS Invitational, one of the first in-person events that we've been able to witness in quite some time for Fortnite. It's just absolutely insane, and I can understand why these players are just so excited to continue the competition, to keep trying to showcase that this is what we've been grinding for.
I mean, just look at these emotions, right? These are just a handful of highlights from every victory royale we've seen. You could just see on their face. Well, unless you're Cammy and Seti, then
Cammy.
yeah, Cammy's just
the
like
single clap.
yeah, you know what? One clap, boop. Another day in the office. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of familiar faces here, getting back-to-back victory royales or cumulative victory royales. Man, oh man, it just kind of begs the question: what the heck are we going to see in these last 3 games, man?
You know, game number, let me think, let me do a little bit, what was that, game number 9? Yeah, game number 9. So, Belusi and Hyjo, right, they were kind of tired of seeing Queasy and Vino up on the high ground, and they themselves were actually up there, so much so that they had it going into the moving zones, right, and then they lost it to Queasy and Vino. Who would have thought? But then they went for it again later on, so the battle was kind of continuing. And that's something that Queasy and Vino are actually known for, so maybe they're stealing a little bit of a strategy out of their book, because I have seen Queasy and Vino actually lose that high ground on a multiple occasions throughout the Invitational alone, but it's like, a minute later, they're just back on that high ground. So I feel like that strategy where you kind of just let somebody take high ground and you're like, all right, whatever, let me reset, let me go get a more advantageous position, and then just take it right back. That's something that Queasy and Vino love to do. However, like I mentioned, Hyjo and Belusi were the ones that put it out that game.
And they're not the only duo that's been aiming to try and keep that high ground level suppressed away from Queasy and Vino. It's just another kind of instance where we see Queasy and Vino, they're doing everything in their power to try and maintain, but again, we have seen them encounter some material issues. Their builds haven't necessarily been able to match their aspirations in terms of maintaining high ground for games 8 and 9, but heading into game number 10, whenever we do get to that instance after the players get their nice little break, have to keep in mind, these are the players that I really wanted to kind of keep an eye out for the 11th through 20th, because I think Clix and Duke, we've been seeing a lot of action coming out from that Fort Jonesy section. Pink and Nas especially. I mean, these are all names that we have been watching over the past couple of years, just making themselves known.
Yeah, and I really quickly wanted to turn attention to Thomas HG and Trippin. We watched the top 3 be unmoving to kind of start the day, right? Queasy, Vino, right? Thomas HG, Trippin, and now for the first time, Cold and Scented have actually dethroned Thomas HG and Trippin. And now we still have 3 games. Anything can still happen, right? But to see them finally kind of have that moment where they're like, oops, we were in top 3, we have to take a step back now to Cold and Scented. What are we hoping to see from this duo, right? Because they got the passion, they got the fire, that's why they're in your top 5. But this is a duo capable of winning it all.
So Cold and Scented aren't too far ahead right now, right? I think
it was like 3 points, 4 points.
Exactly. So we consider maybe a little bit of a tie right now, right? You just have to have a good game out of Thomas and Trippin. I mean, it was just one game, right? One slip up. I want to see them return to the form that they had in Game 7 and Game 8. If they do that, then I think that they're fine in terms of securing that top 3. Unfortunately, for the NA East hopers, it would be an all EU top 3 at that point, but what can we hope for?
We still have to keep an eye out though for Hen and Vortex. It really seems as though Hen is trying to remind everybody, hey, I was considered a kind of goated player for a reason, and his fragging potential has really been highlighted throughout these last couple of rounds. And I think especially getting 50 points in a single match on top of the Victory Royale, but it is unreal to think that he went back to back with strong Elim performances, because I don't think that a lot of people really had too many expectations for Hen. He's been relatively quiet, especially given everything that happened throughout the entirety of the last season, funneling into the FNCS Invitational. But here today, he just seems like he's alive again.
Yeah, for a lot of these duos, they're kind of thinking that, right? Last opportunity, 3 games. Let's just play with an open heart. Let's see what can be done.
For sure.
It is almost that time, so very quickly, don't forget, watch all the way to the end of the show for some FNCS news for Vanessa, Somerset, Nick, A30. We really appreciate y'all coming, hanging out with us, and giving us your insight. We're going to check in with MDF and Jacob really quickly. I want to hear from them.
Yeah, big shout out to the community coming together. I saw Bucky sending me some messages like, hey, get me on broadcast. I'm like, can I trust you, Bucky?
Everybody.
But, yeah.
Everybody's seeing the biggest stage, and they want to go ahead and take part of that biggest stage. But that's exactly what the atmosphere is like. Even everybody in the crowd knows this is one of the biggest moments in some of these players' careers, and it says a lot.
The way I see it is you should have gotten a flight and came out here and hung out and enjoyed this atmosphere, because it is nothing like we have ever experienced before. One thing I also want to give huge credits and shout outs to, let's just think about how well Europe is playing as a whole. One of the questions I think the community was asking was, why is it that they have been so good? It's the practice. It's all the practice they put in over the last year. It's no surprise that European scrims have just been at an all-time high. And you have to shout out the Noble Scrims, of course, for putting on these games for them, because it is showing off that they are doing very well now.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. And one of the always things that I've said throughout my career in general is you got to do twice the work to stay on top than you did to even get there in the first place, because there's a thing that some people like to feel complacent. Oh, I achieved first place, I got my FNCS champion, now it's time to relax. And no, that is actually the complete opposite, especially when you get invited to a global competition like this. There is nobody that is really going to give you any single chance.
And it's super interesting when we got to talk to the pro players. A lot of what they say is, hey, the way you improve nowadays, that what we do is actually, we just play in creative. We just go head to head on a very frequent basis. But you're seeing now that, you know, playing those in-game tournaments, really putting in the work in Zone War-esque style tournaments. That's what we love about creative, is you can take it any way. That is some of the best practice you can use to start to hone in and become some of the best of the best.
Yeah, and you can even see like that practice that you're talking about, Queasy and Vino, time and time again, that 6-moving zone, that's when you can really count on them to really try to go ahead and take some of that height. But we can count on the Des to go ahead and hold us down with more information.
Thank you all so much. Fantastic. As always, we're getting ever closer to starting game number 10. We're almost there. We're making sure we're checking that battle bus, making sure all players are on board before we kick off the last 3 games of the FNCS Invitational. My goodness, the crowd here has been electric. They've been cheering on the fans. You guys are allowed to be hyped. It's okay. There they are. They're awake. They're focused, just as focused as some of these players are. Vivid, I wanted to kind of ask you a quick question here about aggression. Okay. We're seeing these players, they think the answer to winning, the answer to solving many of our problems is aggression. Whether that be pushing a duo, whether that be making a single edit and hoping for the best. What are your thoughts? Do we need to be even more aggressive? Do we need to maybe slow things down for the last 3 games?
You know, I tried to remove bias as the best I can. Sometimes, you know, it slips through.
Okay.
And this right here, this answer is going to be biased, because I was like, like I'll straight up tell you, I was like one of the most passive players to ever play Fortnite, right? So aggression to me would have never have been the answer. I personally would just be maybe looking at the positions that I'm setting up on throughout that mid game and the early game. Hey, you know, maybe this hill isn't working. The people that are landing around me, they're not rotating towards me. They already know that I'm going to be setting up here. What other positions around can I go set up in? Or maybe I can go get some, like, you know, sneaky little beam on somebody that is rotating one of these crazy other rotations, and maybe, you know, figure it out that way.
But if the topic's aggression, one thing that I love to see is that we have some of these newer duos, I think, as far as competitive experience is concerned, especially when it comes to playing at an in-person event. But Smite and Larson, they have been a duo that have been very open about how aggressive they want to be. They've been looking for that challenge up against Muzz and Looter all day yesterday specifically, and now here today even. I think that we've still been seeing some instances between Smite and Larson, but at the same time, they just gotta be careful to not necessarily go too hot-headed into some of these engagements. But I think for the most part, their aim has looked pretty strong, and when you're on point, it kind of makes sense if you want to go all in.
I love the fact that you bring up that aggression, because one of those games I was watching between Smite and Larson and Muzz and Looter, I think Muzz and Looter like left Grim Gables. It was like going into the 3rd zone, so I don't know how they were fighting for that long, but they were like 700 above, and you already know that they did basically all of that damage to Smite and Larson. So I have no idea how they're doing so much damage when there's literally only one duo around them.
I'm getting word we have Mini Miner, who is standing by with a special guest in the player area. Mini Miner, who you got?
We have a very special guest indeed. We have Blake, one of our pro players, one of our alternate players here. Blake, of course, you're a pro player yourself. You've been in this situation before. All of these players going into the final few games. What must be going through their mind from your own experience?
I mean, it's just an incredible experience being here. Not really the question, but
yeah, nice.
They're definitely nervous. Like going into these last 3 games, you know, they gotta like bring it all and keep it up.
Yeah, for those teams that aren't doing so well, how do you resolve those problems, right? If you're going into this final 3 games, things can change. So how do you approach the sort of attempt at fixing those?
So I mean, like look at Hen. They started in like 40th place and they climbed all the way up today. So I mean, you just gotta like keep your mentality straight and not get tilted. And I feel like that's like the biggest thing. Like everyone has a chance to.
Absolutely, everyone has a chance. Wise words indeed. Thank you very much, Blake, for the interview. Now back to you, Zeke, on the desk.
Thank you so much. Blake, you are absolutely incredible. Never forget it. Now, I'm getting word we are standing by with Adam and Kelly. Hey, what do you two have?
We have so much for you here, guys. We have had a lot of action thus far. 9 games gone, 3 to go. 27 countries, 7 regions. FNCS Invitational 2022. Only 3 games left.
But everyone, before we can get into game number 10, we're going to need your help because the players need to hear you. The world needs to hear you. So we need to make some noise on 3. 1, 2, 3!
We call excitement, energy, and everything more in the room.
Yeah, the arena is just impeccable right now, waiting for the moment that we crown an FNCS Invitational champion, but we got a few more games to go.
That is right, and we are getting the taste, and here it is. It's the battle bus. Sounds like it is ready. We get to gear up for game 10, and this is going to be an important game. We have had this extended break. They have gotten the chance to sit down and really strategize, think about the way they want to approach this next half, and it's all or nothing now.
Yeah, big change-up of zones from day number 1 to day number 2. But for some of these teams at the top, Trippin, Thomas, Cammy, Seti, include at the top Queasy and Vino, nothing has really changed. They've stayed consistent through and through, and they are your front runners right now. But like Blake said in that interview, you cannot count anyone out. I bring flashbacks to Chapter 3, Season 3, NA East, where Commander Avery started day number 2 in 9th place and had an ending of a lifetime.
That is right. Well, there are just 3 more games in front of us as we are now kicking this off. Mr. Savage and iDrop are going for an extremely wide split here, giving respect and distance to Onwon and Baka, who have had quite the day, if we do say so ourselves, putting up the performance. You can see they've really earned the respect here at Chrome Jam Junction. Early on, of course, we got to talk to iDrop, and all he had to say was, hey, I've been uncontested. I absolutely feel extremely confident here, but that has changed so far.
Yeah, with the FNCS Invitational, this is where worlds collide. In last game, we saw an early game drop from Bugha and Mero, and shots are already being fired off by Vortexers. But Bevies, he takes a huge amount of damage. Mero gets targeted. He is going to be the first one down from this duo, leaving a ton of pressure on Bugha's shoulders.
Yeah, what's crazy about this is they have just switched up the strategy all the way and have decided they are just going to contest Bugha and Mero. Cut their chances at performing any kind of comeback story here and earn themselves a real drop. That's some of the things you have to weigh, right? These are the decisions you have to make. There's nothing wrong with getting a side drop, a split drop, but realistically, if you want to win, you need to have winning loot. Trunkers has got it.
Yep, going over to Grim Gables, a fight that we know oh so much off spawn. Larssen and Smite, they have the majority of the victories over here, but last game you saw them kind of disengage, not really take that fight, but a fight that we know so well. Cold and Scented taking down Raze, and you gotta imagine Pars was there to follow. Both of them sent back to the lobby. The NA East duo starting off game number 10. Hot.
That's crazy because we haven't seen them actually contest them in that way, so they are mixing it up. And for them to do that tells us, hey, let's play for first. We want to play for points. Let's play for first. We got to close that gap. We need elims.
And for Scented and Cold, a couple second place finishes, close calls right there, really smelling and tasting what could be theirs, but falling short a few times. Larssen and Smite, they know how bad it was to disengage before. They want to be able to try to take this one, but 2 separate 1v1 fights. It's all about the individual in a duo competition.
Meanwhile, I saw Vino find an Elim as well in the feed, so our first place team already picking up the pace as well onto Alice. Shots on the other side, though. Muzz putting up a great defensive attempt here, but Larssen is hurt. Not looking good for Smite and Larssen right now, Jacob.
Yeah, he's trying to backtrack, box to box, that individual fight. They want to bring it back to the duo. They don't want to let one person really decide everything as Muzz and Looter. They have the advantage. They have the high ground builds and piece control going over, but a huge shot to really back them up and stabilize right now for Smite and Larssen are doing everything they can to fight back from the low ground.
Not looking too hot right now for Muzz as he has to reset. Starting to run low on the heels there as well for a second. And again, Alice, the full finish there in the feed, so Vino does find himself a set of points. Smite and Larssen, one of the few duos from NA that have managed to put up an exceptional performance this weekend. If there is any takeaway here, it is that every region has such standout performers on this international stage. I am sure there have been such surprises, great surprises this weekend that have been revealed for us.
Yeah, you can see this one being another prolonged fight. More teams slowly but surely rotating in this direction, trying to go ahead and get their own Storm Surge, so it's not going to be a worry later on in the game as Larssen and Smite trying to fight around, keep control of the pieces. Looter doing what he can. You see flashes coming out. A lot of their resources, Monster, being used very, very early.
Yeah, definitely. You can see they're going to double down, start to farm up some material here. This will make a difference. Larssen going for the wall take, has to be careful. That is a 2v1 peek. This is one of the most dangerous things you can do, but there it is. Smite comes from the side there to back him up. Wasting no time there to fight back. Meanwhile, Ju, Yusri start to step on in. Remember, Ju and Yusri are contested by Alex and Bailey, but they have moved out of their drop spot a little early. Smite recognizes what's going on here, and all of a sudden, Larssen also doubles down on the defensive maneuvers. Everyone will possibly have to get out of here now.
Yep.
And even then, I think there's an additional team putting their attention into the mix. There it is. Shots from up above.
Yep, that's our team from the Copenhagen Flames. That's Pablo, Wingu, and Swag.
Wow.
They didn't have the best day number one, but looking to have a great day number 2. Shots being fired on the Larssen. Pablo picking up that elimination. And this is where it's going to get hectic because everybody also still has to rotate south to zone. And Bevies in the elimination feed, he did take down Bugha. That's not what you want to have happen. And even Mr. Savage getting dropped by Baka, the NA West duo rising to the top on day number 2.
Yep, so fights are starting to conclude now. Tayson finds Aqua as well, so all of our contested drops are leaning towards a conclusion. KBR and Zeke, KBR by himself right now, our 5th place team currently in the back half here. Already has a big task in front of him. It's making up the points and a much tougher one. We get to see how Bugha was actually eliminated. Bevies and Vortexer just catch him trying to escape. All the while, a tough day for Bugha.
In comes Queasy and Vino flying high through the sky, watching all that action from Green Gables as the dust settles. And you can even see what their plan is. They know some action is down there, and they too want to take part. Their early game aggression on the back of Vino already netting themselves one elimination, but they know how stacked it has actually been. But Scented goes down. Scented goes down for the duo from OCE.
And do not forget, Scented and Cold are the highest current positioned NA East team. Cold is now by himself. This is a problem. The full thirst has already happened. This is a tough spot to be in for our young player, Cold. Cold, who has just had an exceptional year, being picked up by Scented, playing alongside one of the greats in our space, and trying to work his way up, earn his stripes throughout this scene. They are in 3rd place coming into Game 10, and what a position to be in to represent for your entire region.
And if there's any pressure right now, it is
Edge
solely on Cold's shoulders to stay alive. I said early on that at this point in time, with how stacked the top side of the leaderboard is, you cannot afford to have any sort of bad game.
Thatch, Pam still fall there too. Joe and Z Andy just looking around. NA East is getting chopped out of this lobby. But what stands true is Seti and Cammy alive right now, looking very well, baiting out potential opponents to fire inwards to see if they can entice someone to take a fight against them at longer ranges, of course.
That's what they do best. Is Noah Riley trying to go ahead and sneak some shots from the bush. Him and Bad Sniper landing towards Tilted Tower. And for them, it's just about trying to get these angles. As they spot Epic Well at the top, that's going to be one shot to kind of add to the total for them. As when it comes to loot, when it comes to positioning, they're not in such a bad spot, but they're also not in a spot to really find tag after tag. There was only such few teams near them actually in Tilted.
It's one of the best things we've seen from Thomas HD and Tripper in this weekend is that they have been probably the most malleable team, the most flexible team. Great tags here. Tripper manages to land on a rotating duo just in the distance there, but it just shows you they play so dynamic zone to zone. There is no same strategy, but they execute, and they've been executing all day long.
Consistency is key, and right now, see Clix and Duke going over towards Shimmer Shrine. They got a knock-in elimination onto one, trying to hunt down that solo. Jace is going to be that guy. And on the other end of him is Pink and Anas, the other team from Fort Jonesy. Duke gets the beast control, going right in, trying to take down Jace, who's trying to play the defense right here. Backs down just enough to buy himself some more time to try to stabilize. But we talked about the pressure of multiple teams looking to get this elimination.
And it's crazy. Their average placement has been around 22.6. It shows us that they are making it far every game, but they are just having a tough time around that halfway mark in the competition. Getting beyond that point is some of the most difficult parts of Fortnite. And if you're not executing perfectly, one mistake will cross you out.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that when you split Fort Jonesy, you're not really getting too much damage on Storm Surge. You're not getting the best loadout. You're forced to kind of either look for tags or look for any sort of some resources. Clicks, spotting out the tags coming from the bush, tries to fire back, not being able to connect with anything. But Duke, once again, trying to push up. This team is in complete focus mode, trying to take control of their destiny, shoot to the top of the leaderboards. And that is exactly what you have to do as the games are coming to a close.
Okay, Cold still alive right now, manages to put up a great defensive hold here. It looks like they might have found an Elim along the way as well, or pushed off what was the opponents, and now the play to go ahead and get out and play for the reboot, play for the pickup. There's a med kit. He's got well-timed information of this entire area. And look at that. Scented will be rebooted. Our third place team have a chance in this game.
The crowd giving them some life as well. Let's see if they can take a page out of Asia's FNCS champion, Zagu and Miram. After their reboot, they ended up with a second place finish.
But hold that thought. Middle East has arrived. Falcon Spy and Bravado Focus is just nearby. They will absolutely know there's a player at the reboot. The information was perfectly handed to them. They have everything they need to execute an ambush. There it is. Spy opens up, and now it's his time to shine here. It's his moment. This is the first fight we get to see him kick it off. I've watched him in creative. He is gross, but can he hit the shots when it matters most? A worst case scenario is a scrappy player like Spy and Focus here looking to fight back a huge 100. Cold puts down Focus, though, in a great fight, and Cold is 1v2ing here, as he only has a little bit of loot, set to find something in the distance, comes back to support, and he's here! And they turn it around!
Make some noise for NA East, as Scented and Cold do it again. They have an entire region on their shoulders. So make sure we show them some love every single time. But for KBR, doing it for Brazil, 138 below the damage threshold for him. Getting that reboot if he tries is not going to be enough because so many teams are around. He needs to get damage all at the same time. His options are slowly closing.
I must say, that was so impressive. I haven't let it down just yet. But let's look at KBR here. He needs 160 damage to get safe here. He's only found 30. You need big tags. You cannot miss these. That's huge. There it is. Very nice. Very nice. He sees another team in the distance. And look at this. Turning up when it matters most.
Doing just enough tag by tag, not getting too greedy. This is huge. 29 more, only 28 below. Top of the Medmis, just trying to top himself off. The shots continue to get landed. KBR doing everything that he can, but you can see the numbers jumping, lowering in this lobby. Everybody taking part, but finally, the dust settles just enough. 2 above the damage threshold. That is the miracle KBR needed for now.
Now imagine if he hadn't found any tag, he would be hundreds below the safety line there. But instead, he gets active, he does enough. Cammy and Seti in a zone fight. This could be a defining moment. EU versus Asia now. Peppo and Runa. Absolute savages. You know, what we've seen this weekend is that Asia can hang with the best of the best. Do not count them out.
Can't count them out. Can't count them out at all, but it almost makes me wonder, are they suffering to surge? But Jace out of nowhere, trying to enter into the Fae. Basil was lost long ago, but Jace finally goes down. Peppo's going to be able to clean that one up. But Sammy, Cammy, and Seti getting that top once again. 657, finally leaving their drop spot. Literally on replay right now after every single game.
And this is what they do best now. They will play extremely passive. They don't need to do much. They will be fine damage-wise. All they have to do is focus on positioning. That will be the name of the game for them. And also, let's just talk about, finally, we get a little bit of a mix-up here. The zone pool south. There are new teams in this general area that need to step up. Vino doesn't care where it goes. He finds an Elam in the feed, showing us that you can pull south, you can pull north. He's going to make the best of the situation.
Yeah, Noah Riley and Bad Sniper knows somebody is under pressure outside. Now, you not only hear the storm surge, but see the shots getting fired off in the distance. Ed, that's a revive, and I think King is at least going to try and go for it. But Noah Riley and Bad Sniper are going to be the gatekeepers for them if they're trying to look for an exit.
What's crazy about that is Noah Riley and Bad Sniper have no idea that that is Ed and King right there. And yes, you might have assumed he saw the feed. Take a look at how Vino picked up his elimination. Just boxes up Janus like it's nothing and tips him right out the lobby. Look at his face. He knows for a fact that that was a huge elimination, and he made it look easy.
If anybody is full of confidence, it is Vino, 100%. You ask him who the best player in the world is, he's going to point at himself with 2 fingers, and honestly, it would be more if he had more.
If you needed a clip to show you why, that's probably one of them.
On1 and Baka also getting busy. Belusi's going to go down, cleaned up all together. That team from NA West, scrappy as can be, and that's why I kind of looked at them as a very under-the-radar team.
What a crazy reaction time there from Thomas HD to defend off Snacky's peak. He saw Thomas HD swinging a little wide there. Here's KBR still alive. Remember, he survived the storm surge with just excellent tags, and still, it seems like he may not have a reboot card to save his teammate, and now he has to rotate out. But we've seen some interesting stats. When you actually pick up your teammate, you have, believe it or not, lower chances as far as the stats go to place higher, and that's because more often than not, you are worried about splitting your loot, effectively lowering your chances. So he actually has a great odds right now, just playing by himself, play his game, play to the best of his ability.
Yeah, it's all about those solo points that you can get here in Game 10. And Scented and Cold coming back from the depths. That play, Cold, if anybody can do it, it is going to be him. And just hopefully they don't run out of gas, because right now they are in reach. You see it right there, 247 points in 3rd place. They still have a gap to close, though, Monster.
And they are doing just that. I mean, they picked up those 2 Elims on Spy and Focus. Again, you don't see a team get rebooted and just find points like that. This is an incredible situation that's unfolding for Cold and Scented, like giving quite literally a second chance in this game here. But we have a zone that's going to start to play out now. Things are going to begin to constrict the zone pools east, and this is going to favor Cold and Scented perfectly. Cammy and Seti are already here as well. It couldn't get any better for them.
I like Cammy and Seti right now. The dust is settling. They're not getting overly aggressive, letting these opportunities naturally present themselves as they're gathering all that information. Walks Robab in the distance, followed by Merstash and Malibu, who are a little separated And in Vortex as well, looking good. 4 eliminations, gotta be feeling pretty confident when it comes to Storm Surge, especially since you're landing even more shots as players fly through the sky.
Showing you what that Hammer Assault Rifle can do once you let it rip. 2 of them in hand, big damage. Vortex and Hen. This has been a great day for Vortex and Hen.
Yeah.
We talk about a team that was well outside the top 15 and then just all of a sudden turn online, come in now earning themselves a 5th place after several rounds today.
Throwback goes down to Duke and Clix. We're trying to make up for that day #1, trying to bolster their position as Merstash gets one as well. Avery and Commandment under pressure. They had a victory royale the day yesterday, trying to replicate that success today, but they become the focus of the lobby. All directions now joining in, but luckily for them, they have so much position here, so much control of these pieces, they can back out and still be safe.
I need someone to send Avery a tweet and just ask him, how does he play leaning with that posture? I'm so confused.
He's just chilling. He's vibes right now.
He is fully invested into the game. But here's Ketos and PH Zin. 300 above the surge and a very long rotate in front of them. Can they find a launch pad? Do they have something to work with here to get out of this spot? Little loot split for them.
Make sure everybody is good. Queasy and Vino looking like they got another elimination onto Alice, bringing their total to 4 in this game alone. Trying to run away with it, trying to build themselves the biggest cushion possible going in to what could be a big game #12. And even though we didn't see it on screen, but let's see how Vino was able to get that kill.
He just continues to add more and more here. Adding up, Alice is gonna fall there. And it happens once again. So here it is, the half in, half out pulls far east. Cammy and Seti pull half in, half out. Are they destined to take it all away? Can they swing their way back over? Will it be Cold and Censored? They're one of the few there as well in the conversation here. Vico and Mirai need to do more. 14 above is not going to be enough. He's going to slide right past Avery and Commandment. This is dangerous territory to be in. We all know you don't want to walk past enemy builds like that, but luckily they do not swing open, not worth the risk.
Dangerous territory. It's Vico and Meringue. From the start of the game, every single game towards Reality Tree, they get busy very early and they're looking for the shots, looking for that piece control. And you see that duo that was once there, they just completely abandon that position. They don't want to risk it all too early in this game.
Macwood and Kanata on high ground. This is what we love to see. You know, you put them in a lobby like this, you expect a couple of games, maybe 1, maybe 2, to go this way. This is a high ground team. Now, the problem of today, or this weekend, has been these high ground teams haven't made it. We've only seen Aqua in a few end games, and whenever he is there, he's going for it. We've only seen Kanata maybe once or twice make an end game. Now he's going for it.
And you know what time it is right now. You know what time it is, right? 6 moving zone. Got them on the big screen. Queasy and Vino, this is where they typically always, and I mean always, at least try to make a play for the high ground. And I feel like they have the most success in the lobby so far when it comes to making those plays happen. But Sentin and Cold talked about the position they are. 3rd place on the leaderboard. Thomas and Tripper just a little bit above. 453 when it comes to that damage threshold for them. The only focus is getting to the next zone.
But their loot looks great. The launch pads in the inventory, they have everything they need. Queasy and Vino are playing such an interesting strategy. Late from behind, they try to swing all the way on in, and that is such an interesting way to play this one out, because what they want to do is allow the zone to pull very, very far, give them room, and then time that entrance. And now look at this. It puts them in a prime position to start eyeing and sizing up high ground. But Sentin, Cold already there, beating them to the punch. Starts to look in. Someone lands in the box, and Cold is possibly there to defend. Yes, he's still there. It's Avery who tries to land in the box. No, sir. That was a mistake.
And they instantly close in on him like a Venus flytrap as Queasy and Vino. They've done it yet again. They have that portion of the high ground, but you see they're staggering Vino back, wanting to let nobody get any opportunity to try to steal it away. And the only person that does gets taken down almost immediately, adding to their elimination total.
They're making it look easy. Seti and Cammy now also very much positioned to make another big endgame. 15 duos remaining here. Thomas HD and Trippin still have so much left in the tank as well, but they get broken down. Oh no, a great block there though. They were just one build away from potentially getting taken out the lobby. Too much shots starts to come in now. The focus is here. He has to swing around. This is gonna be terrible for our second place team. Trippin is nowhere to be found. Thomas hits the launch pad. He swings past high ground and Queasy and crew. And there it is. Trippin falls. Thomas is now by himself.
They're trying to go for the high ground right now, but Chapix is shut down. But Tayson's having to do it by himself. But Queasy, he's going to abandon it for now. Vino's going to follow suit. Shots coming in. This is huge. Chapix goes down, though. The refresh and the siphon is absolutely important. Tayson trying to break into the box, but he goes down. Vino and Queasy will not be denied.
And this is why they're some of the best. He was there to back him up. And it works out so well. Bevies and Vortexer from contesting Bugha and Miro at the drop, running them out of Chonker Speedway, now running it up to the high ground here in an endgamer, looking like they want to take home their first victory of the weekend.
Down goes Vino. Down goes one member of the first place team.
To the hands of Cammy.
This is a chance right now for teams to try to overtake that top spot, and one of them is going to be Thomas HD as a solo. Doing everything that he can, try to move to the builds. He has enough resources to make it happen, but Queasy, no build to his name. 1v1 against you, but he gets taken down thanks to the storm.
And Thomas HD is still alive right now, clutching, which is so monumental as first place has finally fallen. They have a chance to earn some points here. Cold and Scented are still alive as well. Thomas HD needs to make up 15 points in order to close the gap here. Scented needs 30. That's a huge jump up. Cammy and Seti are also still alive right now. On the heels, so close. Cold and Scented don't want any of it, and they back him off.
There's more than enough points if Scented and Cold can keep up this pace, keep up this pressure for them to have a shot at the last game at the end of the day, but Cammy will not be stopped as well. Thomas HD goes down. Seti gets dropped, but Cammy knows he can't be the hero at this situation. He has to try to continue on without him, but he finally gets dropped. Thomas HD is on a roll.
He's done a lot, but you can't fight yourself out of that spot there. Clix and Duke are alive. Scented and Cold are alive. And on high ground, Vortex and Bevies. It's EU on top. Down goes Cold. And a great tag there from Vortexer. And the finish now, Bevies slides his way down, painting the loot here. Does a couple edits there, but no, doesn't hit the shot. Bevy is so quick, but not fast enough. You're going to get some of the best. A great low tag there from Duke.
This is huge. This is huge for Duke and Clix. They have the high ground right now, but for Bevy and Vortexers, taking out some big names already on the day, using these builds to try to keep that advantage. Duke, he's in a fray. He ends up on top. Clix and Duke could take the game with Vortexers going down. Bevy outside of zone. He has the only chance right now, but he gets the down on the Duke. Clix versus Bevy. He's trying to go for the hero, but Clix takes the game.
In a 1v1 situation, Clix does not let us down. What a tag, and a great moment for Clix and Duke there.
Progression throughout each and every moment. They finally got the chip off their shoulder, taking the victory royale in game number 10. They gotta be feeling good. They gotta be feeling like they have nothing to lose at this point.
And all that matters is that they managed to show us what they can do against some of the greats. Let's go ahead and get a word from them.
Thank you so much, MDF. I am joined here by Clix and Duke, and my goodness, it is better late than never, grabbing that VR in Game 10. How you feeling, Clix?
We're feeling good, you know. We struggled at the start, but we finally brought it home, you know, so.
And Duke, Duke, when you're watching Clix in that final moment after you go down, what's going through your mind?
I was just hoping that he had more whites because he got the siphon from the full kill, and then I heard a pump shot and he won.
Clix, I don't know if you heard it, but the audience went absolutely insane. Let's do it again, guys. What does it feel, man, to hear that?
Their support's crazy. I'm the best fans by far. Just look at them in the crowd.
Congratulations, guys. 2 more to go. And let's head on back to the desk.
Massive congratulations to Duke and Clix. Clix fans, rise up.
There it is.
That moment where it's the 2v2, we are literally sitting here going, this is literally where you want to be, Clix. This is what you're known for, is being put in these situations. Now is your time to shine, and so masterfully handled from Clix and Duke.
Those head-to-heads, they're so easy for them. I loved watching this endgame because we were like, oh my gosh, Cammy and Seti are going crazy. Oh my gosh, Tom and JD at the top of the leaderboard. And then we went to that wide, and all of a sudden, Clix and Duke are on the low ground, looking healthy, and right here, the teamwork is just so clean. Of course, Duke takes the blunt of the damage right there, ends up going down to Bevies, but Clix is so smart in these endgame 1v1 situations that he recognizes this player could potentially have heals. He hears the splash go up, makes the push for it, and the little mantle cancel right there and gets the shot off too. So clean.
That was just an absolutely disgusting clutch moment, though, from Clix. He saw the work that Duke was putting in as well to take the brunt of that damage, like you had mentioned, Vivid.
Yeah.
But it was just such a clean finish here. And I think that that's really a moment for Clix especially that is going to permanently be in a highlight reel for him.
That's right. We're going to talk about more of these duels in just a moment. But first, we have Adam, who is standing by with Cold and Scented.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Let's give it up for Cold and Scented! Cole, we're going to talk about the clutch up earlier on. You rebooted, then you suddenly find FKS and Spy coming through. You managed to stay in the game. The crowd went wild. Walk us through that one.
I don't even know. Scented had flew to the Coney Vault.
Yeah.
And I kind of they just caught me alone as a solo, and I just kind of tried living. And I had no more mats left, so I kind of just had to fight, and it ended up winning.
You did. And obviously, you know, that now puts you in a great contention now. You're currently third in the leaderboard right now, 44 points off the top. You guys, 2 games to go. You must be feeling confident here.
We're feeling good. We're locked in. We're just going to play our games and see how they go, honestly.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Cold and Scented, everyone! While I'm here too, give it up for Noah Riley and Bad Sniper! Noah Riley, you guys are currently sat in 7th. We haven't talked to you much this weekend, but what an incredible display thus far with 2 games left.
I want to get top 5 at least, and then I'm happy.
Top 5 seems to be the target. Are you feeling the same way, Pastor? What do you guys do now with 2 games left? How do you manage the next 2 games?
I mean, we just have to do the same thing we did the last games, keep consistency, and it will be fun.
It'll be fine. Yeah. It'll be fine. We're very chill over here, Zeke. Back to you, buddy.
Hey, you know, just keep it fun. Everything's fine. That's what I like to hear, personally. My goodness, this game, though, game number 10 of 12, was absolutely insane. I think the big kind of overall storyline for me was Queasy and Vino, right? Then their kind of counterpoints, Cammy and Seti, right?
Yep.
And what was interesting to me about this was actually, for a long time I was sitting here thinking, yeah, Cammy Seti versus like Queasy and Vino. It's actually a Cold and Scented versus Cammy and Seti tournament that's happening here. Queasy and Vino are just kind of like happen to orbit around both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, I think that so far, you know, we do have 2 games left, but I think Cold right there in that 1v2 situation, that's got to be like the play of the tournament so far for me. Literally keeping their contention for 2nd and 1st place alive right here. Look at this. FKS and Spy coming in. They're trying to get these sneaky shots in. Cold literally is in a 1v2. If you look at the minimap in the bottom right, Scented is so far away. So this is literally like a straight up 1v2, and Cold ends up finding both eliminations beautifully handled right there.
Oh, look, his name might be Cold, but he just absolutely lit FKS and Spy on fire with that display. I don't even know where they came from, because that reboot ban was literally the bat signal for those 2. They were full on expecting a prime opportunity to try and snag a quick and easy elim, probably look to clean up the other part of the duo in the process, because I don't believe they had any idea that it was specifically Cold and Scented in that instance. But it's that momentum shift that I was asking for during the halftime break. That was a primary example of one of those instances, because as soon as that took place, you could just feel a change in the venue, and you could definitely see it in Cold and Scented's gameplay. And the fact that they went from needing a reboot onto Scented to a literal 3rd place finish for this matchup, that's awesome.
Absolutely, and if we look at these standings, Queasy and Vino still holding strong. They are the I would say the end game boss of the story we're telling here, but Cammy and Seti are actually the secret boss to this story, because they have been single-handedly shutting Queasy and Vino down for games now. It was in fact Cammy that actually knocked Vino out in that game and kind of put Queasy in that difficult situation of like, okay, what do you do now? You don't have your silver bullet, and now there's 2 of us.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, Queasy and Vino, I don't know how they do it. It's like every single time we're in that end game around 5th, 6th, or in that first movie, it's like I'm almost guaranteed to look up towards height and see them up there. They have gotten it seems like every single game, and it's not like it's just like a repeat of strategy. It's something different every single time. I beg to question, is anybody even like looking up in the skies for these guys at this point?
I think that that's just an attestament as well, though, to Queasy's IGLing capabilities and the fact that Vino himself can also kind of fulfill that role, even despite the fact that he's an insane fragger at the same time. But going a little bit more in depth there with Queasy, I think it's kind of cool to see, because he is definitely someone that is definitely a little bit more emotional, but at the player frustration level, mental fortitude becomes so impactful here, and we've seen him make a comeback before.
That's right. That is 3 games. This means we have 2 left. Here we go. Let's send it on over. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, prep us for game 11.
That's right, we have the honor to call all the action. We're starting to get into the final moments now. I do want to give so much credit as well to Avery and Commandment, representing as the last NAEast FNCS Finalist champions. But here we have it, game 11, Jacob, it's here.
And the pressure is on for some of these teams that are looking to call themselves champion, looking to get the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool, a trophy that have never been seen like this before in Fortnite, and then that chance to call yourself literally one of the best players in the world after this global competition.
That is absolutely right, and what a better way to kick this game off than a perfect split down the middle, and this is it. It doesn't get any better than that. Last game, we saw Clix and Duke have their moments and take a win, and that just tells us anything can happen here on this stage. These players have been invited to this event for a reason. They are some of the most skilled players we have in the space.
Yep, you can see already Clix living with all the momentum over towards Fort Jonesy. Business as usual for these teams, looting up, getting some resources, starting your game off, and trying to replicate that success when it comes to Clix and Duke specifically.
See it, get the touchdown, get their loot together, rotate early. They do not want to take a fight. Here's a tough spot to be in. Bevies and Vortexers were moments away from taking a victory royale before things change. Miro finally starts to clap back, but what you're seeing is just the cold hands, unfortunate. Bugha does fight back though. He will be able to save his teammate here. And does of course get the siphon as well. Material is more important though, because if Vortexer pushes up, he's got everything to gain here.
Really nothing to lose at this point. Bugha trying to will themselves back into this one. Saving the play for now. Miro still down, trying to hide his body, not wanting to get that one, give it up to Vortexers. That's 2 more points for them. Bugha doing what he can, backtracking, trying to go ahead and get his shields up as well, trying to get as many mats as possible. He knows the fight is inevitable, and the shot's gonna be landed. Bugha back to back, looking to clean this one up. All he needs is 1 more shot. But he's gonna find this moment to breathe and stabilize before he goes at it again.
And it looks like we will see all of our faves start to have their moment here. Bugha does need to, of course, finish it now, and he does! And there it is. They win back the drop. Chalker Speedway swings back to Bugha and Miro.
Yep, Miro did finally go down there, but it's not going to be any trouble for Bugha to get that reboot back up. Vico and Marine, though, trying to sneak their way towards the bottom. Catch, retake, and Novice off guard, but Bevy and Vortexers down altogether. 6th place, 212 points. That's going to be a chance for some of these teams that are outside of that top 5 to try to jump right in it and out past them.
And that is crazy, because they had such a great game prior, pushing them so far up, and now all of that zapped away. Momentum gone, hits the reset, all down to now just 1 more round. And that's something else to think about. Every engagement, as you get sent back, the players have to sit there, wait for the next game, and start to formulate a plan for their last chance here at the FNCS Invitational. But first, of course, you have to get through this one right here. Vico and Marine playing so smart here. Last round, they were taken out a little early to the hands of Retake and Novice. Not something we've seen too many times before. Meanwhile, iDrop gets boxed up by On1. And Larson and Smite still fighting here. They've lost so much momentum as well in the back half of the tournament.
This could be the key, though. This off-spawn fight right here could be the key that unlocks what we've seen yesterday. That potential we know they have. As they're just trying to go ahead and stay towards the low ground right now. Stay in a position that they think is advantageous to them. The shots coming in on the side from Looter, trying to take that piece control over. He peeks through. Looter gets out just in the nick of time. You can see them with that bubble shield flirting with the opportunity.
Let's see it play out. That bubble shield will influence how it's going down. Let's see it. Smite's going to find a huge tag there onto Looter. It's going to buy him a little bit of time here. Now remember, Smite was in top 5 before the last 2 games were pretty tough. And now he's fighting all the way, and he bucks him up and sends him right back to the lobby. We'll see you later, Muzz. We'll see you in the last game. Smite is here, and he's not messing around.
Looter's doing what he can. Lands a good shot, but the angles right now, everything is going to be cleaned up. Larssen and Smite trying to replicate that success of day number 1 and bring it here to day number 2 as we check on board. Retake and Novice, they were able to catch Vico out.
Wow.
Enough sneaking around, they tell him.
That's going to slip them down further and further for Smite and Larssen, though they jump up a position. That puts him in 13th. They're closing their way back towards that top 10, top 5 spot that they started the day off in. Meanwhile, Senny and Cammy sticking to the usual, giving us that great update. We thank you for that. Just letting us know, hey, listen, first place, they're chilling. Second place, they're chilling. Don't worry about it.
Over to Tilted, no Riley, bad sniper. On over to Blip, trying to steal away the loot from Acorn and Edgy. Locks in the feed, taking down together. You know him and Robab love to be aggressive in any lobby, let alone an international stage.
Yeah, big shout outs to Bad Sniper, of course, representing for the French community. They are some of the coolest spaces that we have out there. One of the coolest communities, always building amazing content. But let's get back to it. Cold and Scented, who are in 3rd place, leading for NA East right now. That interview was so perfect. Cold is just like, hey man, you know, we're just doing our thing, doing our game, all right?
Backs up against the wall, man. You just gotta play with what you have at your hands right now. And Hen and Vortex. Hen is having a phenomenal tournament along with Vortex. Honestly, flying under the radar right now. This is a perfect opportunity to see exactly what they're doing into the distance, finding the shots necessary so they don't have to worry about Surge. And thankfully, they not only have the vault, but they have the rotation right above them. So once they feel that comfortability of the damage threshold, they can instantly try and find a good rotation out.
And Hen and Vortex are in 5th now as well. 230 points picked up. A great day 2 showing so far for Hen and Vortex here to put them back in the game. Trippin and Thomas not too happy about that last game. They've gone from 2nd to 4th, falling slightly earlier than their counterparts. So everyone else starting to really pick up when they're letting things slow down. Meanwhile, Pink and Anas still in a fight right now. It's a player on Heights. Seems like they might be giving themselves a little bit of distance as Jason crew who land at the coastal areas. They've been the team giving Peterbot and Jamper a hard time this weekend. Very little room to, I guess, contest here. And Jason Basso are one of the few that have stuck to it all weekend long.
You can see them tempting fate, baiting Jace to run away, allowing Basil to get a couple more shots as he possesses that height advantage. Pink and Anas doing what they can to fire back, not finding any success, landing any damage for them. But first you don't succeed, you try again, and with Basil continuously putting out the shots, that's where they're gonna try to peek through. He's gonna cover Pink while he begins to rotate out and lead the way. Ziandy's down.
Ziandy is down. Joe and Ziandy are actually 2 Elans up this game because they took down Bugha and Miro here at the Chonker Speedway, and now they're being focused by another team in the distance. A big knock there, and they're gonna break all of those, but it's actually Macwood and Kanata looking south, trying to figure out what's going on here. Joe will get the save, lucky for him, and take a look at how much loot. They have excess and much more as they get to double back into Chonker. I'm sure they'll be able to go ahead and make up for what they lost out on, but time, you don't get that back.
Yeah, especially right now, the blessing of those Chonker Speedway teams, one of them going down, the other one rotating out, but Scented and Cold, we talked about it almost all weekend long, even coming into this contested again towards Loot Lake, but they're not fighting it at all. They want to go ahead and play these games out because right now that has been the recipe for their success. And honestly, with that last game, clutch up from Cold, they have to be feeling like they could take it all at a moment's notice. You said it yourself. All it takes is one big game.
And little by little, we're seeing players like Cold really come into his own, finding his own here. What a story it has been for that player there. But Queasy and Vino chilling in Shiny Sounds. No sweat at all up here. Okay, we're fine. We have launch pads. We have plenty of heals. We'll be just okay. And now they're going to go ahead and start moving south there. Back on over to No Riley and Bad Sniper. Belusi and Hydro are here, but someone in the distance. It's Bad Sniper who takes down Belusi. And look at how much loot they get rewarded with as well. Now they have decisions to make here, but they already have 2 launch pads. Acorn and Edgy are still here as well, lurking. And Bad Sniper's much smarter than that. He knows there's a teammate behind him. You can see how he's looking back just to double check. He's gonna drop a Legendary Ranger for the epic shotgun here. This is interesting. That's because it just does better in close range fights like this. But that end game Ranger shotgun is just amazing. Let's see it.
At a distance right now, but they're on the hunt for that elimination. You said it yourself. They know he's a solo, but Acorn and Edgy hearing all this action go down, they want to also take part in it. There's a couple eliminations up for grabs. Bad Sniper's just on the move. Hydro goes down. Finally, they get cleaned up. No Riley and Bad Sniper adding 2 more points to their total, getting all that loot, surviving in the storm.
And lucky for us, we do get a quick update with Mini Miner here for Game 11.
Looking really, really good on the Storm Surge all day. And you might be wondering, how do they have the heals for that? Look at this. Cammy emptying his entire inventory into the base that they've built on the top of this Cammy split area, on top of the balloon. And they're able to take damage now because, of course, they have those extra heals on standby. All we can see, just Cammy getting as much heals as possible, bringing it up into the top of that. And, of course, Seti is, meanwhile, while he's doing this, he's getting his tags. You can see on top of the balloon, if he does get tagged, as he did do earlier on, he can go all the way back down, use all of those heals that were inside of the base, and they don't have to waste any. So we're seeing them go into zone with 800-900 surge tags and having max heals. Great stuff from this duo.
He might be mini, but his brain is big, giving us all the information we might have lost. And I know a couple people at home might be jotting that one down. Oh, that's how they're getting the surge. That's how they're looking so well when it comes to endgame with all those resources. As Mixon takes down Fatch, Hen's going to be by himself, and I talked about his incredible run. Now he's going to have to really put that to the test. With 75 damage above the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge, that is not much at all.
You can see Hen just sitting back there by himself right now. Needs to continue to earn his way up if he wants to hold this 5th place spot. He's managed to claw his way towards. You wouldn't have thought it was possible looking at the way things played out yesterday, but that is what those extended moments between the halfway mark and, of course, 2-day formats have to offer us, is the full spectrum of the best strategies and plays that can be developed. Sensitive getting a little greedy there to get a flopper, but it seems like it was worth it, and that's because they can tell that they are just above the surge. And this is where I always say, only the best have to hit these shots when it matters the most.
Queasy Vino talk about the best of the best. Well, they might have heard Jim Monster, and we can see them be 97 below the damage threshold. This is a big switch up, but that because the zone is pulling so far south. They're not able to stay on top of those balloons to get the damage, but they're going to find it either way. That's Scram and Chimp who are under pressure right now. Queasy Vino using that launch pad. They're trying to get ahead of all these teams that they know are stuck in the zone.
Oh, Queasy marked him. Queasy marked the Nos. He's going to go for it. You can tell and know a third party swings in. This might be the moment that changes it all. Queasy and Vino are extremely hurt. That's going to use all of their chug splashes. They're below the Storm Surge, and it's even more desperate now. Pink and Anas versus Vino and Queasy. It's on.
Taking that beast control, and what a piece it was. Big shots to be fired. Queasy drops down low, but they clean him up. 1, 2, 3, they are out.
They are showing us why they are in the lead. This is a force that cannot be stopped.
I would hate to end up in front of them because they are looking like a runaway train at this point. KBR and Zeet. Phenomenal run, staying alive by himself for Brazil. KBR getting tagged out of the sky, 11 HP. Storm Surge also doing its thing. But the pressure of the zone as they get stuck inside. Not too many heals between them both, so they gotta hurry up and find their way out of here, or all that damage they did will go to waste.
And Brazil must be so proud. KBR and Zeet have managed to hold top 10 and PHN and Kitos as well this entire weekend, just putting up such phenomenal performances with, again, some of the least representation of the region we've seen here on this international stage. But Cammy and Seti, as always, in the storm, a huge hit there. Zeet's gonna feel that one. KBR ditches his teammate. He's gonna take the bulk of the shots first. He loses shield and no, picked out the sky. Sammy Seti here has found it. Oh, in the finish there onto KBR. Down goes the Brazilian duo.
I don't want to get in these guys' line of sight. Everybody is getting terrorized by Cammy and Seti. Next up, it looks like it might be the TSM duo. NA West, 6-time champion Epicwell. Reed is becoming under pressure as well. Dropped to about half HP. Multiple players taking focus of him as well. Hens by himself. 1 elimination. 268 above the damage threshold. Slowly falling below, but for him, it's about finding that spot into zone, going ahead and building more than just a 1-by-1. And the reason why you want to do that is because if nobody spotted you there, you don't want people to know that you are a solo.
4th place, housed up right next to 5th now. Little do they know, and then you have just the ever so dangerous Trulex, Chicho, just in the distance. Thomas HD are below the Storm Surge with 0 elims coming into game 11 right now. So this is that kind of position that's going to force them into a box. If they start to recognize the opportunity that's nearby, it's going to be tough, and here it is. They say, let's start working our way towards it. We need to get to the edge here. There's only a couple teams there. And does a great job of fighting back. King and Ed are starting to jump into this conversation as well, and shots rain in. Tripper is hurt.
Sacrificing some of his own shields just to get the damage, but once again, they fall below. 7 at that, just 1 shot. But nobody is peeking. These stack lobbies know when and where to try to go for everything. But Hens on the other side is a solo. More damage is setting in on the Thomas HD, and now Storm Surge begins to tick.
And sometimes that's all you need right there, and there it is. Tripper looking around in the distance. He's worked his way up. Trulis and Chicho are willing to open up a big box there, and Tripper now has a decision to make. Do you go for the gunfight or try to heal this one out? And it looks like he takes the ladder. He's just going to go ahead and look to survive right now. King and Ed work their way towards a loot. It is a matter of time, and it looks like our 4th place team, Thomas HD, does just enough to be in the game, but he falls there, and the look on the camera tells us that they are devastated to fall in 4th.
4th place just fall, like you said, and Scented just went down as well. Hold to have to clutch up big by himself. These are the final 2 games. Every moment matters, including this one right here, where Hen is just under pressure from Trulex and Chicho. Trying to stay alive, trying to find a way to stabilize, backing up slowly but surely, but those pieces are going over to Chicho and Trulex, 1 by 1, and they know that he's by himself. This is theirs for the taking. This is going to be interesting because for them, they also don't want to get too far behind the rest of the lobby when it comes to the zone. They have to make a decision quick.
See how it's going to play out. Looking very tough. Let's go ahead and watch how Hen falls there, because now what this tells us is that things are starting to open up on the standings. Look at this. Hen finds King, walks in, plays for the elimination, and he actually gets that one too. Afterwards, he does go down, so at least he earns some points, but that's going to freeze him in time, lock him in at 5th, and open things up. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd has so much less to worry about. This is by far one of the toughest games Queasy and Vino have had on the day, and it all makes sense. It's pulled in such a far direction that you can see that it finally has caught up.
Yeah, especially since game after game after game, they had that recipe for success, and such a drastic change. They might have not been too prepared for it, but these guys have dealt with almost everything and adapted on the fly. Their flexibility is insane as Cold peeking through, trying to get that information on these players that are in the backside of zone, trying to wait for that perfect moment to strike. But Trulex and Chicho spots another duo right in front of him, picking and choosing his battles here. And with Ju going down, I don't think that's a battle he wants to take anymore.
Cold is now by himself in third place, 282 earned points in the competition right now. The zone could not be better, though. He gets the half in, half out. And you know he is so happy about that. You know, sometimes you just need that little bit of favor on your side.
78 above the damage threshold, Smite and Larssen.
Wow.
Off spawn Grim Gables all the way to here. And that really was the difference maker from last game to this. That damage onto Muzz and Looter really is propelling them this far into the game because they don't have to worry about Surge. All they have to worry about is getting to the front side of zone time and time again.
It's so crazy. After every tournament, we always look at where was EU? Where was NA? Who was in the top 10 representation? And we have truly had such a fair balance, a fair representation on the stage here. It's been amazing. While all this is going on, Queasy and Vino continue to earn more, this time onto the international duo, the mixed duo of Chimp and Scram. So they knock down Scram, they catch him in the spider's web, and through the trap door, the trap hole, Chimp gets caught as well. You can see he just punches his fist there. He says, man, I missed that one.
Yeah, and a prime example right there of why you try to use as much as your hard mats first before you go ahead and try to use that wood, because it's easily destroyable. They can break through it, shots can fly through, and it's going to be hard to hold. And game number 10 victors are just one box away from Queasy and Vino. That's Clix, that's Duke, trying to have some replicated success into this one as Kanata, Macwood under pressure, trying to trade the shot. 693 above the damage threshold. That is not even a slightest of a worry.
Clix and Duke had their moment last game. Macwood and Kanata might just be doing it here right now. I have not seen them in a better position yet. They have the mats, they have the launch pad, they have the positioning. They could do the unthinkable, which is play for high ground and take this all home and get their win today.
And honestly, I see it's 6 moving zone. Normally I would say it's Queasy and Vino time, but this has not been the most friendly game for them. They might not be in the same position. They might have to adapt, just like Smite and Larssen. Trying to adapt, accidentally phases through the build. Luckily for him, nobody was on the inside, but the pressure is there. Larssen forced to slow down just a little bit as they continue to fall below the damage threshold, along with Clix and Duke. They are 61 below, but these guys are scrappy. These guys are fighters. They know how to get the job done.
That's right, and they're in 15th right now, so Clix and Duke have a chance to fight for top 10. But like I said, I called it. If I know Macwood and Kanata well, I know that they absolutely want to make a statement, but they get chopped down. Macwood saves himself. It's all good. Vidil and Janus are the team closest right now, putting the most threat. Textbook plays here to go ahead and jump down, position up, poise up. Cold is still alive, earning points. Queasy goes for height. They said, NA, what? We're up here. Let's do it.
That is their play. Call it their signature move. 5 eliminations, but now they find a way to stabilize. They have done it, Monster. They have secured the high ground and taken it away from Kanata and Macwood. With the launch pad going out, that's going to be recycled for sure. Everybody has to go up and down these terrains. This one, Monster, is a literal roller coaster.
We might see a 3-way fight for height. Bad Sniper, Noah, touchdown and go for it. Jamper and Peterbot, they want their win too. Everyone wants a win here today. Bad Sniper gets slapped up by Kanata though on the side. Kanata takes down Vino while he's at it. And just like that, Queasy is left by himself.
And Cold gets another one as well. The solo plays are coming out big, and those are absolutely necessary because he's still in third place. He's still in contention. Cold's trying to do it again. Spots another player out. Finally, his run comes to an end, but he did so much. And to get this far, PHN and Nikitos trying to do that same thing with Brazil on their shoulders. 4 eliminations, trying to get as many points as possible. Clix and Duke trying to do the same. We talked about replicating the Sex. They're trying to take that high ground away from Kent.
Cammy and Seti are here. 6 eliminations now. High ground looking down. They can get a 4th victory royale. When was the last time you showed up to finals and seen that much? I don't know. Larssen is not messing around either. Down goes Duke in a huge elimination there. And that is 8 elims for Larssen and Smite, they are just showing us why they are a dominant force, some of the best fighters to rise out of this last year, and I'm so happy we get to see it play out on the big stage.
Yep, no, Riley taking some damage, sacrificing that so he can get that clean pad, trying to get in the zone, but 19 HP in a dream.
What an
has to find a way to stabilize here, pop those minis, get as much shield as possible as players are continuing to drop towards the low ground. Jamper gets dropped. Clix versus Peterbot here towards the mud. They're trying to do everything they can to stay alive. Larssen, we talked about 8 eliminations, but they added one more, 9 total, but Smite gets chunked out, but Larssen's there to save the day, taking out Runa.
Already at 10 eliminations, Larssen and Smite have fought their way all the way back up. Larssen steps the Clix and puts them down with a quick drop kick in the low ground, and now we have EU versus NA, but Larssen and Smite are hurt. They're damaged. They're down to low material. It's all or nothing right now. Cammy and Seti know what to do here. They've been here before, and they have the resources to hold this one out.
This is going to come down to it. They could get their 4th victory royale. The only team going to stop them comes from NA East trying to rise up, and it does look like they are out of builds.
But they find a little bit of loot here. Larssen goes for the med kit. He's trying to get as much HP as possible. Seti now starting to run out of material on the high ground. This is it. It's going to come down to nothing or everything here. As he has no maps, great tag there, and a trade, an open exchange. It's not looking good for EU right now. Into the zone they go. Smite and Larssen are down. Larssen is by himself, and no! He turns and gets burned.
Cammy and Seti take their 4th victory royale of the FNCS Invitational. Goes to show that it doesn't matter if it's EU, doesn't matter if they're playing on NAEs, it doesn't matter where they're at in the world, they will come out on top.
But I will tell you that was close. Smite and Larssen put some respect on their name. If you counted them out, now you know why they were brought here to the Invitational. But hey, we got Game 4 winners, another win in the win. Adam, catch us up.
Wow. I've gone ahead and ordered the matching bracelets at this point. I think this has been a bunch of times now, chatted to you guys over the weekend. And another victory royale going into the very last game. Seti, what a performance there. It went all the way, but could you see as well on the elimination feed that you were the last team in the top 5 there, still in contention?
Oh, I didn't know.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see the points here. Things have changed. Currently 360 points, 12 points ahead of second place.
We still have to be confident, keep calm, and focus on the last game.
The zones as well here, I'll ask you, Cammy. The zones have changed a lot now, aiming more towards the southern side. How does that affect your play at all?
Like, the south zones are so much better for us because it's so much easier to rotate for us from balloon. So nice.
It's great. A good battle there against Smite and Lars at the end as well. And you guys came out on top. You managed to take the high ground back. How advantageous was it having that high ground?
It doesn't really matter for us because we play low ground just as well as we play high ground. So, yeah.
Okay, well, you heard it there, folks. 1 game to go. Cammy and Seti, everyone! Woo! It's getting hot here, Zeke. I'm excited, man.
For the first time here in the FNCS Invitational, Queasy and Vito are asked to step aside. And it's not even an ask. It's Cammy and Seti kicking in the door and saying, hey, we want first place.
Oh, man. Listen, am I ready to say that Cammy and Seti are a high ground team? Is that what's happening right now? 4 victory royales throughout the Invitational. What is happening? This is a team that is so used to just playing consistently from the low ground, from that mid-ground layer. But you heard it right there, Seti. He said he plays the lower ground just as well as he plays the higher ground. The preparation for this event must have been insane for them to get this good at high ground.
And we know how excellent they are when it comes to that low ground display. So to see them here at the FNCS Invitational with this high ground debut performance, it has just been an absolute blast to follow along with. But more importantly, it's the composure that Cammy and Seti have just managed to maintain throughout the entirety of these final moments. Especially in this instance, it looked as though Smite and Larssen, for a moment, were about to get the better end of this trade. But again, Cammy, Seti, they have been in these kinds of situations in the past. They know what it takes to close it out. And I just know for a fact that that kind of mental preparation comes from just multiple reps of running it over and over again. and for 4 victory royales to take place in the same tournament. And they're still maintaining, by the way, because there's only 1 game left. So technically speaking, they have basically closed out on a third of these matches being victory royales.
Take a look at the standings right now. For the first time, Cammy and Seti are holding that #1 spot, but it's only 12 points. If either of these duos make a mistake, look at the rest of the points, man. It will absolutely close. Now, before we kind of talk more about the duos, more about this kind of setting the stage going into this last game, Kelly is standing by. She's with Queasy and she's with Vino right now.
That is right, Zeke. Joining me right now, I have Queasy and Vino. And guys, you got to talk to me about that game, the early game fight that you had and survived. I didn't think it was possible, but you're able to clutch it out.
A lot of people just fighting around us. This kind of makes it really scuffed. We did manage to clutch out of the game, well, at least a decent amount. Setting Cammy won, which is unfortunate. It comes down to the last game. It's competitive.
It's obviously a bit rough after game 11, having first place for so long, going to second, but it's the final game, final opportunity. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We'll see what happens, I guess. Not much more to say, but yeah.
Fair enough. I totally understand you guys wanting to focus up right now. And I believe we're going to be moving on, everyone, to talk with Cold and Scented, the team that is currently in 3rd place right now. Hey, guys. How's it going? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks for asking. You know, you guys started or ended off day 1 in 8th place, moving all the way up to 3rd place right now. How you feeling about that?
I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm hyped. We just figured out our mistakes from yesterday and just didn't make them again today, and now we're doing good.
What's the plan for the final game right now? How are you feeling? What's going through your mind?
We're playing for 3rd. We're playing with Sticks and Stones while 1st and 2nd has Godluke compared to us. So we're playing for 3rd. Just gonna, hopefully we can keep our lead on Thomas, and that's about it.
All right, guys, good luck in the final game, and let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, for those interviews, getting those raw emotions, getting the thoughts of the players. Now, we just want to take a moment and kind of remind everyone, of course, we're looking for the duo that's going to walk away in that 1st place, but for everybody else, they still want to place high in this tournament. There's a lot of prize money on the line, so if they can even move up that leaderboard even 1 space, we're talking thousands of dollars in difference of prize money. But let's go back. Let's focus in on these 2 teams, Titans at the top, Queasy and Vino. Now, we can't lie, right? That game was kind of insane for them, kind of for a moment there. Finding an elimination, being 200 above Surge, right? They get put in a situation where in Storm, they get pushed, okay? Against Scram and Chimp, and even after that fight, ending with only 8, being only above 80 in Storm Surge. How is that even possible?
I mean, playing like that, Queasy and Vino, you know, backs up against the wall, tough rotate for them. They mentioned a lot of scuff fights going on around them, just because the lobby, how it's going to play out throughout these last couple of games. Everybody just wants to fight, right? They want to get as many points as they possibly can. Eliminations being worth 2 points. That's how you got to go for it, for sure. So Queasy and Vino playing well in game 11. About to see what they got in game 12.
Adam, what's this you got?
This is it. The big moment, everybody. Make some noise, please.
Close.
My, oh my, you heard it here first, folks. You got to jump into Fortnite December 3rd there to catch the end of chapter event. Now, I'd love to talk more about it, but we got to focus back in on the competition. One last game. 2 duos are sitting there face to face, neck and neck. 12 points separate Queasy and Vino from Seti and Cammy. How can this go down?
This is their moment, though, to really, for either of these duos, but as far as Queasy and Vino are concerned, a little reminiscent even of yesterday. Granted, it's not the finals necessarily that's on the line like it was in today, excuse me, for yesterday. But anyway, Queasy and Vino did not have a great showing in Game 4 yesterday. And yet in Game 5, they were able to bounce back and find a victory royale instance. So it doesn't really matter what kind of frustrations this duo might be facing on a game-by-game basis. It's evident that as soon as they enter the next match, as soon as they get that fresh start, they are immediately locked in and prepared to try and make the most of any situation that they're given, because despite all the scuff fights surrounding them, they've still been managing to find consistent points. They've still been managing to stay consistently in that top 2 position to now be vying between themselves and Cammy and Seti for the title of FNCS Invitational Champion. It's definitely still an incredible performance out of these two.
The dream for the players here obviously is the trophy. The dream for me, I want whichever one of these duos is going to win it, I want them on the higher ground, and I want them taking the victory out. I think they both have proven that they can play from the higher ground, so I want it to be decisive in its entirety through Game 12.
I'm very worried, though, right? We just kind of took a look at them a moment ago, cold and scented. It feels like for these two Titans that are kind of have now, set themselves as HD Tripperin, they're looking to isolate these duos and slow them down at all costs. We've seen Cold and Scented fight Cammy and Seti time after time, and then there's times where they walk up to Vino. Vino says, whoa, all right, sit back down. There's time where they look at Vino, they go, hey, Vino, no, you sit down. This is being traded back and forth, and it will all come down to a single moment for both of these duos, where it will be made clear one of these two duos is the winner.
Traveled from all around the world. The international stage league, $200,000 for first place, a trophy to take home. And it comes down to 2 teams in the last game. I mean, could we ask for anything better?
Well, maybe in your circumstance, Vivid, as a fellow North American representative, a little tough because it is about first and second place between Europe. I think Europe is definitely established here at the FNCS Invitational that they do have some of the best duos, and one of them is about to find out if they are the best duo in the world right now. At least I love the fact that Seti and Cammy, throughout this entire time, so composed. They have not know and understand we're this far, but we still have more to go.
Yeah, and I think Mini Miner pointed out their Storm Surge strategy. I think the biggest takeaway for this duo is they have not had to deal with Storm Surge. When you go into mid-game, even late game, you're like, yeah, we're 800 above Storm Surge. Cool, man. Do whatever you want. Queasy and Vino have not had that luxury. 200 above, down to 80 above, down to shambles situations, right? This is going to come down to what happens, how this all unfolds, what loot they get. If for Queasy and Vino, they need to do something. They need to ensure they have those Storm Surge tags. And it's not even just to keep up. It's to make sure they have the breathing room to adapt and make the right choices moving into those last few moments of this last game. Here we go. Game 12 almost here. Jacob, MDF. Let's set the stage.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Here we have it. The final game. Let's give it up one more time as we start to gear up for this. It's all or nothing because we get to decide who gets to take this all home.
You got the 2 top players that have won 4 games so far from Become Legends, Seti and Cammy. The other 2 contesting them from the same region. From Tundra, you got Vino. GXR, you got Queasy. And in 3rd place, you heard him in the interview. He's trying to hold on to that spot. From NA East, you got Cold and you got Scented. This is what it all comes down to. The final game, the final moments to take what you have.
That's right. And what a weekend it has been to celebrate international competition here in person with all of you in attendance. We absolutely love to see it. Here we go. One last ride. Let's do it.
50-50 right out of the gates on game number 12, but there's going to be nothing on top for anybody to work with, and they immediately change their routes. They don't want to go ahead and contest the same building where Mr. Savage had that best drop at that time.
Whoa!
What is this? What is this? Queasy, Vino are trying to take it by force.
You only win in one way, and that's taking that crown. Vino is here. Queasy is here. Down goes Seti. It's a big trade. It's a one-on-one. This has to be one of the most explosive head-to-heads we have ever seen. Vino has to get this thirst here. He knows now it means everything. We might as well seal this deal. Why wait?
Bubble shield going out. He's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall. Shot's gonna be fired! And they do it! Become Legends are on top!
Become Legends has officially managed to win the biggest fight of their careers. Cammy and Seti put it all on the table. And you know what? I absolutely respect Queasy and Vino for giving it that chance. The heart of that team is unlike any we have ever seen before. Cammy and Seti have done it.
They have taken it. The point gap is 70 points between them and the next players that are alive, Cold and Scented. Cammy and Seti are your FNCS Invitational champions.
We have never seen anything like this before. Let's put our hands together for at least the #1 and 2 teams that came into this and got crazy. You have to show them so much love. We have never seen a better head-to-head in person like that ever before. I don't even think we've had that in mind. That was crazy.
They know it too.
They absolutely knew it.
The celebration coming out, the emotion, the passion raining through, and even though they kind of cemented themselves the top spot, they're not happy at all. They wanted that first place spot, but you still got to give Vino and Queasy a huge round of applause for doing what they did all weekend long.
That was the most craziest thing Vino and Queasy could have done, and it just shows you the heart of our competitors, the courage of our players in this space. What a moment. Things are gonna open up now. Scented and Cold walked into this thinking to themselves, hey, we got third. Well, not anymore, boys. You have some room here. The runway is open. The floor is yours. There are still tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, and you put that weight on your shoulders. You allow that to be left to chance. Now we get to see this ride out. What a fight.
Yeah, you talked about that thousands of dollars, still a huge life-changing amount of money to be fought for from our competitors still in the game right now, and that fight's coming down. Hen and Vortex trying to take the high ground away from Joe and Z-Andy. Both players have been playing out of their minds, but you talked about that top spot. Joe and Z-Andy are just right there as well. As they fought down low, they want to try to clean this one out. And you can see our champions still, they don't want to just take part. They want to take over. They want to cement their legacy. And it looks like just winning isn't enough as Joe and Z-Andy, this fight is going to continue. 86 players alive. Everybody is getting more and more busy, more and more proactive because they realize how much money is still on the line. And with the first place team going down and getting overtaken overall, it's going to be a huge moment for a lot of players here today.
Such a big chance now for Joe and Z-Andy to continue to see what they have. But Hen puts the numbers on the mark, and he gets taken down first. Z-Andy with a great elimination there. And all of a sudden, Z-Andy and Joe are the kings of the Flutter Barn. They should be able to finish this one up right now. The tag away, Vortexer gets tagged for 26. Nicely done there. Here comes the edits. All they got to do is coast, right? This is still a big moment here. Vortex was in 5th place. If they go down now, that's it. Joe and Z-Andy have room to start jumping back into a top 10 as well.
Yeah, and we talked about it. You talked about one being in 5th place. You got Joe and Z-Andy in about 14th place to start this game off, but Lucy and Hijo still having to want to have a great performance as well. But you can see they're just looking in the distance, trying to see if this vault is looted or not. Finally going to go ahead and get in. You can see them kind of checking their angles. They're still wanting to go ahead and change their lives with the amount of money that's still up for grabs. Thomas, HD, and Trippin battling for 3rd place against Scented and Cold. They still have an opportunity at some money.
Thomas, HD, Trippin working their way around right now, really looking around. And just one more time, the standing shows you what is on the line here for our competitors. Thomas, HD, Chrome Jam, Junction, what are they doing here? What will they do? King and Ed are also just lurking about.
Towards the low ground, you got Brazil versus EU. High ground, you got EU as well. Thomas And Trippin just trying to wait for that perfect moment. They could have taken the shots on the King long, long ago, but they're just waiting and biding their time to try to go ahead and take out the same player at the same time, but it looks like they're baiting that opportunity if any of them dares comes up to the top of that building and tries to take that balloon as an exit out. Just hovering over them, surveying. Patience is a virtue for Thomas HD and Trippin. That battle for third could come down to a moment like this. You bite off more than you can chew. You go down early. You lose out on that opportunity, and you got Muzz, Alice, both of them getting a little bit more active in this game. And overall, game number 12 is going to be a menace.
And they're still lurking about here, looking for anything. Meanwhile, the rotates are going through. Let's jump on back over to Joe and Z Andy right now, who are trying to close out this duo, but no, they don't manage to find it. Somehow, Vortex is just slippery enough. And you know what? That gives him a chance. He has a chance at still holding on to 5th place. 6th is down. 7th is down. Smite and Larssen did not do it.
That's unfortunate. The only teams right on the cusp as well is team from Brazil, Kitos and BHN. They still have a chance to jump up. Some big placements as well. I'm looking at them, about 221 points. And in Vortex, you talk about them sitting in 5th place, 239 points. So it's still within grasp. As Cammy said, he just feeling it from all over the lobby. They already know they won, but they don't want to just stop playing just because of that. They want to get as many points as possible. They want to open that gap wide open, so that way when that legacy is cemented at the end of game number 12, they could say, we just dominated everyone in the world of Fortnite.
Things are going to settle here. The dust settles for Senton and Cold. They have the elim that they need to go ahead and step their way closer and closer to that prestigious 2nd here. But of course, they have a lot of work to do as well. That will probably come off the backs of a super high placing game. So there's a massive, massive uphill battle that they still will have to perform. Trippin and Thomas HD are looking to catch up to Cold and Senton. That's their task here.
See the high ground right now. They're trying to take the shots. They see somebody trying to fly through the sky using the Rift, and that might be a decision they might regret because you have two of the most accurate players aiming at you to take you down. Vortex is going to be that lone player alive, and it almost makes me wonder if he has that reboot card, he could make magic happen, but it all depends. And that's a big if, and you can kind of see it spotted out. He's trying to go to the slower side of zone, or the slower side he thinks that would be.
And this is a good move for him to go ahead and just keep a low key. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Jamper are like, hey, we got a lot of zone here in front of us. What do we want to do about it? They go ahead and double on back. They get themselves 2 eliminations there, possibly onto Pink and Anas there on the outskirts of the zone. This is a fight that's been raging on. Pink and Anas officially lose the opportunity to break towards top 10. They were getting so close, and unfortunately now fall short. What's crazy about Seti and Cammy now, they have 2 options here. Ruin this lobby, take everyone's chances, and play because they have nothing to lose at this point.
Great reboot coming out from Vortex and Hen. 5th place right now, trying to squeeze themselves in and past Thomas HD and Trippin. But that's going to come and be needed for them to have a fantastic game if that's going to be the case. So that for them, it's just holding on to that 5th place spot. If they spot out Vico, trying to take some height, immediately target him and trying to take him down. But when it comes to the HP, they have none. They have no ability to try to regain it. Vortex under pressure. Moraine is trying to go ahead and end one. As Vortex, the high ground is going to be fought for. Not going to have any success there. Quickly build towards his backside so he can't get knocked down, but Hen does. There it goes. Vortex back to the lobby. Vico and Moraine are going to stand tall.
What a big moment for them. If only they could have done that in game number 9, where they were taken out and they lost all that momentum. They were just quite literally moments away from maintaining, but Vico and Moraine now have a real chance to also continue to march their way on up to top 10. The points are so close as you start to see who was eliminated. 5th, 6th, 7th, down and out. PHN and Kitos have an exceptional opportunity to represent for their entire region here.
They can steal away. Look how
I
close
can hear them from
5
here.
points for 7th place, 14 for 16. This is literally within reach. They can make the run of a lifetime and put Brazil on the map when it comes to Fortnite.
You have to respect the entire Brazilian region.
They won't go down. They won't be denied.
They are just so good. They have stepped up. They have performed. They have given us such a show. Cloud and RefsGuard now, though, have to play defensive here. This is the first time we've seen a far northeast zone like this, so this is going to get very dicey for most of the lobby. If you were, and I hate to say it, Vino and Queasy, you would have quite literally had the zone here.
That'd been something you love, but business as usual when it comes to Cammy and Seti. Staying as far back into zone. They make sure they get all the Storm Surge they need. They started the game off, taking down Queasy and Vino. So this is just all bonus at this point as they continue to hold their spot, not wanting to let that team below them survive because like we talked about, they have nothing to lose at this point. Janus and Fadil have everything to gain as it does look like they're finally going to try to get out. Thomas HD goes down to Alice. Trippin and Thomas got their game on the run, but Cammy goes down to Janus. Oh, back to back. That's going to be huge for Janus and Fadil, taking out your FNCS Invitational champions. So now with first place going down, it's going to be all about the money for everybody else left in the lobby.
That is what's on the line here. Tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars is still at play. Don't forget, everyone here was invited for the chance at, of course, the trophy, but the money too. There's so much to fight for and the respect of the region, which we already know so many have earned throughout the course of this week, and that's what these shows are all about. Putting new names and new faces on the map as they put in all that hard work while I'm sleeping, trust me.
Marion's going to take down Fadil, so it looks like Vico went down as well early on. I did see that one, so it's going to be Janus versus Marion that far back in zone. And honestly, that's just a few placement points between the both of them. You really want to try to survive there as Bugha finally goes down. Joe FN is going to get the spoils of that one, even though he doesn't get credit for the elimination overall. Strippin's just trying to survive, biding his time as that solo. For him, everything comes down to this because he's only a few points away from 3rd place.
Let's watch that one more time. Your FNCS Invitational champions fall here to the hands of Janus and Fadil. With a beautiful tag. He just opens things up for himself and he makes it look easy. And then the guts on that kid to go all the way up. Cammy and Seti know better than to fall like that. But it is what it is. You can't be perfect all the time.
The team that's going to be trying to get as close to it as possible. Found in RefsGuard, they got themselves a great spot in the center of the zone to where there's very few players around. And when it comes to this zone, it pulls yet again to the northeast. This one's going to be a struggle from everybody on the southwest part of the zone to try to find their way in. There's 30 duos left alive. And for Joe and Z-Andy, 1,500 above the damage threshold, hunting down yet another team in Belusi and Hydro. For them, it's all about the Benjamins. They want to continue to rack up that points. Breaking through the box, Joe and Z-Andy getting yet another angle. They know they have one player weak. They know he's at least going to try to heal. And now, as they go ahead and let that player and team try to stabilize, they're going to use that as a way to go around them and in front of them to the zone and try to hold them out of it.
Let's see if they can continue to do just that. Smart play is all that Joe and Z-Andy need in order to make this top 10 and earn themselves so much more this weekend. But of course, there's a big task in front of you. See the names starting to house up here. Scented and Cold know what they have to do too. King and Ed are just housed up nearby. That would be the wrong move to walk to that box, I'll tell you right now.
It's not a box I would want to enter, as Cold and Scented have one elimination so far. Not having to worry about Storm Surge until now, but they know there's at least one team behind them. Gathering that information, trying to figure out what that plan is going to be. And you can see a lot of our top competitors from around the world all boxed up, just waiting for that next zone, which is going to come in just a few seconds. And let's see who's going to get that reward. It's actually going to be a good portion of the lobby. This is actually a good zone for everybody here to try to make it way in, except for maybe 1 or 2 teams.
That is right. This north side is starting to become very contentious here. Muzz and Looter walking up, Trippin and Thomas have a problem right? A real problem. There's a little too many players on their heels here, and he doesn't want to go first. It's iDrop Savage just snacking fouls up there. Here's Kitos, here's P8 Zin, looking to put up the numbers here. He still has 0 eliminations, but the lobby is thinning out, and it all makes sense. Look at this zone. This is as far to the corner as you can quite literally imagine for a final game.
For them, they just got to make it just a few more teams to stay alive, and they're going to start getting those cascading placement points. And you said it yourself, first and second place going down. You got 5th, 6th, and 7th. The teams directly in front of them, already back to the lobby, watching, hoping, praying somebody takes down the shining stars from Brazil as Trippin finally falls. Basically cement scented and cold with a minimum of 3rd place, but Vino and Queasy are already down.
That is true, and now things are completely available for P8 Zin, Kitos, Commandment, Avery, Clown, Refscar, Josie, Andy. All of these players have a real opportunity to honestly fight for a 5th place, a top 5 position in one of the most competitive competitions we have seen to date. An invitational setting of some of the best players in the world on one stage for 2 days of competition. A top 5 here would be phenomenal to seal.
A huge success for a lot of these players, even to make it to this point. Getting into that top 5, gotta be feel so amazing as Clix goes down to Hydro. Duke is down as well. They both get sent back to the lobby. Belusi and Hydro getting very, very active. A lot of our EU players still left with a chance into this one, trying to take that chance and run with it.
Let's see it play out. Joe and Ziandi have the high ground now. And there it is. They have managed to earn themselves just enough points to go ahead and break into that top 10. The glass ceiling has been lifted for P8 Zin and Kitos. They find 2 more. We blinked and we might have missed it, but lucky for us, we get to go back into the replays to get caught up. How did it end for Duke and Clix? They had Belusi and Hydro dive into the box, and that's how it ends. But you know what? A round of applause for them. They did get a win today. Clix and Duke did put up a huge win in Game 11. That was such a performance.
Hey, not many people can say they got a victory royale on an international stage, especially when you got Seti and Cammy taking 4 of them by themselves.
I was gonna say, you know why? It's because they're all up top between 1st and 2nd place. Here's Golden Scented. How many points can they earn here?
It's actually doable for them if they start picking up some eliminations. They don't even need to be greedy and get all the eliminations.
Well, remember, there's like 30 just for winnings.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
the 2nd place is within reach for them. I think if Vino and Queasy knew that and they knew the zone that they would get, maybe they would have thought twice, but that was the most exciting start to any game I have ever seen. As Yuumi, he goes down. Rapid is down as well. Cool has a chance to probably get Yuumi back into this one because he was just knocked all together. But Ju's on the other side along with Yusri trying to finish that one up. They not only want that elimination, they want the loot to keep themselves going to the rest of this game as Acorn and Edgy in a very, very similar position. But luckily for them, they're not forced with their back up against the wall. Their game plan is smooth. They get that early game surge, so that way they only have to worry about rotation after rotation. And with that launch pad in hand, if they get that far pull, that is going to be their next plan.
Let's go. Acorn and Edgy have a chance here to represent for NA. Refsguard and Clown are one of the teams that would have to get pushed and toppled over, who is currently holding and tied for 7th or for 9th with Commandment, who's just right there as well. So it's all or nothing. King and Ed are going for height. King and Ed want to win. They want to get at least a game 2. Can they do it for the last game of the evening here in Raleigh, North Carolina, here at the FNCS Invitational? King and
It's going to be scary for the rest of the lobby, though, because they have high ground, they have front side of zone. Anybody launch padding, trying to get past them, is going to feel the pain, and that includes the same region. Beezin and Kitos flying high through the sky. He immediately becomes the target. Shield just getting ripped off of him, but he found himself a little bit of an oasis and a moment to breathe.
Senton looks like he fell off the build there. Cold's by himself now. Down goes Cold. That second place dream is out of the question. They will now be cemented at third as the only teams who can jump up now, PHZin and Ketos, still have a chance to fight for fifth. They have to do a little bit more and put Brazil on the map, but King is being contested. He's gonna crank his way out of there, but the shots are coming in. He gets tagged one time. It's Kanata on the other side of the wall there, putting big pressure in.
Trying to figure out a way is Ed's going to go ahead and lead the charge, allowing King to try to stabilize there in that moment. He's going to be the person that IGLs his way through and through, but Zone pulls back the next way. He immediately has to go back the way he came. Luckily for him, he does have enough resources. He has a great layer not to get stuck in the chaos that is below, but Joe and Zandy, it's their turn. With Vino and Queasy out of the game, they have a chance to hold on to the height and take the game with 7 eliminations.
Who will win the last game of the FNCS Invitational here? PHZin has lost Ketos on this very dangerous rotate. He will have to use both the chunk splashes here to heal up. KBR is by himself too. He has to save King or Azit here. Meanwhile, in the distance, King gets thirsted by Acorn. He's out of the game.
He's trying to do what he can. Chili chunk splash yet again. Trying to use that speed boost, but the high ground's gonna be fought for. Kanata and Macwood, they don't want to go without a victory, but they get chopped down, sent back to the lobby. Joe and Zandy with their 7 elimination are poised to try to take the top spot, but with no resources to try to regenerate any shield or health, it could look dangerous, just like Malibuka and Mustache, wasting no time, getting into the box of Runa and sending him right back to the lobby as well.
The PHZin is still here, and he is pushed off Miro. He says, turn around and get away if you don't want to be taken out just here. And take a look. Now he's looking around. He finds Alice. Oh no, that's Alice on the other side of the wall and threats the Japanese and American duo. The combination brought together here for this very special event. But PHZin, cold as ever. Look at the focus on his face here. He is waiting to land this shot. There it is. We knew he would hit it. If you let him, he gets the thirst. Works his way through the build. Such a good play there, but he has no time to waste. Down he goes. The layer change here. It's all or nothing to the low ground now. That's a fresh build. That's an enemy. He doesn't want to be there.
He is the best player right now when it comes to taking the top positions away from those players that were eliminated early on, but high ground goes over to Acorn and Edgy. It's their chance to secure themselves a victory royale in an international stage. They have 13 splashes. They have more than enough ammunition between the both to put down pressure and not let it stop. But one of the big teams, the big standing in their way, trying to make sure Threats doesn't have a chance to survive. That's 2 more elimination points, plus the placement points that they could garner here as they enter into the top 6.
And they have a combined of about 15 chug splashes or so. They have so many heals they can top off at any time. Zeke gets brought down after being saved by KBR. And now, Malibuka and Mustache earn themselves more. This might be the most he lives, and no! KBR falls there to the hands of Yusri, but now it's all up to Malibuka and Mustache down on the low ground. Robob's in between. Acorn and Edgy have a chance here to take a win, but they have to stop the W Keyers of EU, Mustache and Malibuka.
That's an insane amount of splashes between the 2 duos left alive. Robob trying to put a wrench into the mix, but this comes down to a 2v2 EU versus NAEast, and both of these teams have all the resources in the world to make this one go forever. So it's about thinking outside of the box, making the move that matters most as Acorn gets tagged up. Has to find some height to re-heal. And they're both out of builds. Both of these teams are out of builds. This fight is going to come down to this as Edgy gets chunked out. He gets dropped. Malibuka and Mustache trying to take game number 12 away from NAEast. And it's down to Acorn, the last member. We talked about his splashes. This one's going to come down to a heal off. Does he have enough to take the game? Menmis coming out. 5 more splashes. He has so much time left in zone, but Malibuka and Mustache, they have splashes of their own. Acorn trying to put down the shots to try to minimize the effectiveness of it. They're still in zone. It looks like Acorn has run out of opportunity. He goes down. Malibuka and Mustache take game number 12.
And just like that, the 12 games are over. But your champions of the FNCS Invitational are Seti and Kevin. Congratulations.
With 4 victory royales in this global competition, They didn't change up their strategy too much throughout 12 different games. It didn't matter who VOD reviewed them, because you could have that blueprint, but if you don't know how to execute, it's gonna be all over. And give it up one more time for your FNCS Invitational champions, Seti and Cammy!
Congratulations! They have done it! An incredible weekend, an incredible opportunity, and they did not miss a beat. This entire room is on their feet, and they deserve every ounce of support here, because these are two of the hardest workers we have ever seen, two of the hardest players in this space. And you know what? Becoming legends must be so proud. Congrats, Reno.
They became legends for sure on the grandest stage of them all. Emotion, passion running wild. Let's throw it to Adam so we can get inside the minds of our champions.
Thank you very much, Cammy and Seti! Wow, 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 wow. What an incredible, incredible display this weekend. Before we go any further, we must ask, how are you feeling being FNCS Invitational Champions?
Very good. I have no words. We both worked so hard for this, and it's just an amazing moment.
It's amazing. Like, I waited for it so much.
All right, Cammy, you see Queasy Vino dropping on you. Your teammate goes down. It's a 1v1. What's going through your mind?
Like, I just wanted to eliminate him, and as quick as I can. I don't know, because I was thinking that he's low, but I think he missed one shotgun shot, so that's why I killed him.
Seti, I mean, you go down, it's just your teammate, and this is what makes the difference to win. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I believed in him for like till the end, and he's just an amazing player, and I knew that he's gonna win, and it was just amazing.
You seem incredibly emotional. How does it? I mean, all these people here, these lovely people, we're here to celebrate you guys. It's been not just the last game where we saw the most incredible events. The last 2 days, 4 victory royales, consistency all round, incredible Fortnite for the both of you. I mean, this has been something very, very special.
Yeah.
Teamwork that's really stuck out, which separates you from the rest of the world here at Invitational.
I think it's because we play with each other for the past few years, so we have the chemistry of like gods, and that's it.
Obviously, we could tell the chemistry there, and I feel like there's a lot of chemistry in the audience right now. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, family, friends, everyone watching around the world?
I want to thank everyone watching from Poland. Polska górą.
And anything else, Seti, you'd like to share with the world?
Yeah, I just want to thank all to like every fan, my parents, my girlfriend, and all the BL boys. Thank you so much.
Amazing stuff. We're going to ask you to lift your trophy one last time. Give it up for your FNCS Invitational 2022 champions, Cammy and Seti!
That was awesome.
Once again, massive congratulations to Cammy and to Seti from one in-person event to another. These guys are racking up accolades like they are eliminations, like they are POIs, like they are notches on the belt. It's nothing to them.
This is Fortnite. This is in-person events. This is FNCS, and I couldn't be more happy for Cammy and Seti. They are some of the hardest workers on the European region, constantly putting in the grind, scrims, zone wars, you name it, they are grinding it, and oh boy, I couldn't be more happy for them.
What a ride. What a ride. 12 games of 4 victory royales, right? We were coming into this event expecting them to play one style. They show us both the amount of preparation that for sure went into this. Look at it. They are holding that right there because of that hard work.
My absolute favorite part, though, aside from that game 12 closer, is just the competitive shock that kind of, you realize it. It's almost like it's still taking time to set in for Cammy and Seti, that they are, in fact, the FNCS Invitational champions. And I don't blame them, because when they just kept grinding back to back to back, cranking out all of these games and just never once wavering, it is just so much pressure, and yet they still overcame every...
For Vino and Queasy, they decide, what do we do? Do we play out a 25-minute long game? Do we hope that the RNGs are in our favor? Do we hope that we have the surge? No. Let's take the fight to them at their POI, at their front door.
Huge respect for Vino and Queasy. It takes some courage to land on first place team and do it in that fashion. They knew that that was what it had to be. We know Cammy and Seti, they're so effective in that end game. They knew that they weren't going to go down early, especially looking at their surge. But huge props to Vino and Queasy. They've been one of the most exciting teams to watch. High ground, mid ground.
On socials, everybody's like, wow,